This attention practice is really a training of attention. It's a mental training. The military is interested, among other reasons, Special Operations Forces, they're pretty great at what they do. They're self-selected. They want to up their game. They want to optimize their game. And so when we wake up in the middle of the night because we're fretting over something, it means in some ways we care. If we didn't care, we wouldn't wake up and be thinking about it. But we also might be able to say, why can't I just get to sleep? And in part, one of the reasons we can't get to sleep, one of them is we keep thinking about it. But what if we learn to be able to go, there's that thought. And here's this impact on the body, the physiology. And here's a feeling of worry, anxiousness, whatever we might want to call it. And to be able to be somewhat a little bit more resilient, able to hold that discomfort. As opposed to, because you see often the discomfort is fueling more thoughts. We're thinking more about it because we're feeling uncomfortable. And we think if we can come up with a solution right then and there, which we can't, because it's not going to get solved right then and there, we'd feel better. But that's not the way it's going to play out. So how can we hold the discomfort in those moments so that that thinking process that's in many ways driving everything else, and they reinforce each other, might in fact settle back down? And we practice mindfulness for the long game. You go to the gym if you go to the gym because you care about your physical health for the long term, not for that particular moment. It can feel good in that moment. It might not. I mean, always take care of yourself, do no harm. Certainly the case with mindfulness practices as well. But we practice, we go to the gym, we practice instruments, we practice for the long game to develop that skill so that in the moment that we show up for a situation, we have been training for it. And in many ways, if you are thinking about just the instance I gave about waking up in the middle of the night, you could say we're practicing mindfulness for that moment. And for all the other moments, much more consequential, where it would be helpful to not have the stories we tell ourselves and not have our emotional steadiness or unsteadiness get in the way of our ability to do whatever it is that we're able to do and offer ourselves and others however well we can, which isn't always going to be perfect, given the circumstances and the situations we find ourselves in. And then afterward, sometimes we can be really happy with the way it went well, but sometimes we can be really distressed with the way it didn't go so well, even though 80% of it went very well. And the 20% that didn't, if we were to try to quantify it, really is of no consequence because we moved through it successfully. And then we're beating ourselves up over, let's learn lessons from things where we can learn lessons. And then let's, as the chief told us, invites us, let us be kind to ourselves in those moments so we can learn the lesson and move on. So a lot of this has to do with stress. The more stressful the environment we're in, the more likely we are to have the ability to not regulate those challenging situations as well. But stress is an importantly interesting thing to explore. So on the one hand, who here likes to feel a little stressed? Who here likes to sort of feel like, ooh, I'm in the game, I'm excited, I feel the energy? This is the stressful aspect of our experience impinging on us in a way that gets us going. First half of this is a relationship between stress and performance. This is stress going from low to high. And this is our performance, going from low to high. And as you can see, there's an interesting relationship. It's a very important, well-known relationship known as the Yerkes-Dodson law, which says that, when our stress is really low, we're not going to perform necessarily as well as we could. It's like, But there is this interesting optimal point where we are like, yes, I'm here. Now, sometimes we'll take coffee, we'll exercise, we'll do things. There's things that we can take exogenously, we bring into our body. There's things that we can do by working out the body. There's just the way the mind goes, oh my God, it's happening. This is the call, let's go. That's a stressful factor that gets us going and serves us well. If you want to have it where when everything is sort of happening and everyone's like, let's go, let's do it, and everyone's marshaling together to take care of something, you're like, it'll be what it'll be. I'm going with the flow. You might not be as optimally situated as you could be. I don't think many of us have that problem. The challenge is when it begins to move this way. When because of the things we're doing to sort of keep ourselves going, because of the way that we're experiencing, especially the thoughts we're having about our situations, the catastrophizing, and especially the working and working and working, and in some ways not working as smart as we can, not being as efficient as we can, and sometimes beating ourselves up, the psychological, the physical, the cognitive. There's many different ways that we can be sliding down over here, where our performance begins to drop, our well-being drops. And so I'm interested in us finding ways to get ourselves back up to the top, toward the top, not at the top, but toward the top. And of course, part of that is what? If you're going to be here and you want to get yourself back there, what do you have to be in the first place to even have the opportunity to maneuver back? You have to be aware that that's. But oftentimes, and this is the great irony, when we're here, we're too frantic to take the time to pause to be able to do something more skillfully to bring ourselves back. So here it's like, oh yeah, I know what I could do, but we're not in that challenging situation. And here we're in it, but we may or may not be able to see clearly that which we could do. So you all, and many of you all, I would imagine, work in environments that we could call VUCA. It's a term that's oftentimes used in different settings like the military, so that's where I come across it and share it. Volatile, raise your hand if you find yourselves or you can anticipate finding yourselves in volatile environments. Uncertain environments, complex environments, ambiguous environments. This is the sort of the dynamic in which you have chosen. Thank you. And it's exciting and it's exhilarating and it matters. And yet, it's also the type of environment that runs the risk of affecting us in terms of our performance and our well-being. In the military, they're very interested in both performance and well-being, and the two work together. They ride high together, and they can falter together. This is a bunch of research that we've done over the years. Me and my colleague, Amishi Jha, in her lab. She's a cognitive neuroscientist. We've worked together for the last 14 years. I'm just sharing it with you because in a moment, we're going to get into the practices. And I want to sort of make the case. I'm an attorney. I'm a lawyer. I want to make the case that there's something here that might be useful to explore, not just while we're here today. This is going to come and go. What? I've got just not that. I've got 45 minutes, 50 minutes left. It's going to come and go. And then there's another thing and another thing and another thing. But nicely, today they will reinforce each other. New information, different information, reaching and touching you all in different ways, given your lives and what's important to you at this particular moment in time, but also reinforcing very important themes that are what Fred sort of said, this is why this is important, and his colleagues to come together today for this. It's a conversation that's not had often enough. Often there's misconceptions around it. But I've spent 35 years exploring it. As a law student, as a young parent, moving into a relationship, the challenges of intense practice of law, starting a company, the uncertainty. I've been a student of this for a very long time. It has not had me be perfect by any stretch of the imagination. We'll look at a little diagram in a bit, but I hope I'm a little bit more effective and a little bit happier and healthier than I would otherwise be. And I believe that that is the case. A little bit goes a long way. I can't know what I would be like if I hadn't, so that's just a guess. But it's an informed guess. And I also want to share with you that if mindfulness doesn't resonate with you, it's not necessary. I mean, that mindfulness is necessary. I can't teach you. I'm not here to teach you mindfulness. Mindfulness is being aware, self-aware. If right now you're thinking about lunch, you're not aware of it, you might start reaching for your phone, you might start texting somebody, hey, what do you do for lunch? You'll miss important information. It may not be consequential now, but it might be consequential if in the middle of the day you're doing that at a moment that's... If you're not aware you're having that thought, if you're not aware you're feeling the impulse, then it's hit or miss. If you are aware, well, now you have a choice. And mindfulness is about having a choice, seeing things more clearly. So mindfulness is nothing special. You don't even have to use the word. I mean, it's very important, but it's nothing like, it's being aware. It's noticing the distracted mind. It's being able to self-regulate when we become emotionally agitated. It's having a sense of a connection and attunement with others. It's in many ways just sort of our natural state. It's our natural state when we're not encumbered and affected by so much of what life throws in front of us, given that this is a life with a lot of complexity, a lot of volatility, a lot of uncertainty, and things can sort of tug at this natural state of being open and alert and attentive and aware and kind to ourselves and others, and ready to sort of respond to the call of the moment. So mindfulness is not something I'm really talking to you all about. There are many ways of cultivating that. Self-care, connections with others that are meaningful, prayer, a variety of meditative practices, just a way of going, good modeling in terms of the leadership that you work with, good modeling in terms of those that you're leading who show you and surprise you because of the ways that they can be wise and compassionate, even though you're supposedly the one supposed to be leading them, because we're in this together. Mindfulness practices, like the focused attention practice will do, is one method of cultivating that state. And you'll see it's a pretty direct method because we're going to focus our attention on an object like the breath. And when our mind wanders and we realize it, notice I didn't say when our mind wanders, period, because most of the time I would suggest to you we don't realize it. When our mind wanders and we realize it, we bring our attention back to the object of our attention. That is this primary training of attention that we'll be doing together. Different than relaxation. It may not even be that relaxing. This is why we'll talk about the two, relaxation practices and mindfulness practices. So here, mindfulness training improves attentional task performance. No, not that one. This one. Is resilience trainable? An initial study comparing mindfulness and relaxation training in firefighters. Both are important. That was done here. That was done about 12 years ago. And notice this for your leadership and your leadership over the years. An initial study, because it was very early on, long before mindfulness became sort of what it has become in many ways. But in many ways, it's become dilute and it can be misunderstood. So part of my mission is to help us clarify our understanding of what mindfulness is. This, by the way, a lot of this is looking at a training program that my colleague Amisha and I developed called Mindfulness-Based Attention Training. And I share that with you because it's important in terms of our integrity to say there's something researched that was also partly developed. And therefore, you want to know that. Others are also exploring and researching that same program. But I'm not here to talk about that program. I'm here to talk about mindfulness practices, which many programs have in common. And that's what's important here. So you have a handout in front of you. You can look at it. This is here for those of you who are watching at a distance. Hello. Those of you watching at a greater distance than 50 feet. And I just want to touch on this. This isn't a science conversation, but I give it to you so you can take with you. And I take a moment just to give you a sense of it. Top left. And what you see on the screen is very similar to what you have in your hands, but there's a little difference. I've made this a little bit more seeable at online. But we've got cognitive benefits. Mindfulness practices found to change the structure and function of the brain. My goodness, really? If I sit and I just sort of do something that looks like this, or this, or by the way, it could look like this, or by the way, it could look like this. There's nothing about the mindfulness practice that's a meditation in the way we might typically think of meditation, and I'm a big fan of meditation. The mindfulness practice can be engaged. In fact, it's something that we can bring about and are bringing about in ways we may not even realize. You're talking to somebody and your mind wanders and you realize it and you come back to that person. You've just done a little bit of a mindfulness exercise. You just exercised the muscle of attention without trying to do it. But when we do a mindfulness practice, we're doing it intentionally and we're developing that capacity. So changes to the structure and function of the brain from doing mindfulness practices. That first one was in 2005. That was a breakout study. It was like, oh my God, we didn't even think that neuroplasticity, which is what it's referred to, the changes to the structure and function of our brain, can even happen when we get into adulthood in a meaningful way. But now we realize, and it's no news to anybody now, although know that if you were, and if I were, and if any of us were in the medical field in any form learning about the brain, 30 or 40 years ago, the prevailing wisdom would be, no, there are no neuroplastic changes. But we know that that's not the case. In fact, while it's affirming that we can self-direct our own neuroplastic changes in meaningful ways through a variety of things that we do. In fact, everything we do is affecting a neuroplastic change to the structure and function of the brain. It's no surprise. This is a learning organ. This is an organ for learning. It must be changing if it's going to be learning. And we've always known that to some extent, but just how robust that change is. So when we get angry and we lash out and we do something, we're like, ugh, but we keep doing it, we are reinforcing those changes. When we wake up at night and we're like, ugh, and then eventually we fall asleep, or we reach for a phone, or we do an iPad, or whatever it is to try to distract ourselves. That'll become relevant in a little bit. When we want to distract ourselves from what our mind is pinging, we're reinforcing that behavior. We are reinforcing structurally and functionally by the ways that we respond to and or overreact to situations. So what we might begin to do, and you all are doing already in various ways, is finding skillful ways. It's said that between stimulus and response there is a space. Between the thing that happens and how you respond to it, skillfully, effectively, or overreacting, there's a space, and within that space is the power to choose our response. I'm interested in having a little bit more capacity to choose my response in the midst of very challenging situations, where oftentimes, especially when we're on the other side of that curve, that isn't so accessible to us. We've got over here helping with distractions. This is a study we did with undergraduates over the course of a semester. Here's a study that we did with our special operations forces. Notice how it's talking about improving cognitive performance. So if you're interested in feeling more steady in the midst of challenging emotional times, yes, this could be useful to you. If you're interested in enhancing and optimizing your performance, which relates to the other, relates to our steadiness emotionally, but also relates to our steadiness and ability to catch and not get caught up in the distractions that can come along, the noise that can interrupt the signal of your genius. You know those moments when it's been like, whoa, how did that happen? It just happened. Whether it's a conversation with somebody else that went well, whether it's performing on an exam of some sort, or whether it's just somehow doing the thing that in some ways it's like, how did you pull that off? You've pulled that off. You have those moments. And so it's interesting to consider that we can have more of that happen more often with less effort, because we're training something that in some ways is clearing away the obstacles that will continue to pop up that can get in the way. Creative thinking, here's the emotional benefits. A lot of research coming out, and there's a meta-analysis, and there have been a couple on depression and anxiety. I'll touch on why that might be so. It's not necessarily, there's a lot of complexity there, but there's reasons why it is that if we're able to notice when our mind wanders, we're able to perhaps curtail mood fluctuations that might otherwise become very problematic, especially over time, if not in that moment, as well as noticing catastrophizing, etc. And then we have the physical health benefits, whether it's immune functioning, inflammation, and improving sleep. So with that, there's a wonderful book that if you like reading and you have time to do so, called Breath. I encourage you, I recommend this book. However, let me share with you that it's not a book that has anything to do with mindfulness. In fact, I don't think the word is mentioned maybe once. It's not a book about meditation. It's a book on the power of the breath. And today you're going to learn, I believe, from others as well, the importance of breathing, the importance of being skillful with and deliberate and intentional and smart about how you can use this extraordinary instrument, this body and the breath. You know when you get a little anxious, does breathing change when you become anxious? Yes. Does breathing change when you become, when you feel more steady and calm? Does breathing change? All throughout the day, our breathing is changing. It's not like it's on, off, or high, low, high, low. It's a gradient, and it's constantly changing in response to our experience. And it's responding to our physiological arousal, and it's influencing our physiological arousal. When we do breathing practices, and this book talks about a lot of breathing practices, the subtitle is The New Science of a Lost Art. There's nothing new here, except that the science is coming out more and more and more. So when somebody talks to you about breathing techniques, and I'll touch on it a little bit, I pay attention because it matters. It's an amazing thing to be able to have the capacity to self-regulate, right? Ourselves. It's nice to do it with others. It's nice to reach out to others for support and help when we need it, and to feel comfortable doing so, and not ashamed to do so. And it's also nice to have that within ourselves as something that we can draw upon. We trust others and we trust ourselves. But the reason I mention this is because he says a wealth of scientific research, and I've given you a little bit of it so far, shows that meditation, and he's referring in particular to mindfulness meditation, there's a difference. They're all really nice, or many of them are quite useful, but there's a difference. He's talking about mindfulness, what we'll be doing. And he says can change the structure and function of critical areas of the brain, help relieve anxieties, and boost focus and compassion. By the way, his previous book was on diving. What's it called when you just sort of, you have no equipment? Free diving. It was on free diving, a big bestseller also. So he's interested in a lot of things having to do with performance and the things that can get in the way and the things that can be supportive. But he says this, and this is what's now going to lead us to the remainder of our time together. It can work wonders. A lot of things can. So take to heart if you're like, it's not for me. A lot of things can. It can work wonders, but few of us will ever reap these rewards because the vast majority of people who try to meditate will give up and move on. Now, I think that's fascinating because in its simplest form, in the form that you're probably most familiar with, if you have some sense of the cultural way that meditation and mindfulness, which is a part, can be put into that category, it looks like something like this. Can I borrow your chair for a moment? Is Thomas? Thank you. Maybe it looks like this. 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 How it looks really doesn't matter, but it's something like that. What do I have to do? Nothing. For how long? Our research finds 12 minutes is a sweet spot, but I'm a big advocate. 6 minutes, 3 minutes on a regular basis, 18 minutes, 24 minutes. Whatever it is that you can comfortably do, and what your schedule allows, though your schedule probably allows more than you think. It's like, I don't have time to do that. But then the phone, we look at our phone and we spend 35 minutes doing something else that was completely irrelevant. That probably agitates us when we're done and leads to a bunch of other things. So it's sometimes said if you don't think you've got 10 minutes to do mindfulness practice, then you probably should practice for 20. Because if you don't think you've got the time, then there's a feeling of urgency. There's not reading something as clearly as you could about yourself and the circumstances you're in. Of course, there are definitely times when it's not the time. So it's about navigating that. But in many ways, it seems this simple. Thomas, don't worry, you'll get your chair back in a few moments. You can, by the way, Thomas could be meditating right now. He's standing. In military, we came up with a practice called standing at attention. Not a new formulation, but the attitude. You're not just standing at attention. You're standing and you're aware of where your attention is. And when your mind wanders, you bring your attention back. So just as I'm sitting here, and I could be doing this mindfulness meditation, so could Thomas when he's standing. It doesn't have to, you can be running, you can be walking. It gets a little more challenging. This is about as simple as it gets. I'm sitting. I don't got to do anything. The problem is that oftentimes we don't know. The challenge is that we're always caught in the doing. God, I got to be doing something. I got to be doing something. And we like to do that. Watching TV, that can be relaxing. That can be enjoyable. Talking to somebody, doing this. This is all doing. And here we're sort of saying, nothing to do. And maybe in some ways we're not quite clear how to not do. Have you been on a vacation? By the way, this has just popped open, so if there's no more slides that we can see, A-okay. Because mistakes will happen. Thank you very much. We could say that mindfulness practice is about being present for our experience. That's probably a term you've heard. To be present, to be grounded, to be in the moment. What does that even mean? Well, we sort of have a sense of what it's pointing to. And we might say, when people say, well, what did you do? It's like, well, I was practicing being in the moment. And it might mean something, but what does that actually mean? And I think what it means is, it means what we're not doing in those moments, what's not happening in those moments, that opens up the space to be present for our experience. If I said be present for your experience, you're like, what do I do? It's like, you can keep doing all you want, but the doing isn't going to make it happen. You can be doing and present in that moment of the doing that you're doing. So it's not about sitting and doing nothing. But so often we're not present for and aware of what we're doing or why we're doing it or the thoughts that we're having. The compulsive behaviors, the reaching for the phone, the things that we do that we say, I don't want to be doing that anymore. I don't want to be doing as much of that. I don't want to be doing that at night. I don't want to be treating that person that way. And yet we keep doing it. Between stimulus and response, because there's a stimulus. Something is just prior to it. Somebody saying something that we don't like, we disagree with, something happening that we find to be very problematic, our own thought process informing us in ways that may not be so useful. Thoughts are not facts. I hope you have a sense of that by now. The stories we tell ourselves are oftentimes stories we tell ourselves out of touch with what's actually going on. But sometimes it's very useful data. How do we discern the difference? How can we tell the difference between the story we're telling ourselves that's useful and actionable, and the story we're telling ourselves that's an overreaction, that's a judgment, that's an assumption, that's a preconception, that's a bias, that's getting in the way of seeing things more clearly? And so, what is this person doing? Are they calm? Raise your hand if you're saying this person is practicing relaxation. This person is practicing mindfulness. Who knows? I have no idea what this person is doing, but I can tell you this. It has a satisfying quality. And in the practices that we'll begin to do, because I'm done with this for a while, they may have a satisfying quality. But we can't really know, because a part of it has to do with what's going on here. What is the intention? What is the instruction? What is the deliberate way that that person is engaging in that moment? Is it just like, oh, what a beautiful moment. This is so gorgeous. That's a nice way to be in relationship to the moments of our life. It's not a mindfulness training, but it's a nice, very satisfying way. This person could be saying, oh, here I am. That's not a mindfulness practice, but that's a very satisfying and useful way to be spending our time. And this person could be, well, what we'll be doing in a few minutes, focusing in a particular way on an object, and when we notice our mind wandering, bringing our attention back. Push-ups for the mind. That's what a general, three-star general, Walter Pyatt calls it. Push-ups for the mind. Every time you notice your mind wandering and you bring it back, another push-up. The mind's wandering, no push-ups. We don't even know it. The stories, the beliefs, the biases, the impulses, the assumptions, the way we get carried away. But you notice it, you come back. This is what we're training when we do a mindfulness training. And the neuroplastic shifts that we see are why it is that training in this way can have benefits for the long game as well as things for the short game. And I'm interested in both of those games. If you play golf, I don't play much golf, but if you play golf, you want to have a short game, you want to have a long game. You want to have both at your disposal. So let us do a practice for 3 minutes or so. And here's the thing. I'm going to say let's lower or close our eyes. You don't got to lower or close your eyes. I'm going to say focus your attention on the breath. You don't have to focus your attention on the breath. I'm going to say slow down breathing, take a few slower, deeper breaths. You don't got to take a few slower, deeper breaths. Now, this is a very popular practice. A lot of the research draws upon this type of a practice, but there are many variations on this. I hear the sound here. Do you all hear the sound? You could focus on that instead of the breath, because it's not about the breath. It's about focusing. When I say at some point in time, focus on the breath, it's choosing an object that's here in the present moment that you're going to latch your attention, that you're going to lasso, so that you can then notice when you get pulled away from it. If you don't have an anchor, you can't notice when you're tugged away from the anchor. We spend most of our day, we wake up and we do this and we do this and we do this, and the phone rings and we do this, and then we run to do this. And we might be very effective, but there's no real necessarily noticing when we're being pulled away from the task at hand. So, please use your own judgment. If there were a fire, and it was a dangerous situation, as oftentimes it is, and my sister Shanna, who's with the Marathon Fire Department, or her partner Mary Gavin, who's with this department, were to say, do this, I would do exactly what they said. I would follow them. I would trust them. And I would feel comfortable knowing that I was being led by somebody who knew what they were doing. Well, I have a sense that I know what I'm doing. But this is a little different because ultimately you lead yourself. Even in that situation, we could say I'm responsible for myself. I'm saying, yes, I trust this person. I want this person to do it. But I'm making that decision. Here, if you lower your eyes and you begin to feel uncomfortable, open your eyes. If you focus on the breath and you slow down your breath and you're like, that's uncomfortable, stop slowing down the breath. There's a lot of ways of, and when we really zero in on what the mindfulness practice is, it's not about the eyes open or closed. It's not about the posture sitting. It's about the way that we are directing our attention with the intention to, when we notice our mind wandering, coming back and then repeating that. William James, an important philosopher and psychologist, many, many years ago, long before there were cell phones, said, the faculty of bringing a wandering attention back. Whose mind has been wandering the last 2 or 3 minutes? I'm jumping around, I'm doing this. Raise your hand if your mind, even with all of this, is still wandering from time to time. Of course, the mind will, maybe a little bit less, still wandering, and as you get tireder and hungrier, it just begins to wander more. Who's wanted to reach for their phone and be like, oh, I don't want to look at it because I don't want them to see me looking at my phone? That's the impulse. And that's the awareness that gives you a choice. Looking at your phone, that's not a problem. If you don't make the choice, well, that might be a problem. But if you choose to do it intentionally, well, you're making an intentional decision. And we can own up to our decisions and the consequences, should there be any. So let us do a practice, ultimately leading yourself, but I'm here as a guide, that will bring together the breath and the relaxation and the mindfulness, and then we'll tease them apart. So we bring ourselves into a posture that's upright and stable, comfortable. You've been sitting for a while, so it's perhaps just a matter of slightly adjusting the posture so that it's a little bit more, we could say, noble, dignified, but really intentional. It doesn't matter what the posture is. It's the intentional part. You know the posture you have. Proprioception is our ability to sort of know intuitively, sort of the position and et cetera of the body. You know this posture. As we lower or close our eyes, whichever you prefer, or look down with a soft gaze, you might notice a little spot on the ground. It's not necessary to close the eyes in any way, but we are in some ways cultivating a more inward gaze. We're looking inward. We spend much of our time looking outward at the external world, and we missed a lot of the internal environment that's perhaps even more consequential for our decision-making and our well-being, but they influence each other. We're very visual creatures, those who have the capacity to see in the visual field, which many of us do. And we're in many ways turning that attention inward. So eyes can be open or lowered or closed. I tend to close mine. As we turn our attention to the sensations of the body sitting, noticing where our bottom is making contact with the chair beneath us, perhaps the back behind us. As we breathe, the sensations of the hands resting one on the other, or on our lap, or by our side. Just noticing maybe a tingling, maybe a numbness, maybe just one hand touching the other. Attending to the sensations of our feet, making contact with the ground or our shoes or boots. See, this attention is marvelous. We can move our attention where we choose, to our bottom, to our hands, to our feet, and for a few moments at least it'll stay there as we breathe. aware of the body, not just sitting, but moving with the breath. Noticing the sensations of the body as we inhale, the torso expands, the rib cage lifts. We exhale, the body softens. And because it can be helpful at times for feeling a little calmer, a little more relaxed, to take a few slower, deeper breaths, if you'd like, let's take a few slower, deeper breaths. If you are familiar with box breathing or some form of triangle breathing or some breathing technique, for the next 30 seconds or so, draw upon that, lead yourself, or follow this slow in-breath, out-breath guidance as we breathe in and we breathe out. We're breathing in a little more slowly, a little more deeply than we normally might. Just a little bit, comfortable, always comfortable. And then exhaling, a slower, steadier, tempered, even out-breath. Even if it's a little longer than the in-breath, that can be helpful for relaxation. Not necessary. As we breathe in and out. And then allowing breathing to resume its natural pacing and rhythm, whatever that might be in this moment. Maybe it's choppy and shallow, maybe it's silky and smooth, somewhere in between. It doesn't matter. We're now shifting from manipulating or slowing down the breath to perhaps feel differently, to paying attention to and being aware of our breathing, or a sound if you prefer, whatever it may be in this moment. Present moment awareness. Not fixing anything, not changing anything, cultivating the capacity to be present for whatever it is that's arising, whether it's the way we'd like this moment to be or not, as we breathe. And when you're ready, in the next moment or two, with an awareness of doing so, as we close this practice, lifting the gaze, opening the eyes. Now there was a bit baked into that I'd like us to now tease apart so that we can begin to have greater clarity around the family of practices that can be helpful. But it would be helpful to me to learn a little bit about what your experience was in those 3 or so minutes, 4 minutes. So what did you notice or what did you observe? What was the experience like for you in that practice that brought some relaxation in and also brought some mindfulness in? And we put them together. What was your experience? What did you notice? What was it like for you? Chief.
The first part of the practice, sorry, thank you. The first part of the experience was calmness, right? But then I was totally unaware how stressful my job is, you know, dealing with so many different issues and things that were going on across the building and the other chiefs contacting me. And I just managed to let it go. And that was very relaxing for me. So it definitely brought me aware of the things that I consider even when I'm not in that environment.
Yeah, very nice. So those slower, deeper breaths tend to be helpful for that relaxation
Yes,
piece.
it definitely
And then
was.
when we stop doing something, because that's a doing, and we're just sort of like now just resting our attention, we begin to have the mind that does what the mind does. And your mind began to move to the responsibilities and the challenges and everything, and you were aware that it was happening. Very, very nice. We'll do that practice again in a few minutes, and I'll be adding a little piece to it. Who else? What did you notice? What did you observe? What was it like for you?
Did you want to say something?
Well, you know what? I think the person that's telling him to say something.
My name's Elio Cruz. What I experienced was, like, I noticed I was focusing on my feet moving, then my posture, then I was just thinking about a whole bunch of things, and then I was focusing on the air vent, and then I blanked out.
I blanked out. Right. So, it's interesting. Do you think that's the first time your feet, thank you very much for that. Do you think that's the first time your feet have been moving about? But we're aware, right? It's an interesting thing to be aware. If you're, what else did you say you noticed? That you began to, your mind was moving around thinking about other things. This is what our mind is doing all the time. It's moving around thinking about other things. Research in 2010 by Matt Killingsworth and Dan Gilbert at Harvard, a big study, thousands and thousands of people, where they use a cell phone to sort of track. You get a little ping where it would be like, if you were part of the study, are you on task or off task? That's what they were asked. And people would be like, oh, and they'd find that they're like opening the cupboard for a cookie when they were working a moment earlier, or they were on their phone just texting somebody when the thing came up, even though they were trying to finish a project or something like that, off task. And then they asked, and what is your mood? And here's what they found, that the mind wanders about, on average, this is the sort of a general rule, 47% of the time. So about half of the time, our mind is somewhere else. That's not necessarily problematic. I've been practicing mindfulness for a long time. My mind continues to wander often. Where does creativity come from? Where do aha moments come from? Where does sort of the surprise, it's a mind at play, a mind that's moving around, not a mind that's caught in catastrophizing and ruminating over things that already took place that you may or may not be able to do anything about. So it's not about the mind at play. A puppy dog at play is a wonderful thing. A puppy dog that's running into the street and can't sort of stay in a safe place, that's a problem. And this mind is like a puppy dog. Anybody ever have a puppy dog? Anybody ever train your puppy dog? In many ways, we're training our attention. And when the mind wanders and you realize it, when the puppy dog wanders, but it doesn't really know that it's wandering off. But when our mind, because it's a puppy dog, we're there to help it. We're there to say, and hopefully, maybe not always, it's okay, it's okay. Stay. And then the puppy dog wanders off. And in many ways, when we do the next exercise, we're saying to ourselves, stay. And then as you point out so brilliantly, and you couldn't have pointed it out if you weren't aware it was happening. You see, when you say, then I sort of dulled out, or you say, I just sort of, how'd you say it ended? Blanked out. That's where we aren't paying, that's where we're less aware, because we don't know where we are. But prior to that, it went here, and it went here, and it went here, and here. That's awareness. It's not awareness isn't always going to be the most comfortable place. Like, oh my God, I keep thinking about that thing tomorrow. I keep thinking about that thing tomorrow. Well, that can be a very agitating place to be thinking about the thing tomorrow, but if we're not aware we're thinking about the thing tomorrow, or if we don't have the capacity to pivot in a more productive way, then it's just going to get us and keep getting us. But if we're aware, now we have more of a choice between stimulus and response. There is a space. That space is in part awareness. Self-awareness, as was said, gives us the power to choose our response. What's one more thing that you noticed? Thank you for that. What's one more thing that you noticed during that experience? Well, let me ask. Did anybody? Yes, you in the back. Thank you.
No judgment, but initially when you said to relax, I was like, great, I'm tired, I need to take a quick nap. So I closed my eyes, I'm listening to your instructions, and like him, my feet was wandering. And at some point, rock and roll music came in my head, and I had to jump back in. It was weird.
Which song was it? I didn't hear it.
Which song?
I don't even know the song. All I heard was dun 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 dun. I was like, what's going on here?
Well, of all the things that can come into our mind, a little rock and roll music might be one of the better things. But yes, that's nice. So it was like, oh good, an opportunity to relax. So in a moment, I'm going to share a breathing practice, might be familiar, as a takeaway, and a very simple one called the physiological sigh. And then we're going to do the practice again with a little bit more of an instruction of what to do when we notice our mind wandering. Like, what do we do when we notice that we're thinking about something over there? It could be that it's useful in that moment to pay attention. Maybe we'll solve a problem. But because that wasn't the task at hand, when we're aware that we're off task, let's get back on task. And that, of course, applies all throughout the day when you're aware that you're off task to come back on task. And that's what we're practicing with this exercise. The task is a relatively simple one, seemingly simple. Just focus on the breath. But oh, how readily we'll go off task offhand. And if we notice the music, we can be like, oh, I'm just going to sit here and notice the music. Or we could be like, you know what? Let me come back to the breath. But if we then begin like, why am I thinking about music? What's going on? Now we're having more thoughts. We're more off task. So let us notice and come back. We're training for these moments when you find yourself in the middle of the day and you are having a persistent thought that seems to be getting in the way of something. We're training for those moments so we can be like, there my mind goes. There the puppy dog goes. It's okay. Let me come back. This is something we train for. Knowing it doesn't make it happen. It's a training. Just like the puppy dog slowly over time will be trained and also love to frolic. I'm interested in this mind being trained to be steady and to self-regulate and also to love to play, not to have one take over the other. So here is a practice that is in the realm of, well, we began with 15 minutes? 15 or 50, Fred? 50? 50? Thank you, Fred. That's just a sign of how much I'm enjoying being here with you all. And also, it's a nice reminder that in 15 minutes, tick, 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 we won't be. So let me just say now, in case time gets ahead of myself, love being here with you all. So grateful for what you're doing. Well, I love you here. So there are relaxation practices that we can do for acute moments of stress or in the moments when everything's sort of going and we're sort of getting lost in it a little bit. Those are really important to have. And if you do a relaxation practice, it ought to be relaxing. It ought to clarify and calm. If it doesn't, and you've given it a try, find another one. Find another one. Because that's what its objective is. So we'll do two. We'll do a slower, deeper breath again, just because it's classic. And then we'll do this physiological sigh, which is this very short. It looks like this. And there's something interesting that goes on. I'll be happy to share some materials that speak to that if anybody's interested. But then there's the mindfulness practice. I'm going to sit, pay attention to my breath. When my mind wanders, come back. And that can be like, oh, I'm feeling antsy, feeling restless, keep thinking about something. Maybe I should get my phone. Like, that's why we're practicing, so that we can actually inhabit that antsy, restless state and find a steadiness within it. The steadiness doesn't come by, white knuckling it, though maybe at first there's a little bit of that, just stay in it. It comes from noticing the obstacles that are interfering with that steady state. The thoughts about this, the turning to the past, the getting caught up in the future, and being able to skillfully go, okay, the sooner you catch the thought as it begins to, think about it. It's like, oh, there's that law students are studying for the bar now. So they could be studying for the bar. They got 2.5 months to go, and they can be like studying, and then they're like, oh, what if I fail? Okay, well, that's not a pleasant thought. And if they go, oh, I just thought about what if I fail? Let me get back. That's sort of doable. But if it's what if I fail? Oh my God, I'll never get a job. Oh my God, if I don't get a job, why did I go to law school? Why did I spend all this money? What will my friends think of me? What will my parents think of me? You see how each thought comes along and just further agitates us. At some point in time, it's almost like that curve. We just sort of moving down that curve. But what if we catch it early? What if we catch it early? So let's do a slower in-breath, slower out-breath, just as a reminder that the breath is very powerful. And even this, anybody hear of box breathing? You inhale to the count of 4, hold to the count of 4, exhale to the count of 4, hold. These are breath holds. They're very instructive. Some of us love them. Some of us don't love them. Find the one that's comfortable for you. But here, let's just take 3 slower, deeper breaths as we breathe in and breathe out. I'm just guiding you. You can use your own pacing. Breathing in a little more slowly, a little more deeply than you normally would. It's not a strain. And then exhaling a slower, steadier out breath, maybe even a little longer than the in breath. Let's do this twice on your own. Okay, so I doubt that's anything new to you, but it's just a reminder. That's very powerful. That can be very powerful. And if you practice it on a regular basis, so it becomes second nature, the effects can kick in even quicker and be a little bit more enduring, but they're short-lived. It's a short-lived kind of thing. Somebody's talking, I'm getting agitated, I might be like, and they're like, you're not talking, because they're expecting me to yell back or something. I'm like, no, I'm listening. But I am likely to be listening a little bit more, and I am likely to be self-regulating, and it's a world apart from just getting caught up in that dramatic dance back and forth that's so conditioned in our relationships at work and at home. When we disrupt that pattern, we open up new possibilities. Not all at once, but over time. And we don't have to wait a long time to begin to see and notice those differences ourselves. Wow, I used to just jump, but I didn't. And even if it's 5 seconds longer than when you do, and you still do, at least you put a little more space. And that's the beginning of the change. So it's not the outcome, it's the process. And outcome changes and shifts along the way. Here's the physiological side. We're breathing in fully like this. And then, just after we do that, we take a short little, and then we exhale slowly. There's some reasons why, you can read about why it is that at the very sort of where oxygen meets blood, and there's that metabolism, carbon dioxide and oxygen shifting, and that something interesting happens with the alveoli at the very base of the ends of the capillaries moving into the bloodstream. Moving oxygen into the bloodstream. Something interesting is happening that can be very useful. And research that came out recently found, what was that?
No, we talked about that the other day in the class, and I see all their heads like that.
Really? Good for you. That's really wonderful. So let's practice it together because it's so quick, it's so short. Now, granted, these are short-term effects. Now, they can have enduring benefits in some ways, but these are like, for right now, what can I do? Sometimes you might just get to your desk or get to the, the vehicle, and you sort of sit down and you're like, for no good reason. Other than that, it's a good thing to do. It can be useful. And then you might find out where you're like, oh, and you do it deliberately, intentionally. So just so we have this opportunity to practice this together before we then move to the mindfulness practice proper, meaning the full deal. Let's inhale, and then that sharp inhale. And then that slow exhalation. Something about the slow exhalation that's quite useful, whatever our breathing practice is. If that was comfortable enough, let's do that one more time. And some interesting research out of Stanford found that that practice for several minutes was very effective and as effective as many other types of practices for achieving a more relaxed state. So you can do it like just for a quick little, and if you do it for like 2 or 3 minutes, so too with slower breathing or different types of slower breathing. There's a whole world of slower breathing practices and faster breathing practices. They move in a different direction. They get us more alert. Find one that's useful to you. Practice it. But don't let, because maybe, did some of you have it where when we did those 3 slower, deeper breaths, your mind began to wander? So let's address that. Because if we can address the mind wandering, and we can be more skillful in that respect, a lot of other things begin to fall into place. You're doing that practice, and 2 breaths in, you're like, oh, I should check my phone. Well, you probably didn't realize you even had that thought, and then the impulse that came along with it. Or you're in the middle of that practice, and you go, maybe I should check my... Oh, there's another thought. Thoughts are not facts. Don't believe everything you think. And you stay in the game. But it's that awareness of. So let us now, with our 7 remaining minutes, do a short mindfulness practice, and then I'll share why it is that I've shared this with you as a takeaway. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. So this is very similar to the practice we previously did, except I'm going to add this. I didn't say this before. You might have intuited this based on our conversation or based on your own understanding, but I'm going to say, and when you notice your mind wandering, gently escort. This is what we say in the military. Gently escort your attention back to the breath or whatever object you're paying attention to. So let us bring ourselves into a posture that's upright and stable, comfortable, aware of the posture. As we lower or close our eyes, whichever you prefer, we'll look down with a soft gaze, resting our attention on the body sitting. As we take a few slower, deeper breaths, breathing in and breathing out. By the way, if we're feeling more relaxed and emotionally steady, our attention is likely to be steadier also. Breathing in a little more slowly, a little more deeply than we normally may. And exhaling. That slower, even breath. Can't do it wrong. Breathing in. Breathing out. And this, by the way, is optional for a mindfulness practice, but I think, and many think, it's very useful. Let's steady the platform that we have our instrument on, and the instrument will be more effective. In this case, it's the instrument of the mind. And so now, we allow breathing to be whatever it will be. Often this practice, especially over time, will be relaxing. But that's not why we're practicing. If you want to do a practice that's relaxing, do a relaxation practice. This one can serve double duty sometimes, but not always. And so we rest our attention on an object like the breath. You might notice the breath as the belly expands and softens. You might notice the breath as it flows into and out of your nose or mouth. Wherever it is that you know the breath, or if you like the sound of the air conditioner, or if you like the sensations of your hands resting on one another, because this sound, those sensations, they are arising in this moment. This breath, it's arising in this moment. So rest your attention on the sensations of the breath with the intention. We will wander away about 47% of the time. So please know that. That's not a problem. That's not able to do it. The question is, will we notice that we've wandered? We're really practicing noticing, detecting the mind wandering. Because the sooner we notice it, the sooner we're able to return to the task at hand, the less emotionally agitated we become, the better the signal-to-noise ratio. So there's nothing to do but be present for your experience. And so for the next minute or two, when you notice your mind wandering, gently come back to the breath. The mind will wander. That is its nature. This is really important. When I do this practice, 35 years in, my mind wanders. What I love is the moments that I notice it. It's very satisfying to notice when the mind wanders. In time, you might be interested in investigating where it wanders, why it goes there. But to have that investigation be meaningful, useful, it's important to be steady when it does wander. So for now, let's just notice when it does and come back and train that. as a very important capacity. You might get caught in the content of what you're thinking about. Rather, say, there I go again. Future, past. Let me get back to the breath. I will share with you that over time, if you did this for 5 or 6 minutes a day, you can listen to a guided practice, and I can share with you some, there's many out there. If it's a mindfulness practice, it's really not motivating relaxation, although it might be relaxing with music or something. It's really motivating awareness, training, noticing when your mind wanders, coming back. It is like going to the gym and lifting a weight. We could do this with a Netflix TV show, but that's a very light weight. It's easy to have our attention stay on that show. We pick the breath because it's just subtle enough that our mind will wander, but also easy to come back to. So know that this training is actually a heavy weight. It's not so easy, but we can lift it. But again, if ever your mind should wander off into a terrain or your body that's very uncomfortable and unsettling, just stop the practice. Open the eyes. Take care of yourself. And so as we close this practice, and hopefully you noticed your mind wandering a lot, you brought your attention back, please know that if you were to say, my mind didn't wander at all, I'd be like, yeah, you probably missed it. And if you go, wow, I noticed my mind wandering, I'd be like, yeah, isn't that interesting? And what I'm sharing with you is that the more skilled we get at noticing, the less far off it goes. And so as we close this practice and close with a few more minutes, and we'll look at the materials you have in front of you, when you're ready, in the next moment or two, lifting the gaze, opening the eyes. And so one of the big takeaways thus far has been we do things to relax. They're quite useful. Let's have those at our disposal. We do things to see things more clearly. That's training for the long game. But we don't have to wait that long to begin to notice, and they can come together, which is very nice. Now, if you would, take a look at this. This is the landscape of the mind. What we have running through the landscape of the mind is the freeway of flow, where there's focus. You see the little car headlights. That's like our focus, our attention. Where we are passionate and purposeful and patient and creative and curious and with this clarity of mind and connection. Gratitude, kindness, courage. And I could ask you, and you all could come up with your own, and I encourage you to add, in those moments when you're at the top of your game, what is it like? What are you experiencing? And write those on, because we all know these moments. They may or may not be as frequent and common as we'd like them to be, but we know them. There's no tool that I have shared with you that you haven't already had in your toolkit. Knowing it's there, knowing how to use it, that's a slightly different story. And then we have it where when the mind wanders off. So what are some of the places that you notice that your mind might wander off from time to time? If you would, just share what some of those places might be. There's creativity, right, and that's on the freeway of flow. And yes, that is a mind at play. It's not yeah, that's very nice. What other places do we know? Raise your hand if you know the river of regret. Now bear in mind this. This is very important. You're on the freeway of flow. Everything is going well. And what road do you get to? Just over the bridge. Rumination Road. The mind begins to wander. If you notice that your mind is wandering, you can get back on the freeway of flow. But if you don't realize it's wandering, before you know it, and that's the key, before you know it, you've been whisked into the river of regret and off we go. There's the valley of fear. Similarly, if we don't realize that we're moving off in that direction, we get caught up in it, which is fine. That's part of being a human being. But we can train ourselves to notice and come back. There's the roller coaster of emotion. The reason I share this with you as the takeaway is because it might be helpful to keep this close. And when you find that you're feeling agitated, when you find that you're sort of out of sorts, where are you? And just to notice, just to name where you are. It said that if you name it, you tame it. To name it, to identify it, to realize it is to be aware. And that is a very powerful first step. And it takes us a long way at managing our well-being, our capacity to focus and pay attention and do the job that we are here to do and live the life that is available to us. I want to thank you very, very much for the opportunity to be here. Thank you. And thank you all. I wish you well. I hope you have a wonderful career.
Thank you so much, Professor Rogers. We appreciate that. We'll meet back here at 9:45 for the next presentation. Thank you again, Professor Rogers. Okay, everyone, we're going to get started with the next presentation. Our next presenter is Mr. Eric Brenneman. He is a leader in the field of mental health and wellness for first responders. With over 13 years in the fire service, he has a deep understanding of the unique challenges faced by first responders. As a member of peer support teams, he has provided crucial assistance to his colleagues. In addition to his fire service, Eric was a lobbyist for the Iowa professional firefighters, working to influence policy and secure better resources for those in the profession. His leadership extends to his role as president of Yoga for First Responders, a nonprofit organization that promotes mental and physical well-being through job-specific and culturally informed yoga training. Eric's passion for mental health and wellness has made him sought-after speaker, having addressed tens of thousands of first responders across the country. His insights and expertise continue to inspire and support those dedicated to protecting and serving our communities. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Eric Brenneman.
Cool. Yeah, so I'm actually super excited to follow the presentation y'all just got because that takes care of the first half of my lecture, which is cool because that means you can get to lunch earlier. I joke. But you're going to hear a lot of the same information again, presented in a slightly different package, all right? Because there's a lot of misconceptions about what yoga is and what yoga is not. And so that's my job, is to now educate you on what we can do. And so there's a card that you have at your tables, and it's not by accident that when you hear about lifting weights of your mind using mindfulness training, you'll notice that we say that we provide autonomic fitness system, nervous system training, which is also known as autonomic fitness in the neuroscience world, to first responders through a clinically proven protocol that processes stress, builds resilience, and enhances performance. Nowhere in that definition does it talk anything about stretching, touching your toes, Lululemon yoga pants, anything like that. Nowhere in the definition of what we do. And then you flip it over, and it's all about breath work. And it's not by accident. It's not by accident that that first lecture and what we talk about is going to touch on some of the similar topics. And so, let's get into it. What is yoga? So most of us at this point, has anybody in here not done yoga? And it's okay, raise your hand if you've never done yoga, because it's cool, that's fine. Students, that's cool. People in the back, right. I'm gonna guess that most of you have not done yoga because of the misconceptions of what it's about, and it probably looks to something like this. Yep. Because when you think of the word yoga, or even Google's image search the word yoga, this is what comes up. This is from a few years back, but it hasn't changed much. This is the mission that we are on. And so these are all the misconceptions about what yoga is. Yoga is about stretching. It's about touching my toes. I don't have a yoga body. I don't have a calm, peaceful place to do my yoga practice. I need a yoga mat. I don't have the right pants, right? I don't drink pumpkin spice lattes. It's for the hippies. I mean, we can go on and on and on and on. Like, broad strokes. Hopefully I offended everybody in the room, because at least then that way we got it out of the way early, because it'll happen at some point. Remember, I'm from the fire service, so I'll probably also drop an F-bomb in here at some point, and you're just going to have to deal with that too. And if you don't like it, this is your warning to leave now. Okay? So, but it's not about any of that. This is all westernized branding and marketing. A multi-billion-dollar industry to make rich people rich. And quite frankly, isolate people in this room. You're not using this practice, you're not doing this practice because of all of these misconceptions about what yoga is, okay? You did not expect, when you looked at the sheet, other than they put a picture of like a baby Eric on the flyer, because that's what I sent them for a headshot. Younger looking guy, no beard. In fact, it threw the chief off to the point where he didn't even recognize me. That's when I first left the truck, about 6 or 7 years ago at this point. But you didn't expect the guy showing up in 5'11" boots, pants, belt, and shirt to teach a yoga class. Like, I guarantee it. And so already we're drawing in on the misconceptions about what yoga is and what yoga is not. And so we dropped a slide a little bit earlier. You heard about relaxation and regulation from the first presenter. There is a difference. There's a difference about what they are and what we're doing amongst them. So when it comes to relaxation, as you can read, the relaxation techniques, as the first presenter says, temporarily calms that nervous system. That physiological sigh, it's on the back side of your card. It's the top row, middle one for first column, bottom one, under extreme stress. Notice, inhale completely through the nose. At the top of the inhale, sniff in hard, then exhale out slowly through the mouth. That's what he taught you at the end of that first presentation. It is a relaxation technique to temporarily calm the nervous system. When we're teaching relaxation, we're hopefully finding that we're free from tension, that we're stress-free, we're zenned out, our system's off. But most importantly, folks, is that when we're trying to access a state of relaxation, you're just coping with the stress. You're coping with the stress of life and the job, okay? And there's a really important thing here in conversation that we're gonna have around post-traumatic stress, mental health, wellness. That's the point of today. I'm here because, quite frankly, I'm tired of losing brothers and sisters across the country to their own hand. We're losing more by their own hand than on the job, and that's not acceptable. It's not acceptable. And so we got to stop coping with the stress of life. We're really good at coping with the stress. We're really good at coping with it. We've normalized coping with the stress of our jobs. I've literally been to health and wellness fairs or health and wellness conferences that are funded by that night's bar crawl. No joke. You probably have too. I see some people shaking their heads like, yeah, we have so normalized drinking in this culture to cope with the stress that we'll fund our health and wellness programs, our health and wellness conferences with that night's bar crawl. Like, let that sink in for a minute. And so it's not that we need to be better at relaxing. We need to be better at nervous system regulation. And that's where we kind of get to tie in with that first lecture as far as mindfulness practice goes. So the difference is that when we are in a state of regulation, we're doing neuroplastic healing. First presenter talked about neuroplasticity. We'll break it down just a touch because it's a big science word. I'm a firefighter. We need to color with crayons at some point, okay? Like, pull the red lever, copy. I can do that. Like, we need to break it down a little bit. Effectively activate the nervous system. I need you all to perform your best when shit's going bad. I need you to perform your best when it's the worst out there, and we can train you to do so. We can train you to do so. So it's not all about down regulation. Third, I need you to be working with high stress. Again, when it's the worst out there, your citizens expect you to perform your best. So you would better know how to work under high stress. Use that stress as a tool to make you perform better. Regulation, systems on or in control, and that last one is the most important. Ultimately, you're learning how to process the stress. Process the stress of life, process the stress of the job. Research shows that those big, bad, ugly calls, the ones that we think are the ones that typically break people, our mind and nervous system actually puts itself back together fairly well after those calls. However, it's terrible at putting itself back together after the 1, 2, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 years of the constant gripping. Imagine if we've got EMT students in the room. Their stress is starting today, starting in school. So I'm not supposed to go past this line. I'm going to do it for an example. I told this gentleman I wouldn't use him. I'm going to use you as an example. So he's just getting on the job. If every single thing that just is that little tap on his arm, I'm not tapping hard. Am I tapping hard? But if I tapped his arm like this for 30 years, what does that arm look like? Right? There's a high probability that arm's falling off his body at some point. I mean, think about that power of that water just dripping over that rock, right? That's what the body, mind, and nervous system is terrible at dealing with. And so then we wonder why the cup fills over and like, man, well, why did Joey break on that call but not on that call? You know? And so that's where we have to start to process the stress out. We have to make proactive training tools in place in order to deal with the stress of life and the job. Because it doesn't stop at the job, it's everything that's at home, everything that happened before work, everything that happened before you even decided that you're going to be in public safety, everything that happened before you even went to grade school. We got to process that stuff out too. And yet we're not given tools to do that. We've never been given an owner's manual to our mind, body, and nervous system to actually put our hands back on the steering wheel and get back to work. We just expect you to figure it out. And so we figure it out by institutionalizing generational traumas of suck it up, buttercup, you signed up for this, don't cry, man up. It's changing, but that's institutionally how this shit happens, okay? So the original intention of yoga training is about mastery of the mind. And once we have mastery of the mind, then we get to work on optimal functioning of the psychophysiological system. That literally means that once I master my mind, I get to make my body perform optimally. That's super cool. That's super cool. And that is the introduction to putting your hands back on the steering wheel of your vehicle and taking back control. Again, I don't care if you can't touch your toes. I don't care if you don't have a quote unquote yoga body. It's not what it's about. The hardest posture and position that I ever put my students in, you already practiced in your first class. The hardest posture, sit still, stand still, and breathe. Because we as public safety folks have a real hard time sitting or standing still and breathing. I mean, you did 3 minutes of a breath work and mindfulness practice on the first one. Mind wandered, body's moving, hard to sit still, right? Yeah, I get it. I've been there, still am. So once we have those, yoga training then provides us the ability to process the stress. There's a fantastic book out there, The Body Keeps the Score. Anybody read that book, Chief? Yeah, he knows it. Literally by definition, listen, I hate to give away the book. It's dense, it's thick, it's powerful, but it's all in the title. Like, you don't have to read the whole book. It's all in the title. The body keeps the score, okay? The body is literally keeping score of the stress and trauma that you have interacted with throughout your life. It's literally written into the DNA, into your cellular tissues, and so if you do not process it out, it lives there. We got some new folks coming into the career. Those that have been on the job for a little bit, how many of your backs are tighter than when you started? How many of your hips are tighter than when you started? How many of your shoulders are tighter than when you started? How many of you have headaches now that you didn't have before? Right? Listen, folks, it's not by accident. And if we want to get into the really nerdy science of that, especially in the fire service, law enforcement too, because you got your vests and your duty belts on, where connective tissue fascia forms from is the same place that our gear happens to sit in our bodies. And so it's not by accident that your back hurts, that your shoulders hurt, that your head starts to get headaches. It's not by accident. And so then we have to process that stress out. And then ultimately, the goal is to build physical and mental resilience. We hear all the time, you need to be more resilient. Great, how? How? How do I become more resilient? Give me a tool guide, a step-by-step list of how I become more resilient. You can actually train your resilience. Once we do that, how does this serve you? Long-term, proactive preparedness for the stress of the job and long-term survivability. Did you know that you literally have number crunchers, peanut counters that are counting on the day that you die? Yeah, they've got the math problems figured out that they know that you're going to, on average, die within 5 to 10 years post-retirement. And they're counting on it because of their actuarial systems, because if you start living longer than that on average, you will bankrupt your pension systems. So they've literally done math problems counting on the fact that you will die within 5 to 10 years post-retirement. Congratulations. Congratulations. So maybe what our slogan should be, let's bankrupt the pension systems, because y'all are living long, healthy, thriving retirements. That's the goal. That's the goal. It's to get you through today, but ultimately to enjoy those kids, those grandkids, and everything that you worked so damn hard for. Okay? That's the goal. So these are some specific benefits of yoga training. You can flip that first sheet over because it's the same damn list almost. So the ability to self-regulate, enhanced self-awareness and situational awareness, proprioception and fine motor skills, verbal expression and problem solving, physical strength and mobility, effective sleep and recovery, perform well under pressure, decreased impulse variability, gut responses, controlled mindful responses, less injury, fast recovery time, increased emotional adaptability. Firefighters, oxygen is used more effectively. That's critical. You've got a limited supply on your packs, access to flow. Every single one of those is backed by research studies. I got the list on the bottom notes in my slide deck. Those are all critical things for you in public safety. And yet, we don't have a practice like this in place. And yet, tools like this aren't mandated at training facilities. We're doing better. We're having health and wellness days. We're having health and wellness seminars. We're having health and wellness conversations. But let's be honest, folks, until this becomes the same kind of training as every other basic training skill that we have in public safety, we're missing the mark. We're missing the mark. And so that's why I'm so excited, honestly, to have students in the room that are in EMT school. Like, they're getting it before when all of us say, hey, I wish I had this when I was then. So they're getting stuff like this now. But it has to become institutionalized. And so if those are all the benefits of yoga practice, mindfulness practice, breath practice for public safety, why are we still not doing it? Back to this. It's not for you. It's not for me. It's for those skinny white ladies on the beach down at South Beach or whatever. They're wrapping their legs around their head and choking themselves out. Right? Yeah, that's who yoga's for. Not for me. Not for me. I'm a badass motherfucking firefighter. I'm not a yoga practitioner, right? No. I got cops in the room too. I'm going to open up my audience a little bit. I'm a firefighter. I got excited. I was like, man, I'm presenting Miami-Dade Fire Rescue. Then I saw on the sheet, like, there will be police in attendance. I was like, shit, okay. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Honestly, folks, here's an interesting thing. The people that we interact with most from our profession, from our business at this point, we're probably 80% law enforcement now. Prior to 2020, we were 75% fire service. 2020 changed policing in America. And so now 80% of our clients are law enforcement agencies. Quite frankly, folks, they're taking the torch and running with it more so than the fire service is. So that's my challenge, honestly, to the fire service, to step back up again, continue to work on that mission. Because law enforcement, from our vantage point, is doing it. Is doing it. So neuroplasticity, you heard this word in the first presentation. It's a big fancy word that scientists like to use. At the end of the day, it means that you can learn things. Like you said, you can learn things. But more importantly than that, you're actually changing the way your brain functions. So what neuroplasticity is every time you have a set of thoughts or a set of feelings or a set of emotions come through your brain fires off electrons in your brain. And so that wiring starts to make paths in your brain. The more often you have those same thoughts, those paths make deeper grooves. Think of it as a path going through the forest, right? The same path, same trail, gets very worn down over and over and over again. Until one day, one person decides to take a different path through the forest. And then the next person says, oh, this path looks a little bit easier. I'm going to take that path. And then over time, that new path gets ingrained and the old path starts to fade away. That's breaking down neuroplasticity. But you get to do that. You get to make the conscious choice in your brain to make those decisions and learn new things. But here's the bad news. If you don't make a conscious choice to make those changes, your brain's going to default to the negative. It's going to default to the negative because that's your survival mechanism. Historically, it's been much safer to assume it's a snake than a garden hose, and so that's where our survival brain comes into play. So you have to make the conscious choice to make the change. Otherwise, it's going to default negative on its own. Good luck, God bless. Okay? When we talk about putting our brain, body, mind, nervous system into alignment, we're actually working towards putting ourselves in what's known as a state of coherence. Coherence is a great state of mind and body that can be affected by breathing alone and can be affected by your thought patterning. A lot of research comes out of the state of California from a company called Heart Math Institute that studies this specifically, and a lot of it revolves around HRV, heart rate variability, which we'll talk about in a minute too. But with coherent state, you can see the benefits of being there. There's no wasted energy. Our systems are performing optimally. We have increased composure, more energy, clearer thinking. Great, cool. How do I put myself in a coherent state? Here's the tool. Here's the trick. Breathe between 5 and 7 breaths a minute. That's it. Breathe between 5 and 7 breaths a minute. Simple. Now, notice how many breaths you're taking right now. EMT students, on the spot. How many breaths does an average adult take in a minute? 12 to 20. So 5 to 7 is considerably lower. So you got to start thinking about how you're breathing. Okay, 5 to 7 breaths per minute. Optimally is 6.6. That's kind of nerdy, but that's why we say 5 to 7 breaths. Fire chiefs in the room. What's span of control? 5 to 7. 3 to 7. Boom. 3 to 7, 5 being optimal, right? Don't overthink this shit. Turns out, you already been training on it. You just didn't know it. So thanks to biofeedback machines, we can actually study all this. I noticed the first speaker had an Aura ring on his middle finger. I too am wearing an Aura ring. You're wearing Apple Watches. You're wearing heart rate bands. We're starting to be able to measure that internal subtle body. The reason why things like mindfulness, yoga, breath work haven't been as accepted as, say, going to the gym and crushing weights is because we could measure how fast you can run a mile. We can measure how many times you can flip that tire. We can measure how many pull-ups and push-ups you can do, but we couldn't necessarily measure, are you putting yourself into a regulated state? And now we can. And that's what this is showing on this slide. So the top graph up there is somebody who's in an incoherent, dysregulated state. And the bottom graph shows somebody who is in a regulated state when we're measuring heart rate variability. So how does this apply to you and your jobs? And why is it important? This slide tells that story. This is a police officer at one of our instructor schools. You'll notice that you see 2 variations of that same chart. Incoherent, dysregulated, coherent at the bottom. Now it's one timeline. We have a police officer who is in a fairly safe environment. They're sitting in front of their peers, and we ask them to sing the national anthem. That's it. And we put them in a state of dysregulation and incoherence. You can see that in the first half of the graph. Now, I'm sure law enforcement officers in the room, you've been in much more stressful situations than sitting in front of your peers singing the national anthem. I'm positive of it. And yet this is what we can show is happening internally from that little bit of stress. So then we said, okay, dude, now put yourself into a coherent state. Start using what we call coherency breath. That's on the back side of your card. In for 3, hold for 2, out for 5. That's the top middle one. If you do anything like me at math, you'll notice that that's 3, 2, 5, 10. Cool. 10 times 6. That's 60. Cool. 6 breaths a minute. Puts us in that sweet spot. Okay. So we had him switch that breath work, and then we had him start to change his mindset. Does that sound familiar to that first class you guys took? Yeah. And so all he did was change his breath work, change his mindset. Notice what happens on the graph when we're studying his coherence. That strong vertical line shows that this police officer put himself back in a coherent state. This entire exercise took less than 7 minutes. From the time we started to have him take his breath work and he got himself into a coherent state, 30 seconds. 30 seconds. 5 rounds of breath work. 5. And you can see it happening real time. And so now we start to ask ourselves, on any call that we've got, arguably at any point in time, can you find the moment to take 3 5-second breaths? Yes. You can find 15 seconds. You can find those 30 seconds. And to notice that that makes that big of a difference in your physiological being, why is this shit not being taught in academy? I argue again. Because now we can study it and learn from it as well. He brought up studies like this. Studies with Army soldiers and Marines have found that mindfulness strengthens concentration, short-term memory, and emotional regulation, essential skills while under fire. I'm going to push through the first one because you just listened about mindfulness for an entire hour, but and you're over it, some of you. So he gave you the definition of mindfulness, and it used two things: breathwork training and catching the mind while you're thinking, while you're using that breathwork. Okay, so our definition of mindfulness is right in alignment with his. So first, there must be an intention. You must know that you're going to be entering into a mindfulness practice. I'm doing something mindful. You had that intention. He said, hey, we're going to start the practice. He set the intention for you. Number two, there has to be an action. There has to be an action involved with it. And notice that the action has to involve the mind, body, and nervous system. And this piece right here is why mindfulness training, all the studies that they've done at the University of Miami have shown that it's a great tool for post-traumatic stress, for stress reassignment, stress reassignment, is because a very simple definition of post-traumatic stress. Hang with me here. You have mind, you have a body, and you have a nervous system. Do we all agree with those three things? Okay. Does your mind have to be in this room? No. Does your body have to be in this room? Yes. So out of those three, the only one thing that is in this room is your physical body. And how this works is if you start to think about, if I were to seed a memory of a bad call, and you start to ruminate on that bad call, where do you suppose your nervous system is going to go? Here in the room with your body, or out there with the mind? Out there with the mind. And then we dive into ruminative thoughts, we start to take that down into post-traumatic stress, and so on and so forth. And so this is why mindfulness practices have been shown to stop those ruminative thoughts, to stop and inhibit symptomology of post-traumatic stress, is because we force the mind to be here, and then the nervous system follows that. Okay? And that's why he was working on saying, pay attention to your feet, pay attention to your seat, pay attention to your head, things like that. Because if you can bring your awareness back to your body, that's interrupting that thought patterning. That's the why it works. But it has to have that action. And then lastly, from the preeminent researcher on mindfulness, John Kabat-Zinn, he says you have to have awareness. How many times did we hear that word in that first presentation? Over and over and over again. The definition of awareness is paying attention on purpose in the present moment. You did all of those. But the real kick in the ass, especially for public safety, who are some judgmental sons of bitches, without judgment, without critique. It's actually neither good nor bad, it just is. That's the judgment piece, okay? That's the judgment piece. Put all those three things together, you have mindfulness. That's what he taught you the first hour and so on, so I'm done with this slide, okay? Next up, resilience. There's a lot of study and research about resilience out there. Some of it we know, some of it we don't know. If I asked you in this room, are you all resilient people? You would all raise your hands and say, hell yeah, I am. Why? Because I'm surviving. I keep showing up to work. I'm making it through. Arguably, that doesn't actually meet the definition of being resilient. I hate to break it to you, but it doesn't. To truly be a resilient person, by definition, means that we have to put in place some type of proactive training to be more resilient. So that when we do face adversity, we're not just bouncing back to where we've been. And let's be honest, most of us aren't quite bouncing back to where we were. We're probably a step lower. But we actually have to grow from that adversity. To truly be resilient, we're growing from that adversity. And then ultimately, you have to have effective recovery. If you don't have a proactive training tool for recovery, you're not a resilient person. And I hate to break it to you, Netflix and chill, that's not effective recovery, okay? It's not. So the key here, though, is growth from adversity. Because we've all heard of post-traumatic stress. It's one side of the spectrum. The other side of the spectrum is actually post-traumatic growth. So when I say our goal should be to come out of these careers thriving and bankrupting the pension systems because we're living 20 and 30 years, it actually is possible. I'm here to bring that news to you. You can have post-traumatic growth from all of the shit that you have going on in your life. You can be stronger from it, and you can train for it. That's how you become a truly resilient person. There's been studies done on this. Training in resilience building and self-regulation skills, notice self-regulation skills, could significantly benefit police organizations by improving judgment and decision-making and decreasing the frequency of on-the-job driving accidents and the use of excessive force in high-stress situations, leading to fewer citizens' complaints and decreased organizational liabilities. Because if you put well-regulated officers in the field, this is what happens. If you put well-regulated firefighters in the field, this is what happens. Dispatchers, EMS workers, on down the line. For those number crunchers in that building over there, because I know we're in the training building, so the number crunchers in that building, that bottom line, that's where you get your budget from. That's where you get your budget from. Because guess what? They got a set of funds set aside, guessing that you're probably going to fuck up at some point and get a lawsuit against you. Because you're not well regulated. So guess what? We can start to tap into those funds, backed up. So without regulation, what suffers? We all know this because you're literally living this life. You're feeling these symptoms, whether you know it or not. Accurate assessment, attention to detail. You lose the ability to communicate effectively. Nobody in here has ever heard radio traffic that's terrible because somebody's so spun up, right? Dispatchers? You even know that officer, that firefighter, probably by name, and you've nicknamed them. Don't be ashamed. She's saying yes. Very, very quiet. She's saying yes. Would you agree? You know that when Officer 725 gets on the radio, you can tell, whatever, that something's going like, right. We've heard it. Decision. We move from the survival brain we move from the prefrontal cortex in that survival brain. We lose the ability to recover. Brain to body communication goes down. Literally, it's so fascinating to watch firefighters. I take you in a yoga class, everything's working fine. I literally put you into bunker gear that you're wearing every day, and y'all forget which side's the left side of your body. No joke. Like, literally forget left hand, right hand. It's fascinating. Also, by the way, not the most stressful thing you've ever encountered. This is not by accident that make the shock button that great big orange button on y'all's defibrillators. It's not by accident, because when you lose that brain-to-body connection and you start to lose those critical decision-making skills when shit's hitting the fan and you lose proprioception, now you're fumbling around for that button and you can't find it. That's why it's that great big orange one. Body stays in threat response. Nervous system stays in that threat response, which is leading to post-traumatic stress. The stats back it up. Second leading cause of death in the fire service is heart attack. Leading cause of death in the fire service, cancer. We can talk all day long about sleep. We've done pretty well with particulate carcinogens in the fire service. James Gearing behind the shield, he's one of the big proponents of shifting the shift schedule in fire service. If you listen to that podcast, he's one of our brothers up from the Orlando area, I believe. Fascinating studies outside of there. Just because you are in the job of shift work, you are technically working in a class 1 carcinogen state. Period. Just because of shift work, because of sleep disruption. Hate to break it to you. Got to figure out ways to get yourself into a rested state. Overexertion, leading cause and strains cause of fireground injuries. 25 to 30% of police officers have stress-based physical health problems. Listen, we're probably not all as fit and trim possibly as we were when we started the job. We see the guys that start to put a little bit of weight around their belly. It's not by accident. I'm here to again tell you it's not by accident. One of the key things of the stress response is actually slows down digestion. Okay? But we have to start combating that. We have to start doing better. And that's why we have stress-based physical health problems. 40% of police officers suffer from sleep disorders. Can we also agree that all of this is probably highly underreported? Like, honestly, like, I would probably argue that we're up at like 100%. You know? An officer with a sleep disorder is more likely to have a complaint written up against him or her. Do you suppose that carries over to the fire service? Yes. When we make poor decisions, probably about 4 o'clock in the morning when we haven't been sleeping all night long, right? We all know this one to be true. We're living it every day. You don't need some scientist to tell you that one. Fatigue and mental physical stress decrease performance and have So for EMS folks, fatigue and mental and physical stress, decreased performance have caused emergency vehicle crashes. When is our number one time to have emergency vehicle crashes? Early in the morning. It's all tying together, right? It's all tying together. This is where we start to hit it home. These are old stats. It's getting worse. It's not getting better. It's getting worse. The numbers aren't slowing down. And I would argue once again, our suicide rate in public safety is also grossly underreported. Because whether we like it or not, we get pretty creative in ways that we can kill ourselves. Was it a car accident? I don't know. We're doing better because we're having days like this. But at the end of the day, to make real, effective, lasting change, it's organizational change management. It's OCM. We're changing cultures, folks. And that's why this is hard work. And why I'm proud to be here with you guys. So we now know the difference between relaxation and regulation. This is an interesting study. Notice the date on the bottom right-hand corner. 2004. Notice who this was done by. The IAFF. 2004 by the IAFF, okay? In light of the psychological demands associated with firefighting, experts in the field have suggested that by enhancing psychological skills, examples coping with stress, mental preparation, etc., via psychological skills training programs, firefighters may be better prepared to meet the psychological demands of the job. 2004, where's that training at? Why are we not demanding this stuff, right? Like, let's go. Let's fucking go. Like, this is the rally cry, right? Let's go. We've asked students in studies in rooms such as this, how much of your job is mental versus physical? And by mental, I mean like that mental toll, figuring out the problems, dealing with it afterwards. And over and over again, we hear 80, 90% mental. Great. How much mental training did you get in academy? How much preparation did you get for that part of the job? Then switches 10 to 25% or so. And that's a lot better than it was. Because I bet there's folks in the room that when they went through academy, a big fat donut, 0. I started my career back in volunteering in 2004, and I can tell you that it was 0, 20 years ago plus, okay? So there's a missing skill set. We're identifying it, we're talking about it, it's time to start training it. So for the skill set to be effective, it's got to have techniques of a vehicle for practicing mindfulness. We know the benefits of mindfulness from that first speaker. There's got to be a method for processing the stress, thanks to the body keeps a score. We got to get the stress out of our bodies, because if we sit here and get this thing under control, that's great. My back's still fucked up and my knees are still tight and my shoulders are still tight. Like, I feel like shit because I can't move around, but that's cool. I can sit still and think about nothing, right? Like, I'm being a bit facetious, but y'all are sticking with me, right? Yeah. And agreeing with me to a point. The techniques for consistent recovery need to be cognitive, somatic, and neurological. We've already all agreed. It's mind, body, and nervous system. We've got to be deliberate, consistent, and challenging. Challenging. Listen, challenging is something that we do. There's a lot of organizations out there, quite frankly, that if you say, hey man, I think I've got a mental health issue going up, they're gonna like take you and put you in a padded room and start talking to you differently and treating you with some kid gloves and things like that. No, you guys are warriors. You all signed up for a badass job. You're firefighters, you're cops, you're dispatchers, you're medics. Like, you wanna be in the fight. That's what you signed up for. And so what we found with working through folks is if we bring a challenge to those folks, they rise that challenge and they process that shit out. There's no treating you with kid gloves. Like, let's go, let's do the work. Let's get after it. And so it's got to be tailored to public safety, right? It's got to be tailored to y'all. And so at the end of the day, that's what we do. That's why you have the cards on your table. That's why I'm so excited to be part of the change, the cultural change. There's more to come with this, with Fred and Chief back there for you guys coming up in December. You guys have a fantastic opportunity, quite frankly. It's not by accident that I'm here today talking with you guys. So what do we do with yoga for first responders? Why are we different? Well, number one, I'm never going to take you to the beach and have you put your legs around your neck. Like, that's not happening. In fact, I won't ever take you to the beach to do yoga class. I won't ever take you anywhere other than where you are already doing all of your other training. Because guess what? This is the training for the job. I need you to be able to perform under pressure and get your shit together here, and then it'll translate out there. Okay? Our approach is proactive. So this is where autonomic fitness comes in and neuroplasticity. So what's super cool about yoga training specifically, and why this is the passion project of my life at this point, is that it's proactive mental health and wellness training. We're proactively training you to deal with the stress of the job tomorrow. And you're like, I don't buy it. Watch this. So we know that you're going to feel stress. I know you're going to feel stress tomorrow, right? Yes. If you're not going to feel stress tomorrow, whatever. I don't believe you. You're going to feel stress tomorrow. And so you can train your body how it responds to it. You can. And so I use yoga because I can finely tune your stress response. You saw the Yerkes-Dobson law of too much stress and too little stress in the first presentation, and there's an optimal state of stress. So what that slide continues on to show is that that state is actually 4% out of your current capacity. And so I have ways to watch your body to see how much stress I'm inducing into you. I use your breath and I use your hands. And that sounds really weird and really kooky, but if I can pay attention to your breath, if you start to hold your breath, we've probably pushed beyond your current capacity. I've amplified that stress response a little too far. And then I watch your hands, and if your hands start to check out, and by that I mean I'm going to tell you that your hands are going to be like this through an entire yoga class, and if they're not like this and you start to do this, guess what you're probably thinking about? Your grocery list, what your kids are up to, what your husband's doing while you're here at work, all kinds of bad shit. Your hands are going to start going like this, okay? And so I watch your breath and I watch your hands, and that lets me tune into a very sweet spot in your body where I know I've got you dialed in. And then from there, we start to train you breathwork techniques. And from there, we start to add in cognitive behavioral therapy so that the next time your body's in a stress response state, it activates that breathwork and it activates that cognitive behavioral therapy you've been taught in yoga class. So I can actually train your body to start to respond to stress the way you want it to versus the way it's going to. So that's a proactive training tool for dealing with stress. Fascinating. That's neuroplasticity. Job specific and culturally informed. I can literally tie every posture that we do back to a fireground activity, back to a law enforcement activity, every one of them. So if I can't tie it back to some job skill, it's not in our protocol. So I'm never going to have you doing some weird, silly posture that's trying to put your legs around your neck. There's no job application for it. Okay? Everything's going to be job specific, and that includes, as he mentioned they do with the military, standing still, at attention, paying attention. Because law enforcement officers, ready position, interview stance, right? Firearm side back, front legs forward, you all know the position, hands in front of your vest, right? This, quite frankly, is when you've got to be the most mindful and the most aware of what's happening. So you better learn to practice like this for the job out there. And that's where we work on this. That's where we start to tie it together. We process the stress out because then I put you in physical drills and we start to shake the stress chemicals outside of your body, out of those tissues. We build resilience because of how we're using the neuroplasticity to change the wiring of your brain. And then ultimately enhancing performance. I want you to perform better out there. Oh, and by the way, post-traumatic growth is also about job performance as well. When they start talking about post-traumatic growth, there's a really, really fascinating neurosteroid called DHEA. So there's a book out there called The Upside of Stress, Dr. Kelly McGonigal. Interesting book. She does a study where she starts to focus in on DHEA. I'm going to run the study real briefly. You guys are Group A. You guys are going in for the hardest job interview of your life. It's going to be the most exciting day of your life because it's the job you've always wanted. You're going to kick ass. The questions are going to be super challenging though, and so every time they ask you a new one, you're going to take a moment, think about it, rise to the occasion, hit the home run, knock the answer out of the park. Awesome. You're going to crush it. You guys are going in for the hardest job interview of your life because it's the job you've always wanted. Every question they throw at you is going to make it more stressful for you. You're going to wilt and wither under the pressure of this job interview. It's going to be terrible. It's going to be the worst thing you've ever done in your life, and you're probably not going to get the job. Good luck. Right? Which side gets hired every time? That side. Which side has higher levels of DHEA in their system? That side. There's the kicker. Which side has higher levels of cortisol in their system? Yeah, y'all have heard cortisol. That's why I dropped DHEA first. So what the science and research shows then is that that is all about perception. We can raise our DHEA levels through perception of the stressor, right? Now, another study out of the University of Wisconsin-Madison, he brought this one up. Car accident survivors. Post-traumatic growth versus post-traumatic stress. Car accident survivors that saw that that car accident was the worst thing in their life and they've wilted and withered underneath it and have got post-traumatic stress from the moment, had lower levels of DHEA in their system. Car accident survivors who have grown from that accident and feel like it was the best thing that ever happened to them and found out that it was a gift from the universe or God or whatever because it allowed them to do X, Y, or Z, higher levels of DHEA in their system. That's an important finding, folks. That's an important finding, okay? Pay attention to this stuff. The research is emerging. It's there. We just got to pay attention to it. And so then, with that cognitive behavioral therapy that we drop in, every time I introduce the stress response to you, I'm going to ask you one specific question. Is this a challenge or a threat? And your response back to me is challenge. I don't care if you don't think it's a challenge. I don't care if you're holding your breath and like, fuck, this sucks. This is a threat. No, your response back is challenge. Because it's that easy under stress to change the perception of it from challenge or from threat to challenge. Higher levels of DHEA as the challenge response goes through our system. It's important stuff to learn. Simple, but not easy. Highly effective. Simple, but not easy. Highly effective. It allows us to access the flow state. It allows us to perform under pressure using stress as a tool. We just went through the exercise of how that could possibly be. We can see that stress rising us to the challenge. Tactical performance. Anybody in here a ground fighter, BJJ person? One in the very back, far back. I saw the little finger raised. I mean, own it, brother. It's fine. Our ground fighters in the room, they know this. Hicks and Gracie says, if you can't breathe in a position, you don't own that position. If you can't breathe in a position, you don't own that position. Firefighters, you put bunker gear on, highly constrictive, highly awkward working positions at points. If you can't breathe under that constriction in those awkward working positions, you don't own that position. Cops, you get into some kind of engagement with a civilian and all of a sudden it goes south and it goes sideways real fast. If you can't breathe in the position, you don't own that position. Dispatchers, shit's going sideways on the radio. If you get yourself spun up because you can't take the breath to put yourself back together, guess what? You don't own that position either. It applies to everybody, on down the line. Prior to attending, I had attempted yoga multiple times and was never able to complete a session due to anxiety or frustration for not being able to guide my thoughts and be present in the moment. Who had that experience when you practiced mindfulness just a few minutes ago, right? The methodology behind YFR and the way it is taught really helped me understand yoga and how applicable it is to every facet of being a first responder. I literally, by teaching you proper ways to breathe, can make the pack on your back last longer. Y'all are down here in Southern Florida, and you know the guy that comes out of the house and their pack's frozen to their back. Anybody? You seen that happen? Because they breathe that pack down so fast? Yes? No? You can't hear me? Oh, I was going to say, son of a bitch, I got to start over. Rewind. No, they're breathing so hard in the house, they come out and that pack is literally frozen on their back. Stuck in there. It's frosted over. You know that happens. right? We can make that bottle last longer so that you can perform that job you want to do longer inside. Law enforcement. When the stakes are high, operating at peak performance increases positive outcomes for first responders. Incorporating Wi-Fi protocol into the training regimen gives deputies and officers the tools and constructively process stress in real time and positions them to improve their recovery from job-related trauma. It's practical, it can be used in squad cars, shift briefings, or virtually anywhere peak performance is needed by first responders. And yes, this is about our protocol specifically, because y'all have misconceptions about the other kinds of yoga out there, okay? It's not for you. Highly specialized tool for a highly specialized skill set, which is you folks. For the chiefs in the room, this is what you're after. Longevity of career, survivability, improved internal communication, less money spent on disability, development of the whole elite responder, enhanced community relations, on down the line. That bottom one, do you think it's by accident that we're now 80% law enforcement? I mean, no, come on. If we're putting better regulated officers on the road, we're having enhanced community relations. You heard this from the first guy. Tactical breathwork has been endorsed by the Navy SEALs for reducing burnout, reducing blood pressure, increasing cardiorespiratory fitness, and enhancing the calm and focus in intense situations. Listen, a dollar line in Australia. In addition to large reduction in work-related sickness and absence, the training was also associated with the return of investment of $13 for every dollar spent. This has monetary benefits. And I don't tell that for you guys who are in the health and wellness, peer support, CISM groups. I tell you so you can take all of this information and send it back over to that building because they care about this stuff. They do. And if you don't think so, you haven't been in that building long enough. Like, they care about it. So us, YFFR, I can have all of that data. All of that data is stuff that we've pulled out of literature from people like, literally like the first speaker's partner, Amishi Jha. Like, we pull from the research that she's done, so I didn't even realize it, but I was in the same room as somebody of literature that we pull, and that's super cool. But it wasn't on our protocol, and so people are like, yeah, so what? Yoga's not for my people. My people aren't yoga people. Okay, seems kind of weird. I just literally showed why you should care about doing yoga, mindfulness, breathwork techniques, and all of that literature and all of those research books and all those papers. Yoga's not for you. And so we said, okay, fine, hold my beer, and got to work. So during COVID, we went under a 6-week clinical trial, all online. The results from this clinical study showed the high level takeaway was, can resilience training be taught online? That was the initial question. The answer came back, yes, can be effectively taught online. However, this secondary outcome makes me more proud of what we did. This makes me more proud of what we did, especially learning about post-traumatic growth, right? So, secondary outcome showed a significant improvement in the adaptive cognitive strategy of the stress mindset. We've given a proactive tool that while you're under stress, you now start to see it as a challenge. That's important. That's important. Then they're like, oh wait, that's only a 6-week study online, not good enough. Fine, hold my beer, we'll go back to work. So then we did a 16-week randomized clustered control study up and down the Front Range of Colorado in conjunction with the University of New South Wales, Australia. What they found out in this one is that with this program, you can have significant improvements for sub-threshold PTSD. That's an important marker, not folks that have already been diagnosed with post-traumatic stress. There are protocols and things that they need to be going through. Sub-threshold folks, sub-threshold PTSD are folks, quite frankly, that are in this room. If you're on these jobs, you have sub-threshold PTSD. You do. Meaning you have some of the symptoms, but not enough of them to be diagnosable. So that's sub-threshold PTSD. Does that follow me there? Okay. So significant improvements for sub-threshold PTSD. Target key modifiable risk factors of PTSD. Benefits retained in those who continue training. Safe and suitable for public safety. Standardized approach allows for wide adoption. We're going to be doing an instructor school, a train the trainer program here with you guys, if y'all sign up, in December. This is what we're bringing to the table. This is why I'm here with you guys today. Because this is where we start to work on that organizational change management. Because it takes people like you, quite frankly. we offer the standardized approach that allows for wide adoption. So yeah, you guys are going to be teaching the same thing in Miami-Dade County that they're teaching in Manchester, New Hampshire, that they're teaching in Georgia at FLETC at the U.S. Marshals Academy, that they're teaching in Chicago at Chicago Police Department, that they're teaching in Portland at Portland Police Department. It's all the same. It's all the same. It took the 2004 study from the IAFF and continued on and says emotional regulation training is occupational training. This is occupational training. Turns out that 2004 study wasn't lying to you. We just never did anything with it. So here's some more information, okay? Regular training for ongoing exposure. Just like you go to the gym. If you stop going to the gym, you heard people dropping weights in there this morning, right? Somebody's in there working out. If you stop going to the gym for 3 months, do you go in there and expect to pick up the same amount of weight by taking 3 months off? No, because life continues to happen. Same thing here. This is why it's autonomic fitness training. Great, you did one mindfulness exercise this morning. That's not changing your life. It proves out and bears out in our research too, that after about 90 days, if you don't do any work for 90 days, none, guess what happens? Your symptoms start to creep back in. That shouldn't shock anybody. It shouldn't shock anybody. That's why we got to start putting these tools in place at briefings, at the day room table. People say, when do I implement this? Great, Captain, good question. How about when your crew's coming together, you start with 3 to 5 minutes of breath work every shift. Keep it simple. Keep it simple. Briefings, roll call. The workplace is the ideal setting for habit formulation. I don't want you to go to a yoga studio. I don't want you to go to the beach. I don't want you to do anything else. I want you to put this shit in play at work. So it feels like job training, because guess what? It is. Okay. Lieutenant Colonel Dave Grossman. Everybody knows this name at this point. If you haven't, go and read On Combat, especially y'all. It's a fantastic book. There's a lot of science and research in it, but it's a great book. Most people know Lieutenant Colonel Grossman. They appreciate him. They appreciate what he's doing. They've read On Combat, but somehow they missed this paragraph in the book. He literally even calls out the word yoga. Literally calls out the word yoga. First word of the sentence is probably why y'all gloss over it. Like, I'm not dumb. Like, I thought this shit's not for me. Okay, yoga, Zen, and the martial arts may have some mystical connotations, but when you strip away the mysticism, all that is left is a simple process that allows you to gain conscious control over your unconscious nervous system and then puts it to work for you. I love that part. Gain conscious control over your unconscious nervous system. That's literally learning the guidebook of putting your hands back on the steering wheel and taking back control of your vehicle. That's all it is. That's what that means. All right, that QR code on the bottom right is to sign up for an email list where we're going to notify you about the instructor school coming up in December when that registration opens, okay? If you can't see the QR code or scan it from the back of the room, come on up afterwards. I'll leave it up. Let's look at your card. Let's give you some takeaways, because we still have 15 minutes, yeah?
Does anyone have any questions?
That's fine, because I'm going to go over the card. So y'all can sit on your hands and not ask questions, and we get more time with this. But I'm not letting you break for lunch early without giving you some tools to take home.
Yeah, any way that we can actually do some of the practices? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's what this card is.
Oh, excellent. So everybody look at your card and get ready for that.
The golden nugget of everything that we do is tactical breath work, okay? There are 4 parts to our protocol. It's all rooted in traditional Hatha yoga. Our founder and CEO actually did her 500-hour training in yoga in Rishikesh, India. Turns out traditional yoga in India looks very different from yoga here in the West. Not a whole lot of marketing and branding of it over there. Very disciplined, okay? In fact, so disciplined, I had a chief from the National Park Service 2 weeks ago say, man, the way you guys teach this almost feels like a martial art. Yeah, because yoga actually is an original martial art. There's actually warriors 5,000 years ago that needed to put their mind, body, and nervous system into a good spot to fight. That's why it exists in the first place. No joke. So it actually is a martial art. So the 4 steps to our protocol. Number 1 is tactical breath work. It's the foundation of everything that we do. It's the only non-negotiable. You can't get away from it. We've taught in academies, no joke, where that if they had an officer that was hurt and injured, they didn't get out of yoga class. Did not get out of yoga class. They had to come to yoga class wearing a suit and tie, no joke, sit in the chair and do every breath work we taught the rest of the class while they were doing the yoga class. And guess which one's harder? To do a yoga class where you get to move, or sit in your chair and do the breath work? Sit in the chair and do the breath work, because it's the only non-negotiable. And so no matter where you're hurt and where you're injured, you can still do breath work. Okay? So that's the only non-negotiable. Number 2, physical drills. I already told you why I use physical drills. It's to amplify the stress response, dial it up, dial it back, and to process out the stress hormones out of your body. Okay? Because it's that fascia and connective tissue that's making us tight, it's making us brittle, it's giving us the strains and the sprains, and so we need to open up that fascia and connective tissue, and we can do that by moving the body. Number 3, we end every class with what we call neurological reset. Neurological reset, this should sound familiar, is single point of object focused meditation. That's what you were working on in the first class. That's how we end every one of our classes. And then we drop in cognitive behavioral therapy, where that once I have your stress response dialed up, I'm going to ask you, is this a challenge or a threat? And you're going to respond back, challenge. So a real hot, sweet cocktail of several different modalities rolled into one protocol. This card is your tactical breathwork training guide. There's more of them back there. I set them on the food table. The food came in, so they're probably not there anymore. But take some, take them back, give them away to your people, because honestly, this is the golden nugget. This is it. So this is what we're going to work on. So 3 steps to activate the calm button. Whenever I hear people say, yoga's not for me, I appreciate that. I hear you, and I'm going to disagree. And this is why. Because we are working at a physiological level with these breathwork techniques, meaning that if you can breathe and you choose to do these breathwork techniques, they will work for you, because your body doesn't have any other way to respond. It doesn't. And so I hear you, I accept that's where you're coming from, and I'm going to disagree with you. That if this stuff on here does not work for you at a physiological level, then we got to get you over to a lab somewhere, because you're one of 7 billion people that's different, okay? Yeah, it will work for you if you give it a shot. So 3 steps to activate the calm button. Inhaling through our nose, breathing down into the belly, and the exhale longer than the inhale. Keep it simple. That's it. No numbers, no metrics, no blah, 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 anything else. We'll make it harder, but it's that simple. If you inhale through your nose, down into your belly, so you feel that belly push out, and then exhale longer than your inhale, whatever the counts. Physiologically, you are activating the parasympathetic nervous system. That's it. That's all you have to know. That's the takeaway. That will activate the calm button of your body, of your mind, with those 3 steps. Right underneath that is called when under extreme stress. Actually, let's do that. I'm going to guide us into what we call 3-part breath. So ideally, this is where we're going to get to. So push your chairs back from the table so you have a little bit of space. Yeah, the chief says it, then everybody does it. The yoga guy says it, and nobody does it. No, I'm just kidding. Everybody did it. All right. Feet are down on the ground. You're sitting up with that tall spine we did for mindfulness practices to start with, okay? That's where you're starting from technique. Take your hands and put them down on your lap, on your belly where that belt would hit. So it's basically right at the fold of your legs. If you cannot breathe through your nose, work towards it. If you have a deviated septum, if you have some kind of sinus issue, research actually shows you can train and overcome that and get back into nasal breathing, but it is training, okay? But for best we can, breathe in through the nose. As you breathe in through your nose, the belly pushes out. We're supposed to be breathing down into our belly, but we lose that for a whole host of reasons as we go through life. Exhale, the belly draws back in. Inhale, the belly pushes out. And this is exaggerated breathing, so really feel like you're pushing that belly out. Exhale, the belly draws back in. Inhale, the belly pushes out. I should be able to see it. I can see it. Exhale, the belly draws in. This is the hardest thing I teach people to do, sit still and breathe. Inhale, belly pushes out. Exhale, the belly draws back in. On your own, so I should see that belly pushing out and the belly drawing back in. Take the right hand, put it on your rib cage right about where that vest would go, right about where the SCBA straps would go, and really push in on the rib cage, because that'll give the ribs something to push against. So as you inhale now, the belly's going to push out, and then the rib cage expands a little bit. Exhale, ribs deflate, belly deflates. Inhale, belly, ribs. Exhale, ribs deflate, belly deflates. Exaggerated breathing. I should be able to see it. Inhale, belly, ribs. Exhale, ribs deflate, belly deflates. Inhale, belly, ribs. Exhale, ribs deflate, belly deflates. Take the right hand, put it up on your chest just below your collarbones. Now as we inhale, the belly inflates still first, the ribs expand that little bit, and then the chest tops us off. Exhale, the chest deflates first, then the ribs, then the belly. Inhale, belly, ribs, chest. Exhale, chest deflates, ribs deflate, belly deflates. Inhale, belly, ribs, chest. Exhale, chest, ribs, belly. Inhale, belly, ribs, chest. Exhale, chest deflates, ribs deflate, belly draws back in. Take your hands, put them on the table onto your lap, and see if you can just do 3 rounds of that breathing without the guides of your hands now. Inhaling, belly, ribs, chest. Exhaling, chest deflates, rib deflates, belly deflates. Inhale, belly, ribs, chest. Exhale, chest, ribs, belly. Cool. All right. I hate to say it, trust circle. Who had a really hard time with that? Raise your hand. Yeah, it's okay if it's have a hard time feeling that belly breathing, because we start to lose it, right? We don't think about how we breathe, and so most of us are just sitting here breathing high and tight in our chest. That's cool. That's fine, but it's not how we're supposed to breathe. We're supposed to breathe down into that belly and using that diaphragm muscle, but as we enter into careers with high stress, as we start to think about, oh, I've got to keep my abs pulled in so I look good on the beach and everything else. Y'all are in Miami. That never happens here. I live in Albuquerque. Nobody gives a shit what I look like over there. Like but we stop to use that belly. We stop using that diaphragm. The diaphragm is critically important. Again, physiologically, it's actually massaging the vagus nerve. And so the vagus nerve is then sending a signal up to the brain. Your body is safe and it's protected, which allows it to enter the rest and digest mode. Okay? Fascinating. We start to dive down into these rabbit holes. That's 3-part breath. Now, it is training, so keep working on it. The more you do it, the more that will become your default breathing pattern, which means you'll activate parasympathetic more often, rest and digest. Okay, now let's layer into it. We're going to go top row off to the third one off to the right for recovery. We call this recovery breath. Notice that it follows the rules of the 3 steps to activate the calm button. We're going to be breathing in through the nose. We just learned 3-part breath, and we're going to exhale. The exhale's longer than the inhale because we're going to inhale for 3 and exhale for 5. Okay, so stick with me. Find that breathing position. I'll coach you through it. I'm a breath coach. It's fine. I got you. I got you. All right. So find that good spot to breathe, and I'll count it off. Exhale, let everything go. Inhale, 2, 3. Exhale, 4, 3, 2, 1. 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 2 more on your own. In for 3, out for 5. All right, let's add on to recovery breath. Notice that the counts for recovery breath and for 4 high performance on right next to it, inhales and exhales are the same counts. One key difference is we're going to hold our inhale for 2 counts. So it'll be in for 3, hold for 2, and then exhale for 5. So we're slowing that cycle of breathing down one step further. Okay, we're gearing it back one step further. In for 3, hold for 2, exhale for 5. So we'll give that one a few, I'll count you all out for a couple of rounds, and then I'll let you go on your own. So exhale, let everything go. Inhale, 2, 3, hold, 2, exhale, 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale, 2, 3, hold, 2, exhale, 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale, 2, 3, hold, 2, exhale, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let go of that exercise because we're going to add on to that one. So now we're going to add in some cognitive behavioral therapy to this. So y'all are thinking to yourself right now, you're thinking to yourself like, this is either really cool or that's fucking dumb, whichever, I don't care. I'm working towards that's cool, okay? I hope we're trending that way. Now, whatever you're thinking, you're going to think this to yourself. No matter how you're feeling, think it, okay? You're going to say to yourself on your inhale, I am calm. And on your exhale, you're going to say to yourself, I am in control. 3 syllables, 5 syllables. It matches with the breath counts, regardless of how you're feeling, because now we're actually impacting our heart rate variability from both the breath and from the mind. So we're using the body to work from the bottom up, and we're using the mind to work from the top down. Our clinicians in the room understand that. Firefighters, cops in the room, just know that we're using the going like this, okay? So, I am calm, I am in control. Yeah, I got you. All right, exhale, let everything out. Inhale, I am calm, hold, 2, I am in control. I am calm, hold, 2, I am in control. Keep with that breathing pattern and that thought patterning for a few rounds. I'll tell you when to stop. I am calm. I am in control. Cool, break, at ease. So that's an example of one of our single point of object meditations we use at the end of class, but you can see how we're layering on different pieces of it. So a different mindfulness practice, but in the same vein as what you learned in the first class. Super cool how it all overlaps and ties together. Good planning, Fred. Well done. It was all on purpose. I guarantee it. It's fantastic. Under extreme stress, that first bottom row, first one on the left, that's the physiological sigh that he talked about. Inhale completely through the nose, at the top, sniff in hard, exhale slowly out the mouth. He talked about box breathing. That's the bottom row all the way to the right. 4 counts, 4, 4, 4, 4, used by special forces when they're in a highly stressful situation to bring themselves back into center and back into focus. I'm going to focus then in, because we're down to 1 minute left, on the increased stamina in the bottom. This is for learning how to maintain higher levels of CO2 tolerance so that you can use oxygen more effectively while you're in performing mode, aka making that pack last longer on your back. So the way you can do this in the morning time is a good test. It's called the BOLT test, the BOLT score. You inhale, exhale, and hold your breath out for as long as you can hold it out until you feel that first urge to breathe in. Write down the score, and that's your score. Very easy test to do. If I send you home or do that test now, most of you will score between 5 and 15 seconds, okay? If we're scoring less than 25 seconds, we're actually showing signs of dysfunctional breathing. I hate to break it to you, but you're in a high-stress job. You have a lot of stress in your life because of the careers you have chosen that is impacting your CO2 tolerance, okay? Now, that's important for folks that have limited amounts of air on their pack. How you can train that: inhale slowly, exhale slowly, and then hold your breath out for as long as you can. We'll start with, like, say, a count of 7. On our card, it's a count of 10, but just knowing our population, that's going to be pushing it. Over time, you'll work up that number. So let's just do one of these together. So it's inhale slowly, exhale slowly so everything's out, and hold your breath out for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Inhale slowly, exhale slowly, hold out, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then resume normal breathing. If you can stretch out that hold at the bottom, you actually are training to have higher CO2 tolerance, so you'll actually perform better by getting more oxygen to your tissues. That's using 120-year science at this point called the Bohr effect, okay? I'm Eric Brenneman. This is Yoga for First Responders. Hopefully we have changed your mind about what that is. That QR code is going to stay up there because you guys do have that unique opportunity coming up in December.
That's correct, yes. We'll be sending something out within the next few months for December.
Yeah, cool. So
Absolutely.
that'll put you on your on a list that we'll be able to contact you as well about that training. Cool. Thanks.
Thank
Pete.
you so much, Eric. All right, so I'm going to ask you guys just to do something for me real quick. I want you to take a nice deep breath. What you're smelling is the South Florida Benevolent Police Association sponsoring lunch for us right there in the back. So please go ahead and partake in the lunch, and we'll be back here at 12 noon for Captain Ben Vernon. So thank you, guys. Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you all enjoyed your lunch. Okay, our next speaker, Captain Ben Vernon, has proudly served the citizens of San Diego as a captain paramedic with the Fire Rescue Department for over a decade. He's a member of the Hazardous Material Technical Rescue Teams, the FEMA California Task Force, 8 Urban Search and Rescue Team, and holds 5 specialist positions. On June 24, 2015, Ben's life changed. While responding to a routine medical assistance call, he was stabbed multiple times by a bystander. The incident led Ben to become a champion for first responder PTSD recognition and treatment. Now he travels the country to share his story to help others while continuing to serve his community. Ben, thank you for being here today. The floor is yours.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for having me. Can you hear me okay? The microphone works? All right, perfect. First, just honored to be here and speaking to you, and I'm so happy to see so many different agencies here, all under one roof. That's pretty cool. I hope my own city can kind of mimic that and bring so many together. So I'm happy to be here. I am going to share my story with you. I'm going to break it into 2 parts. The first part is about me and the call that led to my PTSD. I was almost murdered on a medical aid. That attempted murder was caught on video. We are going to watch that video. I am very excited. I'm a little worried about my EMT students here. We're going to check on them afterwards, all right? I got a lot of peers and chaplains. This is our group we're going to keep an eye on. They're all going to quit school after today. Sorry, guys. I'll try not to scare the living shit out of you, I promise. The second part, guys, is why you're here. I found a really good therapist, and he started teaching me and educating me and sharing what he knew about mental health. I didn't know anything about it. And so I just wanted to share. I'm here to share what I learned from him. All right? So let's get started.
Things that other people don't see in their normal lives. And we seem to go through that very well, but when one of ours is involved, it really changes the dynamic and it really hits home.
It was a first for San Diego firefighters who thought they'd seen it all. Just 2 hours ago, the department discussed the frightening details about how 2 of their own were stabbed during the middle of a rescue call.
10 News reporter Riel Creighton is live at police headquarters with the serious injuries both of those firefighters suffered. Riel.
Yeah, as you said, Stephen, I take it those injuries very severe between the two of them. Those firefighters identified as Ben Vernon and Alex Walbert. Between the two of them, nearly 20 years experience as first responders. We just learned at this press conference just about 90 minutes ago that both men are expected to survive despite being stabbed multiple times while trying to help someone.
This thing went bad very, very quickly.
New details about what firefighters are calling a vicious assault on their own. Two firefighters stabbed repeatedly, one man in the upper body, the other in the back, the knife puncturing and collapsing his lung. The men were on a sick call to this trolley stop at Park and Market on the east platform trying to help someone when police say they were attacked.
He was asked several times by the firefighters to move back. He continued to interfere with the firefighters. Jones physically attacked and stabbed two of the firefighters.
Police say he used a folding knife to go after the first responders.
Before they knew it, they thought they were being punched. Before they knew it, they realized they had been stabbed.
Back row, can you
Fire
hear this?
Chief Javier Maynor says he's never seen anything like it in 35 years, describing the entire department as emotional.
These very senior people that I spoke with last night, including senior captains, supervisors, were visibly shaken to the point of tears.
All right, sorry about that. How do I prevent it from echoing? Better? All right. All right, so again, my name is Captain Ben Vernon. I've been on the job since 2006, so 18 years. I include this picture of me for two reasons. The first is I'm absolutely gorgeous in this photo. This is the best photo I have ever taken in my life. If you're wondering what happened, I blame COVID. So we were on lockdown just like you guys were, and many of the men and women in my department got very excited about lockdown, and they said, we're going to work out 3 times a day. And I said, I'm going to learn how to bake. And I did. I got really good at baking. The other reason I include this picture, you guys don't know my faces, but this is the face of a guy who is cocky, arrogant, and smug. I would have been that guy that if you would come to me and said, hey, I'm really struggling mentally, I would have said, well, suck it up, buttercup. That's what you signed up for. Or I would have stand you, STAN, shit, that ain't nothing. You ran on a dead baby. I ran on 2 dead babies. It didn't bother me. And I just wouldn't have been there for you. And I want to go back and punch this kid in the face because he doesn't get it. Ironically, the day this picture was taken, I'd been a firefighter for 1 day. Yeah. I knew when I got on the job, I wanted to get into spec ops. To me, doing all the specialty trainings, that was for me. So my first team I got on was hazmat, and our hazmat training is over a month long. And in the first week, they taught us how to make meth. So if the whole firefighting thing doesn't work out, I can Breaking Bad. And I shouldn't say that in a room full of cops. My bad, just kidding. But then I got on our technical rescue team, got to do some of the coolest stuff I could imagine, and started working downtown on one of our busiest engines in the city on the technical rescue team. And then that got me on our urban search and rescue team. So I was, in 5 years of my career, I was on 3 special teams. Guys, my ego would not have fit in this room. Okay? Now, this is my favorite firehouse saying, and we all have something like it. See a need, fill a need, see a job, do a job. It just means if you see something that's broken, you're the person that needs to fix it. You don't get to hand it off to somebody else. Right? Now, when you're new and you're young, right, the first thing, if the dishes are dirty, you clean them. If the floor is dirty, you mop it. If the trash is full, you take it out. I can tell you, at this point in my career, I graduated to see my need, fill my need. What can I do to be more of a badass? And I wasn't really thinking about anybody else but myself. What sort of training do you get in your own career about your own mental health? This is Tim, by the way. Tim is one of the strongest men I've ever met. His feats of strength are legendary in our department. But Tim doesn't like to wear clothes. So this is a good picture. He's wearing shorts. That's a big stretch for him. Every department has a Tim. Miami-Dade, is it Laz? This is Laz, isn't it? Does he have a Viking helmet? I could see that. But what sort of training do you get in your own career? Well, I'll tell you, for us on the West Coast, these are the 12 slides. These are the only 12 slides you get in your whole career with regards to your own mental health. I was an EMT instructor for a decade. We taught these 12 slides on the very first day of class. Now, I didn't see it again in medic school. I didn't see it in fire school. I didn't see it in any of the rescue classes or the hazmat classes, how to read smoke, auto extrication, right? There was nothing ever, again, for mental health. So if you missed the 12 slides on the very first day of class, you missed it. That's all you had. as something we need to fix. All right, let's talk about the call that almost cost me my life, June 24th, 2015. So let me just step out of the way here, stay in my box. Okay. So, we are not on scene yet. This is downtown at the trolley stop, just a couple blocks from Petco Park. If you guys have ever traveled to see our downtown gas lamp area, this is not far from there. This gentleman in the white t-shirt is my patient. He's a drunk, intoxicated male in his mid to late 50s. I'll show you another picture later, but this is a 1-gallon jug of vodka. So this guy's a professional drinker, not like you amateurs. He is hammered. And he can barely stand, and he's kind of fumbling all over himself. When that happens, trolley security guards see that. Okay, these are security guards, and I want to make this abundantly clear. This is not San Diego PD. And one of the mistakes I made, and I'm going to tell you a lot of mistakes I made on this day, but one of them, we called these guys trolley cops because we assumed with their utility belt and all their equipment, they had the same level of training that my PD officers had. And we found out way too late that they have hardly any training at all. This gentleman is a bystander, also homeless. They're both homeless. They don't know each other. This guy wants to help. This guy is the guy that tries to kill me here in a couple minutes. So I've affectionately nicknamed him Stabby. His full name is Stabby Stabberton, and he is the mayor of Stabberville. Yeah, it's a lot of stabbing. So the problem we have is that this guy is drunk, he's belligerent, and he's not cooperating, and he's not working with anybody. The security guards are trying to do their job, and this guy wants to help, and everybody is getting in everybody's way. And so everybody's getting really frustrated. They're getting argumentative. No one's working well together, and they're getting pissed off. Now, our security guards, we've been working with them, right? We run a lot with them. So we train them over time, like, hey, maybe you don't need to call 911 for these kind of calls, right? So we've been kind of nudging them in the right direction. And it was working. They called our dispatch, and they said, hey, we have a drunk male. Can you just send a BLS ambulance to come pick him up? And our dispatch says, yeah, no problem. And they dispatched an AMR unit from Miami. Because 20 minutes goes by, no BLS rig, right? They're not there yet. Well, the call's escalating. It's getting argumentative. It's almost getting to the point. It's a shoving match. It's about to come to blows. The security guards call back, and they go, hey, where's that ambulance? And they don't say anything else. They just go, hey, where's the ambulance? And our dispatch goes, you know what? We're going to send an engine. They'll stop the clock. They can render aid until the BLS ambulance arrives. Will that work? And these trolley guys go, that sounds great. And so they dispatched us. We were right down the street. And it said in the notes, please babysit a homeless guy who's drunk until a BLS ambulance can arrive. How excited am I to go on this call? Not at all, right? Not even a little bit. But those are the notes. So we roll to the call. We have no idea what we're rolling into. Now I have this picture because the city put this 3-foot railing to separate your trolley riders from your pedestrians. Okay? Now the fight starts here. It spills over. I'm going to show you pictures of this. When it spills over the side, I'll turn it to video. But the fight spills over this railing. I jump over the railing to get in the fight. I'm trying to break it up. And I realize I'm in a bad spot. And I try to escape, and I back up, and I back into that railing, and I get trapped. And so I think I'm the only firefighter in history to get trapped outside. So here comes engine 4. This is my engine. We are the busiest engine in the city. We're the 4th busiest in the nation. We average 25 to 30 calls a shift. This is our 10th call of the day and our 3rd time at the trolley stop. Okay? Now, from my seat, I'm sitting behind the captain there in the back seat. We, like you guys, we like to park right in front of our call. But we can't because the trolley runs. So we have to park a block away and walk in. But my window's down. And as we roll by, I can see my patient. He's about a block away. But I see him standing and I hear him arguing. If he's arguing, what do I know about his airway? Patent. Good EMTs. Nice. Patent airway. If he's standing, what do I know about his blood pressure? He has one. That's a good answer. Right? I did my ABCs from my seat. So we roll up. I grab my gear. This trolley guy walks up to me and he goes, hey, I'm glad you're here. You've got a drunk male. That's all he says. He doesn't say, and by the way, for the last 20 minutes, we've been getting into it with a bystander. It's almost come to blows. We don't get that turnover at all. We grab our gear and we walk a block in. And again, to demonstrate complacency, my department has an amazing relationship with San Diego PD. And we have an unspoken rule. We call it the 3-foot game. Here's the game. And Miami, you need to play this game. It's a lot of fun. Our game is this. If a patient is alert and oriented times 3, if their vitals are within normal limits, if their only complaint is drunk, as long as they can take 3 steps, they don't have to go with us to the hospital. They can go with PD to the drunk tank, right? So here's what we do. We get PD over. We're like, hey, watch this. And we stand the patient up, and I back up, and I go, walk, right? And the guy takes a step, and all of us go, 1. And then the guy takes another step. We go, 2. And PD's like, don't you fucking do it. Don't you fuck. Right? They're trying to blow the guy over. About half the time, the guy takes the 3rd step. We're like, woohoo. PD's like, dang it. We're like, haha, you got to take him. But the other half of the time, the guy takes that 2nd, and then he starts to wobble. We're like, no, 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 no. And he falls back, and we catch him, and we put him on the gurney. We're like, dang it. PD's like, haha, you got to take him. Right? Right here. Complacency. I'm walking in. My captain goes, hey, Benny. And I go, yeah, Cap. And he goes, hey, man, 3 feet? And I go, oh, yeah, Cap. I got this. I got this. I did my ABCs from the rig, and I'm already thinking we're going to downgrade this to PD. Right? Complacency. Guys, we arrive and we make our bubble. We surround our patient like we're supposed to. There are now 4 professional firefighters, 5 security guards with guns. There are 9 of us outside on a Wednesday, right? No red flags are going off at all. Now my partner jumps in, starts doing an assessment. Look at me. I get a turnover from Stabby. Now he's not very helpful. He gives me a bunch of information I don't need, but I play the game. You guys know. I listen. I'm respectful for about 30 seconds. And then I go, okay, I got it. You know, thank you. Right? I got it. He grabs his backpack. He walks away. We left on good terms. And if you notice, my eyes are now focused on my patient, and now I've got to get him to be alert and oriented. I got to get vital signs, and I got to get him to walk 3 feet. That's where my head's at. What I don't see, if you look over my right shoulder, Stabby didn't go very far. He was still pretty pissed. And so he kind of re-engages with the security guards. He comes back and he starts arguing with them. And he goes, you guys are being disrespectful, and I was trying to help, and you weren't listening. And they bite. They go, hey, man, we know how to do our job, and we don't need your help, and you were getting in our way and making our job harder. And they just go right back to arguing. I hear that, but I don't care. I'm in my bubble. It's not my job. I'm taking care of my patient. What I also don't see is then he goes after my captain. He gets bored with security. He comes after my captain. He goes, your guys are being rude, and I was just trying to help. And my captain goes, look, man, I heard the trolley guys ask you to leave. I heard my guys ask you to leave. Now I'm asking you to leave. We got this. We don't need any help. And he gets in my captain's face. He starts poking him in the chest. He goes, I'm not going anywhere. What are you going to do about it? And my captain goes, look, man, I need you to step back. And he puts his hand on his chest, and he pushes the guy back, and he trips over one of these park benches. There it is. Game on, right? That's ignition. The fight's on. I don't see any of that. But he hops up, and he immediately starts punching a security guard. Now, you got to understand the confusion from our end. We've been on scene for 90 seconds. My captain pushes the guy over. The guy hops up and punches that guy. My captain's like, this is awesome. I knock you down, you kick his ass? Like, what is going on? We are totally confused. The fists hitting face, that's what finally snaps my attention. I turn and I go, oh, fight. My plan is, guys, I'm going to run over, and I'm thinking what we're going to do is grab this guy and bring him down. We're going to put him in handcuffs. PD is going to take 2. 1 to jail, 1 to the drunk tank. I haven't given up on that yet. I run over, and it looks like I'm pushing him. I'm actually trying to grab him and bring him back, but they hockey check him over that railing, and they dump him on his back. And for just a brief second, I go, okay, fight's over. But it's not. This guy rolls to his feet, and of the 9 of us, there's just 1 poor security guard on the other side of the railing by himself. Stabby grabs him and just 5, 6 times to the face, harder than I've ever seen, but I get punched. And I go, oh my God, I got to save the security guard. So I jump over the railing to break up the fight. A mistake. PD knows. If the fists are already flying, am I going to talk to this guy? No. But I missed that. I'm so comfortable around these types of situations, it just doesn't even occur to me to not talk. So as he's punching the guy, I wedge my body between these 2 gentlemen. I put my hands on their chest, and I push them apart. And I go, stop it. Stop fighting. And I looked at the security guard. I go, dude, are you all right? And he's like, yep, I'm good. And I go, hold on. And then I turn to Stabby and I go, dude, what is going on? Right? And I've now squared off with this guy. So here's the video. See, my hands are up. I'm trying to talk to this guy. Watch his right hand. He's now moving toward me, and I've another mistake, giving him the opportunity to regroup and rearm. My security guards are pepper spraying from 30 feet away. Thank you. Not helpful at all. Zero help. But right here, I realize I'm squared off. What was 9-on-1 is now 1-on-1, and I'm trying to get out of there. I'm like, oh man, I'm in a bad place. He's got a look in his eye I've never seen before. I can tell he wants to do me harm. That is the correct response. Thank you. Guys, that missed my kidney, but it severed a nerve in my back. I have no feeling at all in my back. Can I tell you though, if you have to lose feeling anywhere in your body, this is the perfect spot. Like I can bend and twist and lift like zero deficit. It's awesome. It's awesome. This one's less cool. This one broke my rib and punctured my lung. So this was a kill shot. This caused a pneumothorax. My lung collapsed and started filling with blood and air. EMT students, this is not normal. This does not happen every day. Okay? It's very rare. Rare. Just want to make that clear. It happens every Tuesday, right, guys? All right. So he tried to stick me in the head. Now what happened was, he kept the knife hidden. He came chest to chest and he hit me in the back. And I never saw the knife. But I remember as he punched me in the back, I'm like, man, you fight like a weirdo. Like, I've never gone toe to toe and then tried to punch somebody in the back of the head. And so he hit me. I'm like, okay, weirdo. Well, when he pulled the knife out of my chest, all the air in my lung went out sideways. It knocked the wind out of me. And I went, ugh! And as I doubled over, he tried to stab me in the head and he missed. Now, when I finally made it back to work, my entire department had seen this. They go, Benny, you are such a badass. That guy tried to stab you in the head. You ducked that guy. And I go, damn right. I'm like a ninja. But I'm not, guys, just insanely lucky. Here's another thing I learned. I gave this talk to Department of Corrections, and I learned from them. This is a prison-trained knife fighter. And what he is doing is stabbing me as if I was wearing a protective vest. Department of Corrections officers, when they get shanked in the prison yard, they get stabbed above the belt, below their vest, in the armpit where there is no vest, and in the head. So this is a prison-trained knife fighter, which makes me more of a badass. Okay. Never saw the knife. It was over. My partner doesn't see the knife either. He just sees the guy punching me, so he jumps into the fight. Now, Miami, I'm going to share this secret from San Diego. We have 3 very important rules to being a San Diego City firefighter. We instill this on day 1 of the academy. Our 3 rules are very simple. Rule number 1, always look good. Rule number 2, try to know what you're doing. Rule number 3, if you can't follow rule number 2, revert back to rule number 1. I am losing this fight. I have no idea what is happening. First thing I did, fix my sunglasses. It's very important to look good. So I'm going to play this whole video because I'm going to replay the whole thing in real speed, and I want you to see how fast this fight actually happened. My partner doesn't see the knife. He grabs the guy. Firefighters, we have 2 moves. We talk or we tackle. I tried talking, so my partner went, well, I'm going to tackle. So he tackled the guy. The guy still had the knife. So while he's laying on top of him, he just started sticking my partner, and he stabbed my partner 3 times. You're going to hear us yell cover now. That's our code for all hell's broken loose. Please send help. What's your code? What is it? 3. I said, what's your code? He goes, 360. And then someone goes, that's not it. 350. You need to review your trouble codes very quickly. That needs to happen today. All right. And then to this day, I still don't know what happened here. This still just curled up into a ball when the fight went down and just snuggled up. I don't know what happened. We called cover now. Chiefs showed up. PD showed up. SWAT showed up. I mean, everybody. It was awesome. Everybody came out of the woodworks. Dude, cops came up out of the sewer. I was like, what? It was awesome. We're like, help. And they're like, you called? We're like, dude, where have you been? That's amazing. Why were you in the sewer? Our chiefs got there. Detectives got there, news crews got there, the banner tape goes up, big investigation. Well, the story goes that a battalion chief ends up like barking orders and telling everybody what to do, is straddling this guy. And is like, and then he looks down and goes, "Who are you?" And he goes, "I'm the patient." And they're like, "Oh my God." So they transported him like 20 minutes later. You'll be happy to hear he made it. He lived. All right, here's the whole fight, real speed. And this is loud. Clear! Stop! Cover now! Cover now, cover now, cover now. There it was. 2 guys stabbed 5 times in a total of 5 seconds. It was over before I even knew it started. I'll tell you, I had earned a nickname about 4 months before this call. I've had a couple nicknames throughout my career, but this latest one was about 4 months before this. We are the busiest engine after midnight, so we just are running the gas lamp. A lot of the homeless people downtown, it's just nonstop calls all night long. And so about 4 months before this incident, I had earned a nickname. We had a call, it was like 3 or 4 in the morning, and we get off the rig, and it's an elderly homeless woman. And I said, "Ma'am, how can I help you? What's going on?" And she said, "I'm really sorry. There's nothing wrong with me medically. I was just really lonely, and I was hoping you'd give me a hug." And I was so tired. I was like, "Let me get this straight. I give you a hug, I get to go back to bed." And she goes, "Yep." And I go, "Girl, bring it in." Gave her a big old hug. I ended up with bed bugs and lice. So I became Olaf, the snowman from Frozen who likes warm hugs. So when I came back to work, there were Olaf dolls with knives in them. These were on my bed. They were in my locker. They were in my boots. There was pictures on the refrigerator. These were everywhere I looked. There were Olaf dolls all stabbed to hell. And then I have a picture because you would not believe me, but they had to rush me to the hospital. They gave me an emergency chest tube. They had to reinflate my lung and suck the air and blood out. The most painful thing I've ever experienced in my life. When they were done, then I heard the doc go, "Hey, let's give him some pain meds." So they did the whole procedure just cold. It was gnarly. But all the pain meds kicked in. I went to a very happy place. I was very loopy, and I don't remember this, but a couple of my guys got to my bedside, and they go, "Benny, anything you need? What do you need? And we'll get it for you." And apparently I said, "I need Oreos," and I passed out. I woke up covered in Oreo cookies, and I was like, "What is happening?" My guys were like, "We got you, dude. Thanks." I spent 3 days in the hospital. They made sure my lung was holding air on its own. They pulled the tube, stitched me up, send me home. And they said, "Look, our plan is you're going to be home 2-3 weeks, and then we're going to have you come back. We're going to make sure the stitches are holding, your lung is healed. We'll give you a pulmonary function test. And then as far as we're concerned, you are clear to go back to work." And I said, "I love this plan, right? I'm excited to get back to work myself." And they said, "Hey, for your troubles, here is some pain meds." And man, they hooked me up. I had Oxy, Percocet, fentanyl, heroin. When the pain got to be too much, I would take my happy pills, and then I would just drift off to my happy place. And that's how it went for about 10 days. But everyone in this room, we know how addictive those are, right? They are gnarly. And after about 10 days, I could feel it. I was like, ooh, it's getting its hooks. And I didn't want that. I knew in about a week or 2, I was supposed to be cleared to come back to work. I'm not coming back addicted. So I took all the opiates, poured them in the toilet, flushed it. I had extra strength Tylenol. My plan was I'm just going to take a Tylenol and I'm just going to grit it because I don't want to come out of this hooked. Well, what I didn't know is the opiates were suppressing my subconscious. And that first night without opiates, I had my first nightmare. We need another name for these. This is the gnarliest thing I've ever experienced in my life. That first night without opiates, I had a dream I'm back at the trolley stop. I'm up against the railing. My hands are up. I'm squared off with Stabby. Round 2. Okay? But guys, I can see him as clearly as I can see you. I can smell urine on the street. I can feel the sun on the back of my neck, and it's hot. And as I'm up against the railing, the trolley goes by behind me, and the wind knocks me off balance. It is that detailed. And he comes at me, and he stabs me in the back. But this time, I capture his hand so he can't pull the knife out. He can't get me a second time. And I grab him by his ear, and then I just sweep him and I throw him on the ground. And I get on top of him real quick. I grab him by both ears and I just start cracking his head into the pavement. Now, I don't want to kill him, but I just want him to go limp so he doesn't fight, so I can really hurt him. And so I crack his head 2 or 3 times, just hitting it into the pavement, and it works. He goes limp and he lays back. And I remember going, good, it's my turn now. And so I'm sitting there and I'm like, how can I hurt him? I want to hurt him as bad as he hurt me. And I decide the best way to do that is I'm going to bite off his face. And so while I'm holding his ears, I take a big bite and I sink my teeth right here into his orbit. But I bite so deep and so hard that the bottom of my teeth catch on the underside of his skull. And even in my dream, I'm like, I'm not strong enough to bite through skull. So I back up a little bit until I can feel his eyebrow. And I got his eyebrow, it's tickling my tongue, and I'm like, there it is. And so I bite through and I tear off a piece of his face and I spit it out and I'm glaring at him. And I can tell he's hurt, but he's not hurting enough. So then I decide I'm going to gouge out his eyes. So I take my thumbs and I put them on his eye sockets and I just shove them into his skull. And I go so deep and so hard that his eyeballs rupture and they pool in my hands. Now he's screaming. And I start screaming, taunting him. I wake up screaming. I sit straight up in bed and I'm going, "Argh!" Guys, I am soaked in sweat. My blood pressure is in my ears. My heart rate's about 150. My eyes are dilated. I taste blood in my mouth. And I turn around and I look at my bed, and my bed is soaked in sweat. And my poor wife, she's laying next to me. She's curled up in a ball like that homeless guy, and she's just like, oh, shit. And I remember I go downstairs, I sit in the dark, I drink a bottle of water, and I just try to bring my heart rate down. And I remember I'm just sitting there just drenched and amped and angry. And I'm like, oh, man, whew, that was intense. And I remember thinking that first night, of course, my bad. Terrible event, terrible nightmare. This makes sense. I should have been expecting this. That was dumb. Got it. But I watch the sun come up, and I wait till the sun goes down. Second night, same nightmare. Bite his face off, gouge his eyes out, wake up screaming. Third night, bite his face off, gouge his eyes out, wake up screaming. Fourth night, fifth night, sixth night, seventh night. And now I'm starting to panic. At some point, I couldn't sleep at all because I knew if I went to bed, I'd wake up in an hour, soaked in sweat, screaming my head off, tasting blood in my mouth. So I stopped sleeping altogether. And I'll be honest, I was panicked because I knew the deadline was approaching, that I was supposed to be cleared physically to go back to work, and I'm realizing mentally I'm not in a good spot. Now that's when the most surreal thing happened. The judge released the video to the media. And it was the media that played it in slow motion because if you played it in real speed, you can't see anything that happens. Now, I didn't know that they were wearing body cameras. I didn't pick up on that. And I certainly didn't know a guy was standing right behind me and filmed my attempted murder practically from my point of view. And the thing I got to tell you is when you go through an event like that, I was replaying that fight in slow motion every day. And so the media comes on and they said, hey, we have a video of a firefighter almost murdered with a knife. And I remember thinking, holy crap, another firefighter got stabbed? And then they showed my video from my point of view at the speed that I had been replaying it in my head. It was awesome. It was awesome. Now, before that, I had been getting hundreds of texts and calls. Hey, man, I hope you're okay. I heard what happened. Sounds bad. Call me if you need anything. I got hundreds of those. But that video gets released, and now people are driving to my house. They're knocking on my door, and they're going, dude, are you okay? And I realized after like the third visit, I go, these guys aren't asking if I'm physically okay. These guys are asking if I'm mentally okay. And then I remember thinking, oh man, this is great. I've got to get out of jail free card. I can go get mental health help and no one will make fun of me. We have the same stigma on the West Coast that you have here on the East Coast, right? If you have mental health issues, you're weak. And that's bullshit. But I remember thinking, I can get help and my reputation will stay intact. I've worked really hard on this reputation. I will get to keep it. No one will make fun of me. No one will think less of me. This is great. I picked up the phone. I called workers' comp. Guys, my department had nothing in place. Nothing. I didn't know that. I didn't know any better. I had 12 slides to work off of. I called workers' comp and I said, hey, I got hurt at work. I need to talk to a therapist. And my city goes, no problem. And they emailed me a list, 4 names, 4 phone numbers. First guy I called, his voicemail said, hey, I've been retired for 2 years. Please stop calling me. That should have been a red flag. It wasn't. I was like, whatever. I called the second number. I make an appointment with my therapist. And this guy over the phone goes, look, it's Tuesday. I can't see you till Friday. Is that okay? I go, not a problem. Now, I haven't slept in weeks. I haven't told him that. But my thought is, I can go through anything as long as I know there's help. As long as I know there's hope. Right? As long as I know, hey, by Friday, they're going to fix me. This is good. I go, no problem. I'll see you on Friday. My appointment is set. And I'll be honest, I got very excited. I've never worked with a therapist before, ever. I have no idea what they look like. Now, when I picture a therapist, when I tell you therapist, what do you picture in your head? Do you picture a male or a female? I picture this. He's got a tweed jacket with elbow patches and he has a pipe. I realized I was thinking of Sigmund Freud. I thought all therapists look like Sigmund Freud. I don't know why. I'm excited. I also figure that he's going to have that half couch you see in the movies. And I've never seen this in anyone's home, so I think you buy it in a therapist store. It's called a chaise lounge. I've learned that. And I figured I'd be there and I'd be crying like crazy and he would listen, right? And then after a while, he'd be like, dude, you are batshit crazy. This is what I thought was going to happen. Guys, Friday comes. I go to the office. I am next level excited. I meet my very first therapist. He was little. Nothing wrong with being little. I just wasn't expecting it. Like this dude was so short, you could see his feet in his driver's license picture. I'm not kidding you. His office door, just the bottom half opened up. The dude walked out. And I was like, here. And then I'm like, are you my therapist? So I picked him up and I carried him back to his office. I put him in a high chair. I was very excited. And this guy, he's excited to see me. And he goes, Ben, I'm excited to meet you, man. Let me tell you, I've never worked with a firefighter before. I specialize in car accident victims. And I go, Doc, this is great. I've never worked with a therapist before. I also work with car accident victims. Let's do this. And he goes, Ben, I'm happy to help. What's going on? And I said, Doc, the coolest part about this is I don't have to tell you. I can just show you. And I pulled my phone out with the video queued up and I showed him the video. And he goes, oh my God, that guy tried to kill you. And he goes, so what problems are you having? And I go, well, I have a nightmare every night where I eat his face. I wasn't in the right headspace. But I realized later, he was scared of me. And I also realized I missed the opportunity to go, you look tasty, right? Like, I could have messed with him. I could have, and I missed it. And he looked scared, and he goes, oh, man, okay, well, if you're having trouble sleeping, the best thing for you is to lay off the caffeine. I was like, pretty sure it was the knife in my chest, not the coffee in my stomach, you idiot, right? And now I'm like looking at his certifications on the wall. I'm like, are you qualified to be here, right? Not happy. And I go, Doc, here's the thing. I'm supposed to be cleared physically soon. But my fear is if I get sent back to work too early, I will kill the next person that even looks at me funny. I'm too aggressive. I'm too angry. And he said, well, Ben, if you're feeling aggressive when you're back at work, just don't go on any calls. First of all, we have some chiefs in this room. Could we make that a policy? No? I was just throwing that out there. Can you imagine? Kid drowning in a pool. Ooh, that sounds stressful. We don't want to go to that. No, that's terrible. Let somebody else take care of that. God, that'd be awesome. So I was pretty frustrated, but I had a backup plan. I left his office after the first day, and I'm like, this is not good, right? I'm in trouble. But I thought the best therapy for us is us. We sit around, we joke, right? Olaf dolls with knives in them. That's going to help me decompress. I'm going to feel better, and I'm going to get back to work. So like you guys, we have telestaff, yeah? You have telestaff? I didn't even look at telestaff. We have 60 stations. I was like, I'm just going to go to the nearest one. I know everybody. This won't be hard. I went to the nearest station. I didn't announce myself. I walked in, and wouldn't you know it, the guy in the kitchen is one of my fellow academy mates. His wife and my wife, we've double dated. I mean, this is a close friend of mine. And I see him, and he sees me, and he goes, Benny, and he pulls a knife on me as a joke. It's funny. It's funny. But I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready. The front of my brain knows he's my friend, knows he is not a threat, but the back of my brain, fight or flight, and I dropped into full fight or flight, and I got ready, and I was going to kill him. And he realized right away, he goes, I am so sorry. And he put the knife away. He goes, my bad, terrible joke. And I went, no, that's my bad. That's funny. I go, I'm just in a bad spot. I shouldn't have come. I should have told you I was coming. I'll leave. And I got in my car and I drove home, and I just started crying. Because I didn't know what was happening to me, and I didn't understand, and I didn't know what to do about it. And I was going to see professional help, and it wasn't working, right? It wasn't helpful. I can tell you my lowest point is I'm sitting on my staircase in the dark. My wife's asleep. I'm sitting on my staircase. It's 2 a.m. I haven't slept in weeks. And all I'm thinking is, I got to get to 2:01. Just concentrate on getting to 2:01 a.m. And I did. I watched the clock tick to 2:01. And then I just realized, oh my God, I have to get to 2:02. And guys, at this point in my life, I suddenly understood suicide. It made sense. Now, it never used to make sense to me, right? We've all transported or operated on people who've attempted or completed suicide, and I've never understood it. I could never put myself in their shoes. But what I realized, guys, is it's because we all have hope. No matter how bad it is, you guys are stuck in here with me after lunch. Brutal. I'm sorry. But you know this will end. And tonight you get to be with your families. This weekend you get to go camping. Whatever it is, no matter how bad it is now, you can see better times. But at 2:01, I can't see past 2:02. And I remember thinking, if I don't figure this out, I own a gun. Even in California, it's a modified piece of shit. Single stack, it's whatever. Amazingly, our guns, we just throw at the bad guy. But either way, I got one. And I remember thinking, I have got to figure this out. I started laughing at myself, actually, because I remember thinking, dude, like most of us, I consider myself mentally tougher than most. And within a month, I'm spiraling so bad, suicide is an option. And I remember going, wow, buddy, you are not as strong as you thought you were. And the other thing I started laughing at is this dude tries to kill me, misses, and then I just kill myself later. Like, that doesn't make any sense. And I'm sitting there in the dark and I'm going, there has to be a fix. There has to be. And it's at that point at 2:01 in the morning, I thought of peer support. This gentleman here, his name is James Shadone. He was a former CHP officer. James got in a gunfight with this man. He and his partner chased him down, and shooter had a shotgun. And the way the story goes is he was on probation after me, but I would work a lot of overtime, and so I would get to work with him a lot while he was on probation. And while he was on probation, every day when the crew figured out who he was, they'd pull him in and they'd sit him down and they go, dude, you got to tell us how you killed a guy. And he was always gratefully very candid. He would always share the story. And he said he and his buddy ended up chasing this guy through a farmer's market, through like an open air market. And the guy had a 45 and he was shooting at them with a 45. People are diving over orange stands. It was like straight out of the movies. And he and his partner split up, and shooter cornered him with a shotgun. And he said, hey man, I will kill you, like drop that gun. And the guy said, screw you, cop. And he lifted the gun and shooter put him down. He told that story a bunch of times. But thankfully, one time somebody said, yeah, man, but what happened afterwards? Because you were a cop and now you're a firefighter. So, like, obviously it didn't go well afterwards. And again, he was very candid and he shared his story. And he said, yeah, man. He said, what happened the day of? They brought me in after the shooting. They put me in the office. They gave me a bottle of water. They said, sit tight. A police psychologist is going to come talk to you. Police psychologist came in. These two men had never met. And the psychologist goes, look, man, you've been in an officer-involved shooting. Let me outline the next 6 months of your life. You ready? And shooter goes, yeah, okay. Shooter's his nickname, by the way, way cooler than Olaf. Can we just agree there? I want that nickname. So shooter goes, yeah, man, what do you got? And he said, look, he goes, are you dating anybody? And he goes, yeah. And he goes, have you been dating less than 2 years? And he said, yeah, we're fairly new. And he goes, you're going to break up with her. Shooter goes, bro, I just met you. Like, what are you talking about? And he goes, no, statistically speaking, it won't last. And he goes, and by the way, for the next 6 months, every time a car backfires, you're going to hit the deck. Everyone you meet who's a stranger, you're going to be convinced is related to this guy that you killed. He goes, you are going to be on a roller coaster. It's not going to be fun. And I just want you to know. And shooter said, like clockwork, everything the guy said came true. This is the one guy I thought, this guy will get what's happening to me. So this time I did look at telestaff. I looked him up. I drove to his fire station. And I went to him and I said, buddy, you have got to help me. I said, you got to get me off this roller coaster. I said, I'm in a bad place. You tell me how long this lasts. I'll go circle the date in red and I'll just cross the dates off. I just need hope. And to his credit, he said, dude, I can't do that. He said, I'm not a psychologist. He goes, but why don't you go see the guy that helped me? And he pulls out of his wallet an old tattered card and he hands it to me. And he hands me a card to a company called Focus Psychological Services. San Diego PD has a contract with these guys. They're a third-party vendor. Unlimited visits for PD. Even after they retire, they can still go for free. Anyone that lives in their home can go for free. And if there's any children involved in a divorce and the children don't live with them, the children can still go for free. So I called and I talked to a Dr. Mark Foreman. I said, hey man, I need help. Here's the deal though. I'm with fire department, not police department. We don't have a contract with you. My insurance won't cover this. Workers' comp won't cover this. And I'm on injury leave. I cannot afford you. But I said, if you will help me, just keep track of the hours. And when I start making money again, I will pay you back every cent. And he said, I don't care about money. Just get in here. He said, get in here today. So I drove down and in his lobby, I met Dr. Foreman. First thing I noticed, he was full size. Full size guy. Check that off the list. That was helpful. I didn't realize how helpful it was. Second, he goes, hey, Ben, he goes, it's good to meet you, man. I'm honored to work with the fire department. He goes, I just want you to know, I'm retired San Diego PD. And fire, it came out so fast. There was no check valve, right? And PD, I apologize, but I got so excited. I went, oh man, you were a former cop? I go, do you know what police officers and firefighters have in common? They both want to be firefighters. I laughed, he didn't. He fired back so quick. He goes, that's all right, what's the difference between police officers and firefighters? I said, I don't know, sir. He said, police officers can pass the background exam. And then he laughed and I didn't. But right away, I was like, I like this guy. He gets it. And he goes, Ben, you sounded terrible on the phone, man. What's going on? And again, I said, buddy, I don't even have to tell you. Let me show you. And I showed him the video. And he goes, my God, that guy tried to kill you. And then he asked me, how are your nightmares? It is hard to describe the relief that washed over me. Because I realized I found the right guy. And right away, I was like, oh, thank you. I go, yeah, it's bad. He goes, yeah, I bet. He goes, look, man, they will end on their own, but I can help them end faster. Step into my office. Now, guys, I am fortunate. I get to travel all over the world. I get to meet you, find folks. I get to share my story. And so I called Foreman one day and I go, hey man, everyone keeps wanting me to tell the story. I said, I have a picture of Alex. I have a video of him saving my life. I have a picture of Shooter, who saved my life. I credit 3 people. Alex, who jumped in and took that knife. Shooter for being a good peer supporter. And then for Foreman for seeing me for free until I could get back on my feet. So I said, I need a picture of you, man, because I want to show people what you look like. I want to give you credit. And he goes, oh yeah, no problem. And he sent me this. He likes to remind me that a cop saved a firefighter. He loves telling people that. But this is what he actually looks like now. So this is Dr. Foreman. So he says, Ben, step back in my office. I got you. All right. So here we go. Part 2. All right. Part 2. This is where the learning starts. Here we go. I'm in his office 5 minutes. And he goes, hey, man, I hate to tell you this. You got PTSD. And I go, Doc, I hate to tell you this. No, I don't. I go, that's reserved for the military. Their fights last hours, sometimes days long. Their buddies come home in body bags. I go, me and my buddy walked away. Our fight lasted 5 seconds. I have not earned that title. And he said, Bud, everybody thinks that. Nobody thinks they're worthy. They always compare themselves to someone who's worse. And he goes, so I'm not going to try to convince you. I'm going to show you the definition of PTSD. You tell me. And I go, sweet, I like this game. Challenge accepted. Now, guys, they have what's called the Diagnostic and Statistics Manual. It's a lot like our protocols, right? They ask the questions, they follow all your signs and symptoms, and at the end they go, oh, bipolar, schizophrenic, right? Depression, PTSD. By the way, are there any therapists in this room? Because I am butchering your profession. Apologies? Apologies. Yep. This is a bastardized version of what you guys do with your profession. Sorry. And you all do look tall, so that's good. Happy you guys are tall people. So he hands me the book, guys. He opens it up to PTSD. He slides it across the table. He goes, you read the definition and you tell me. And I go, perfect. Challenge accepted. So here it is. I want you to read it. No one has ever shown it to me. There are 8 criteria. You have to meet all 8. Okay? The first one, criteria A, a person exposed to death, threatened death, actual or threatened serious injury, direct exposure, meaning someone tried to kill you. Okay, fine. I meet that criteria. But check this out. Or repeated or extreme indirect exposure in the course of professional duties, i.e. first responders. Did you know you are in the definition of PTSD? See, you guys knew. Did you know? Right. Not to scare you. This is just one criteria. There's 7 more, so don't panic. But you guys are automatically at risk. That's all it's saying. You're automatically at risk. And I thought that was fascinating. Second criteria, you just have to have one of these symptoms. Traumatic nightmares. Nailed it, right? I'm not going to read these to you guys. You can read faster than I can. You just need to have one of these 5. Third criteria, just one of these 2. Trauma-related thoughts or feelings. Trauma-related external reminders. Guys, I'm the mental health guy for our department. I know better, and it still happened to me. Just a couple weeks ago, I'm driving with my crew to the grocery store, and we came up to a stop sign. And without missing a beat, I go, oh man, every time we come to this stop sign, I remember this guy was riding his motorcycle like 100 miles an hour, and he hit this stop sign and cut him clean in half. It was awesome. My engineer, not to be outdone, stands me. Shit, that ain't nothing. He goes, yeah, every time we go by this park, I remember this lady hung herself from a tree while her kids were playing on a seesaw. Everyone's like, damn, fire medic one-ups that. And I realize everywhere we go in the city, you're reminded of where all the bodies are buried. So my guess is, without trying, you guys probably meet this criteria too. You need 2 of 7. For me, number 5, markedly diminished interest in pre-traumatic significant activities. We had a guy in our job who was an avid fisherman. He had like 2 boats, 12 poles. Every day off, he'd go with his family or with his crew. He fished all the time. And we loved it because we always got to eat fresh fish every day. But then all of a sudden, out of the blue, for no reason, he starts selling everything to the surprise of his crew and his family. And every time we'd ask him about it, he'd go, oh, it's too dangerous, it's too expensive, I don't have time. And we missed it. We missed it. 6 months later, he completed suicide. Right? So you don't have to have PTSD to see it in others. And so for my leaders in this room, hell, anybody, If you start seeing these signs of symptoms, right, we need to train up on this so we can see it. Because we missed it. We lost one of our own. 2 of 6, I had all 6 of these. I crushed criteria E. Nailed it. And then for me, and I thought this was wild, you got to have symptoms for more than a month. Turns out, if you run a call on like a dead kid, and it sticks with you, and it bothers you, and you're having trouble sleeping, and you're irritable, it's normal to last a couple weeks. It's normal. And then somehow a lot of us, we figure it out, right? We kind of figure out a way to store it. We recover, we get back to work like nothing ever happened. That's normal. Longer than a month, you need professional help. Now, I would argue, why wait a month to see if it sticks? Just deal with it immediately, right? Don't wait. But there's your criteria. To E, you want to see if you have all 6 too? And I think this presentation is going to be, it's recorded so you can watch it again. Yeah, no problem. So my question for Doc, I folded the book, defeated. I slid it across the desk and I was like, all right, Doc, you win. I got all the criteria. I go, but can I ask a question? And he goes, yeah, what's up? And I said, the IFF, the International Association of Firefighters, estimates 1 in 5 will not finish their career without some sort of mental health issue. 1 in 5. I said, what's the deciding factor though? Because not everybody is getting stabbed or shot in the line of duty. That rarely ever happens. How come I get it and he doesn't? She gets it, but she doesn't. I go, what's that deciding factor? And he goes, oh, Ben, that's easy, man. He goes, your core values get challenged. And I was like, whoa, what? Now he was a cop. He knew he was talking to a firefighter. So he used little words and short sentences. I took notes in crayon, right? And he goes, Ben, your core values. He said, look, first responders, everyone in the world has core values. First responders have really strong core values. And he said, when those core values get challenged, it can really mess you up. Now, just so you know, there's 18 theories on what causes PTSD and like 12 different treatments for it. This is one theory. It's my favorite because that's what he used to explain it to me. So for my therapist in the back room, again, apologies. Super simplifying it. But core values, and so I'll give you an example, and I'll prove it to you, actually. I can prove it. One value we have, strong core value, is it's called the just world theory. And the idea is that we really strongly believe good things happen to good people, bad things happen to bad people. And here's how I'll prove it for my first responders. You ever responded to a chest pain for a 450-pound man? And you walk in the room, and the dude's all sweaty, and he's eating fried chicken. And he's like, I think I'm having a heart attack. And you're like, yeah, I can actually hear you getting fatter, right? And then the dude clutches his chest and he falls to the floor. And you work him for 45 minutes. And you don't get any pulses back, you pronounce him. In nomine Patri et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. Amen. Right? Now, why don't you lose sleep over that guy? You forget about him before lunch. Why? He didn't take care of his body doesn't take care of him. That's a no-brainer. Or the 98-year-old man, right, had a stroke and died. He's 98. And you're like, please tell me there's a DNR. I do not want to save this guy. You don't lose sleep over that. So why does it hurt so much when a little kid gets killed? Why does that sting? It's because you know that little kid didn't do anything to deserve it. Now you do enough of these calls over your lifetime, and that's chipping away at your core values. And it can really, really hurt. I loved it. I loved it. I was like, Doc, this makes total sense. I love it. And I said, so is my career over? Am I done? And he goes, no, man. And he goes, I'm going to have you back to work in a couple weeks. We're going to do EMDR. And I said, EMD what now? So we did EMDR. Now, I could not find any video that I liked online that explained EMDR. So I convinced Dr. Foreman to make a video with me. This is us doing a practice EMDR session. And then we'll talk about it. Oh, man, I hope you can hear it.
So, EMDR, eye movement desensitization reprocessing, is a therapy modality developed about 30 years ago by Francine Shapiro, and it's known to be effective in treating trauma, trauma exposures, PTSD, phobias, anxieties, etc. And in essence, it allows us to pull up a memory, allow it to come into awareness while we are holding a current thought, emotion, and body sensation. They bring them together at the same time, and it lets the body and the mind process it and restore it in a different. So now that you've got all this brought into your awareness, let me know when you have the memory with that thought you identified, the current emotion and body sensation.
Well, most of the stress I carry when I think about the event is in my chest. I feel very tense. And the memory I'm thinking of is right when he pulls the knife and we're staring each other down, and I'm trying to look right through him to see what's in his hand. I remember just freezing on trying to have x-ray vision because I saw him make a weird...
You notice that tension.
Feel it right here, right across the top of my chest.
Okay. Follow my finger. Take a breath. Let it go.
Yeah, it comes kind of off my shoulders this way, and I just feel lighter. My shoulders drop. I feel better.
Even though clients sometimes request EMDR as their own treatment modality, EMDR isn't necessarily for everybody for a lot of complicated reasons. But to have that important discussion with your therapist to say, hey, I've heard about it. Is it for me? And seeing what it's like. And it's not all about the eye movements. It's a complex therapeutic modality that pretty much addresses memories, thoughts, emotions, and body sensations.
He tells me I'm going to do EMDR. I've never heard of it. I go, dude, I have no idea what you're talking about. He goes, well, look, I'm going to have you talk about the call for about a minute, and then I'm going to pause. You're going to sit in silence and follow my fingers back and forth. I go, nope. I go, that sounds like hypnotism. I go, you're trying to hypnotize me. You're going to make me crow like a rooster, wear a tutu? I was like, no. I go, you're trying to get me back for the cops want to be firefighters thing. I'm like, no. And he goes, Ben, it's not that, man. Trust me. So he goes, what I want you to do, I want you to think about the call. What's the first thing you remember? And I said, well, I remember we were in the kitchen. We were prepping for dinner, and we saw the ticker tape. The tones went off. We saw the address. We knew immediately where we were going because we'd already been there twice that day. We groaned. We slid down the pole. We looked on the notes. It said, go babysit a drunk guy. Groaned again. We got on the rig. We're driving to the call, and we were talking about anything but the call. And I remember being so mad at myself for not being ready, right? Not being on my game, not getting my head into the head-on right. And he said, all right, stop, think about that. And he starts waving his fingers back and forth in front of my eyes. Now, here's what I've learned, friends. The left side of our brains are all logic, right side are emotion. And again, I'm dumbing this way down. But logic and emotion. First responders, when we are on a call, we shut off emotion, pure logic. Right? And I've never seen a firefighter or a cop or anyone who's been involved with a gnarly incident go, oh no, and get all sad and emotional. You go, no, and you turn into a ruthlessly efficient first responder. And for us, it's just step 1, step 2, step 3, ABCs, right? Give me an IV bag, get on the radio, give me a backboard, and you just go boom, 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 and you just turn into a robot. And it's awesome. But when our shift is over, it takes 18 to 24 hours to turn that emotion back on. And I don't know about you, but 24 hours after I get off shift, I'm right back on shift. So I can go weeks at a time and not deal with any emotions. So what happened is while he's waving his fingers and my eyes are going left side, right side, left side, right side, I didn't know this, but I'm accessing logic, emotion. And so while I was sitting there feeling like a total idiot while he's waving his fingers back and forth in front of my eyes, I realized logically, right, I'm very angry that I wasn't ready. But then logically, I remember thinking, yeah, but no firefighter in the history of my department since 1889 has ever been stabbed or shot in the line of duty. That wasn't even a possibility. And so I remember I felt a little bit better, a little less angry with myself. And then he reminded me, we got on the call, and I was telling him we got out of the rig. I grabbed the airway bag, the drug box, and the monitor. What I didn't grab was the trauma bag. I needed the trauma bag to save my partner and to save myself. And I was so angry I didn't have that, and my partner almost died. EMDR. And I remember logically thinking, hold on, that wasn't complacency, that wasn't laziness. We don't bring a trauma bag on a medical aid where the guy is walking and talking and standing. That wasn't cutting corners, complacency, or laziness. That's just standard policy. And I remember I felt a little bit better. Now, I didn't know what was going on that first day. We ended our session. We said, hey, we're going to pick this up again in a couple days. And I went, great, I'll see you in a couple days. I drove home, and I remember I felt better. And I went, oh, dude, that dude Miyagi'd me, right? Wax on, wax off. Now I know karate. I'm like, what the hell just happened? But I came back, and we EMDR'd again, and I remember I felt a little bit better and a little bit better. And where I measured it is I started sleeping. And that first EMDR session, I slept for 4 hours, not one. I woke up screaming, tasting blood in my mouth, but I wasn't as sweaty. And 4 hours after no sleep was magical. After the second EMDR session, 6 hours of sleep, woke up screaming, no blood, barely any sweat. After 5 or 6 sessions, slept 8 hours. Woke up when the sun came through the window and got me in the eye. And I woke up refreshed, and I felt amazing. And I remember thinking, I'm cured. I called my chief right away, and I said, Chief, put me back in. I'm ready to go back in, coach. And he's like, all right, get in here. I was very grateful for that. Now, here's what I've learned, friends. A room this size. There are people in this room who've done EMDR, love it, use it regularly. And there are other people in this room who've never heard of it. If you want proof we're not talking about mental health, there it is. Right? At least one person in this room, this is the first time they're hearing about this amazing treatment. I feel like it was tailor-made for us. And here's my ace up my sleeve. We run on a dead baby together. You're going to try to carry your whole career. I'm going to call focus. I'm going to EMDR it next week, and I'll be done with it. Right? I came back to his office. I remember the first time I go, Doc, I don't want to EMDR the stabbing. I go, I want to EMDR the other calls. I go, get your fingers out. Let's do that. Okay, it sounds weird when I say it that way. But I EMDR the other calls. I was like, I want to EMDR the little girl, 12 years old, seized to death. Nothing I did helped. She died. I want to EMDR the woman that jumped to her death, landed in front of me. I want to EMDR the woman that was raped and they left objects inside of her body. And guys, I EMDR'd those calls and I offloaded 2 decades of weight. And I came back feeling stronger and mentally tougher than the day that Class A picture was taken on day 1 of the Fire Academy. So that's why I'm here. I want to share that with you. Now I can tell you, our department did a 180, right? Realizing I was in trouble, I told my chief about Focus. My chief went and got Focus contract for all of the fire department. When word got out there were culturally competent therapists that helped me get back to work, 10% of my department signed up overnight. 10%. This is where I put my department against any department in the country. You think you're tougher than us? I got a guy that wears a Viking helmet. What's up? I'm telling you, if 10% of my department needed help, 10% of your department needs help. Do the math. How many people is that? Right? That's a lot. So our department did an amazing job. Now, here's where I will argue, a lot of departments are focused on this, and it's a good yes, please do. But the fire has already started, and now you're trying to put it out. What I haven't seen yet is a lot of departments working on preventing it from happening in the first place. I have ideas, but I haven't figured out how to implement it yet, and I haven't seen anyone else doing it either. If you got ideas, I want to hear them. But let's prevent it from happening in the first place. Guys, if anything you've heard this week, or today I should say, resonates with you, my challenge, please, right? See a need, fill a need. Take anything you've heard that you've learned that you think your department needs to know. It's on you now. It's no one else's job but yours. If something in your department needs to be improved, you're the person to make it happen. Guys, that's my talk. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Captain Vernon. Any questions? One.
Ma'am, go for
Stand
it.
by, stand by, stand by.
Just, okay. How did my wife do? I never volunteer this, but I will always answer if someone asks. Here we go. I can do this. I got back to work 4 months after I was injured. I'm back to work at Station 4. Alex had returned to work about a week before me. The four of us are reunited. We are so excited to be together. So excited. I'm excited to be back to work. But I kept going to focus because the one hurdle I hadn't gone over yet was another fight. And I just wasn't sure how I was going to handle it. And there's no quicker way than working downtown to test that theory, right? But I was still going to focus. I was still talking to Foreman, and I was just worried. I was nervous. After about a month being back to work, Dr. Foreman said, "Hey, man, how's your wife doing?" I said, "What are you talking about?" "What? I mean, she's fine." "What? That's a weird question." And at this point, he and I are quickly becoming friends, and he's not afraid to go, "Ben, I just want you to know you're a fucking idiot." And he goes, "You need to go home tonight. You need to make your wife dinner, no television. You sit down and you ask her, you look her in the eye, and you ask her how she's doing now that you're back to work." And I was like, all right, like, challenge accepted. You think by now I'd learn. So I go home and I make her dinner. And I said, "Babe, how you doing now that I'm back to work?" She goes, "Fine." I go, "Babe, how are you doing now that I'm back to work?" She starts bawling and admitted to me that every day I left for work, she would vomit from stress. And the question she had for me was, she didn't understand why I'd go back to work at the same firehouse with the same crew, running the same calls that almost killed me. She didn't get it. And I'll be honest, I didn't have a really good answer, except that I felt like going back to work, I beat that guy. He didn't get me. He didn't change me. He didn't alter my career path, right? I won. And that was the only reason I was back. But the stress that it was causing her, you know, she was vomiting every day. And what kind of a husband doesn't know that his wife is puking her guts out when he goes to work? And I got to tell you, I felt about that big, and I felt pretty stupid. So I was very grateful. I had a long talk with my crew, told them how much I loved them, but I wasn't going to do that to my wife. My crew, I was very grateful. We all agreed to split up, and so all of us together, so that it wouldn't feel like I was just leaving them. We all split up and went to 4 different houses. So I was very grateful for that. So that made it easier, that I didn't feel like I was breaking up the team. But it really certainly helped my wife a lot, and it improved our relationship. And I got to tell you, she and I started going to therapy together after that event. And man, what a game changer. I mean, holy crap. It was mostly her crying the whole time, and her unloading 20 years of my bullshit off of her chest. And so she felt amazing. And then I always tell the guys, after therapy, we had so much sex. So if you are looking for motivation, there it is. Like, she was so happy to be reconnected with me. I mean, it was like honeymoon all over again. So fellas, if you're ever doubting going to, dude, go. So much fun. Okay. Sorry, TMI. Hey, we're all family now at this point. Like, y'all know way too much about me. All right, ma'am.
Do you have kids?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
No children.
So they didn't have to go to
No, thank God.
Okay,
Thank God. Yeah, that was rough. Ma'am.
Did the other doctor ever decide, did he ever make a point to refer you out? Oh, hi. The first doctor you mentioned that you went to, did he ever refer you out to get assistance in dealing with this? That's one question. The second question is, did Dr. Foreman ever use any form of medication with helping you deal with your PTSD, the anxiety, everything that you was experiencing?
With meditation?
Medication.
Oh, medication. No, ma'am. So he's a PhD, not a medical doctor. And so I've learned, guys, this is so cool.
Yeah.
So psychologists and psychiatrists, I couldn't tell you the difference between them. Psychiatrist is a medical doctor. They can prescribe meds. PhDs or PsyDs, psychologists cannot prescribe meds. And that was a big thing for me after the opiate thing. I was like, I don't want to be on meds. And so no, he didn't prescribe me anything. He couldn't, even if he wanted to, that. So I was very grateful for that. The question was, did the other doctor refer me out? So no, and here's how this worked. Focus, psychological service, they work with the cops. The cops don't want any paper trail. They want nothing. They want to be able to go and talk and not be worried about a fit for duty, or they could lose their guns or any of that. So Focus is for free for them, but they don't get involved in that realm. So the first doctor, my workers' comp guy, was the one signing the paperwork, keeping me off work. I had to keep going and seeing him, but I turned it into a game. I would go see him in the morning and I'd go see Foreman in the afternoon. And I would purposely tell them both the same problem. And the first guy was terrible. He was like, don't go on any calls. And I was like, cool. And then I was like, Foreman, this is what's going on. He's like, brother, let's fix that. And then we would fix it. So I had to play that game for a while. And when Foreman got me fixed, then I told the other guy, hey man, you did an amazing job. You are so good at this. I'm ready to go back to work. And he's like, no problem. And he signed me off. And I was like, so I had to play the game. That's how that worked. But yeah, that was rough. Any other questions?
Yeah, Ben, how's the other guy that got stabbed? Your crew, the other guy in the crew.
Great question. I want to make sure we're not, I got a couple minutes left. How's my crew doing? Great question. 4 men standing within 4 feet of each other. 2 of us got stabbed. All 4 of us are literally within arm's reach. I found Foreman. I got EMDR. I got help. My partner Alex was also having nightmares. His nightmares were different than mine. He confided that he had a nightmare where he is with his wife and Stabby is coming through the gate, a gate in his yard, and he pushes the gate closed and his arm comes through and blocks it so he can't close. And he's telling his wife, get in the house, get in the house. And she gets in the house and then he runs into his front door and Stabby's right behind him. And he takes the front door and he tries to close the door and the guy's hand comes through and he can't close the door. So he goes, get in the bedroom, get in the bedroom. And he leaves and he runs, and as he tries to close the bedroom door, the guy's foot comes through and he can't close the door. Get in the bathroom, get in the bathroom. Well, what's happening? It's getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And so he's in the bathroom and he can't close the door and Stabby's coming through the door. And as the door would open, he would wake up screaming. He went to EAP. I went workers' comp, he went to EAP. And he told this lady, hey, I'm having these nightmares. I can't keep this guy, I can't keep my wife safe. Like I can't fight. And she goes, oh, if you're having trouble sleeping, lay off the caffeine. So that became an inside joke with Alex and I. Anytime we didn't know the answer to something, we would just tell each other, hey man, lay off the caffeine. Our engineer and my partner, we were all on the technical rescue team, very active teaching in the academy, very active on USAR and all of that. My engineer and Alex have promoted to captain, but they work at very slow stations. They're very quiet. They don't do anything extra. They just do their shift and go home. My captain blamed himself and he started drinking very heavily. And about 1.5 years after my event, he was arrested for domestic violence. And I was in court testifying on his behalf. And I don't want to defend domestic violence, but I was trying to explain to the judge about PTSD and how it was manifesting itself with him. And the judge listened very attentively. He was very kind. And then he convicted my captain of a felony. So my captain lost his job, and he has to wear an ankle bracelet for 5 years on probation. And so 4 men, same event, 4 feet of each other. Me, I get to travel to Miami and hang out with you fine people. My department lost 2 other hardcore workers, and now they just hold seats. And then we lost 1 guy completely to a felony. So if you don't think getting help matters, right? If you don't think it makes a difference, I mean, that's a perfect example of what happens if you don't get help. Great question, Chief.
We have time for one more question. One more question.
I'll give you it. Stabby was convicted, 2 counts of attempted murder, and like a whole string of other problems. 24 years, 10 months. I will retire in 23 years, 2 months. So I'm retiring right before he gets out, and I'm moving to Miami. All right. Ma'am.
What's his age? Will he die in there first?
No. He's younger. No, it's all good. Do I have any regrets? I have lots of regrets. Regret how I handled that fight. Regret that I got my partner stabbed. Yeah. Regret I didn't help my captain more. Yeah, a lot of regret. Therapy has helped with all of that. Helped me deal with it. But yeah, so I travel all over the country. I share my story. I'm also working with the IFF, trying to create a training program for EMTs on how to defend yourself in a fight. So that I'm in DC. I was in DC a couple weeks ago making training videos for that, trying to create a nationwide curriculum to give us a better chance at defending ourselves. So I'm trying to make up for that regret by being proactive and being here with you guys. Great question. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Captain Burnham. Okay, guys, we're going to take a 10-minute break. So our next presenter is Dr. Keena Munson. Quick bio on Dr. Munson. She is a licensed psychologist who is a mental health services manager for Miami-Dade Corrections and Rehabilitation. She currently oversees the Employee Wellness Unit and provides support services for both civilian and sworn personnel. Prior to this role, Dr. Munson was the police psychologist supervisor with Miami-Dade Police Department. She has worked with the first responders and in public safety for over 23 years and has a passion for serving those who serve our community. Dr. Munson, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Can everyone hear me okay? Okay. I just wanted to take a minute to also introduce my colleague, Ms. Susan Garcia. She is a licensed clinical social worker with our Employee Wellness Unit. And Ms. Garcia was also my former co-worker at MDPD Psych Services. And I was very blessed recently to get her to come over to corrections. So we are really, really happy to be here. Oh, yes, I'm not in the right view. Okay, so with that said, I just wanted to introduce Ms. Garcia. She has to unfortunately cut out a little bit early for our bereavement support group that we run monthly at headquarters, but just wanted to associate the face with the name. Those are very big shoes to fill that I am just following Captain Vernon. Did you guys enjoy his presentation? It was incredible. He was just such a dynamic speaker. His story, his testimony was incredibly moving. I got a little emotional while he was talking about his experience. And unfortunately, apparently all psychologists are pint-sized because I am also a psychologist and am kind of miniature size as well. That's not a requirement to go into the field, but unfortunately, that's what it is right now. So I'm not gonna, everyone can read. I like to do things very informally. So I'm here really to kind of talk to you about the balancing act in life, okay? So I know I see we've got some MDCR representation and we've got some MDPD people here as well, okay? And we've got obviously fire, MDFR. We've got some people in training, correct? Okay, and then I think we've got some other municipalities that's here as well here. So I saw BSO, I saw a couple other fire departments. So the truth is that, being in public safety and being a first responder in that community is its own culture. Would you guys agree with that? And so what Captain Vernon was saying about having a culturally competent clinician it's so incredibly important because, there's a million mental health people there. There's a million therapists that you can look in your provider directory on your insurance, and you can pick out a name online. But to understand what it's like to be boots on the ground or to respond to, a medical emergency, to work in the facilities and have to deal with attempted suicide or stabbing, or working on the road in law enforcement and having to deal with, all the things, all the dynamics of working in the community. That's so unique. And nobody really understands this culture unless you've kind of been in it. Would you guys agree with that? It's its own world. And we use things like dark humor and our cynicism, and we drop lots of F-bombs because that's how we relate and connect to things. Sometimes we have to make light of the horrible things, the atrocities that you bear witness to, and everyone here, regardless if you're working in corrections or in fire, or on the road, you're all being exposed to multiple incidents of trauma and multiple things that are just very unique to working in this field. And to be able to connect and talk about those things is important. How many of you, when you get done with like a hot call, or you're kind of standing around with your crew, with your squad, and you're talking a lot of smack, right? You're making jokes, maybe some inappropriate jokes about what just happened. Why do you do that? To de-stress, right? To offset maybe some of the things that you just dealt with that are really sad or distressing, or that you're going to kind of come home and have those nightmares and think about that. And that's the way that you're creating balance. You're creating balance in that particular moment to try to offset some of the really heavy stuff that you just dealt with. So we're going to talk about how you can do that, but in a healthy way. I think it's really important for you guys, for you being early on in your careers and just kind of learning and in training to instill some of these healthy habits, okay? So I'm not going to tell you to take less caffeine, okay? I'm not going to tell you to just quit coffee after 2 p.m. I like my coffee. We have our little coffee club in the afternoon. So it's not about that. But I am going to tell you about some basic, relatively common sense things that you can do to incorporate into your life to have a healthier lifestyle, healthier habits. Because what we do know about this community is that we like to do things that are a little self-destructive at times, a little self-sabotaging. Sometimes we have vices that can be very damaging. And so I'm here to talk about how can we do things a little bit healthier. So let's just talk about some of the challenges of working in the field that you're dealing with, okay? You sometimes have to wear a lot of different hats, regardless of what discipline you're in. How many of you have been on a call or working where from 1 minute you're perhaps performing life-saving medical procedures, and then you're a mediator and a therapist and a problem solver, and perhaps trying to also navigate your team, your squad, your crew, whatever you're dealing with. So you're doing so many different things. You're wearing so many hats simultaneously, and that can be very overwhelming cognitively, okay? What about just the demands of working in the environments that you work in? Right now it's May, it feels like it's August, right? It's about 900 degrees outside. You've got gear and equipment that you have to wear. How many of you, you stand out, you have to be outside in the streets for hours at a time, right? Depending on what the scene calls for. Those of you in corrections, let's talk about the facilities. You don't work at the Four Seasons, right? Right? The jails are not exactly, the most luxurious of environments. They smell like crap, literally, right? They don't look so pretty. And that influences your work ethic and the way that you feel when you're at work, right? What about just also the physical and emotional exhaustion? How many of you, when you are driving home from the end of your shift, maybe it was just one of those days that it was back-to-back incidents, back-to-back calls for, backup, whatever the situation was. You ever drive home and you have no clue how you got home? You just like on autopilot, right? Ever drive home with no radio? You're not on the phone, you're just you're like in a cloud, right? And that's because you have been so exhausted, your resources have been drained so intensely over the course of that day that you're just done. You're just spent. You ever get home and you just sit on the couch and just stare at the TV for hours? Maybe I'm describing some people's evenings tonight, you know? So, anybody relate to any of these emotions? Probably, I hope everybody. If you're human, if you have a heartbeat, you're going to relate to all of these emotions. And for some of us, some of these emotions can be more intense than others. Okay, it's normal. It's normal to have anger. It's normal to feel frustration with the dynamics of your work. You know, so like where I work at MDCR, I work for our officers and our employees. So we provide free in-house counseling to any employee. And I have to tell you, some of the major chief complaints that I get from our employees has nothing to do with the actual scope of the work. Why is that? Why do you think nobody's really complaining about the job itself? It's automatic? You signed up for that, right? Would you agree with that? You intentionally all applied for a position, right? You wanted to be a firefighter, you wanted to be a police officer, you wanted to be in corrections. You intentionally signed up, so you understand your job scope and your role. But did you sign up to work with that real jerk supervisor? Or that micromanager lieutenant? Or did you sign up to deal with some of the ways that policies don't always translate well, and that you get pressure perhaps from your chain of command? You didn't sign up for that stuff, right? So the chief complaint that I get from people when they're coming in for services has very little to do with the scope of the job, and it has everything to do with all the other BS. The caca is what I call it, right? And so you have to deal with that stuff. And that's where the frustration comes from. And it's so little to do with the scope of the work. Most people actually enjoy what they do. Anyone here, by show of hands, love what you do, the actual job? Find it rewarding? Okay. So if everyone just left you alone, let you do your job, it wouldn't be a problem, right? Okay. So some casualties of stress. Stress can kill. Stress truly can kill. There's an emotional consequence to it. There's a physical consequence. But these are all real things that we see from a clinical aspect that people are experiencing day to day. Substance abuse. What's the drug of choice for first responders? Alcohol, right? Obviously, because most likely it's legal, it's easily accessible, and it's also part of our culture, right? It's sanctioned. We have happy hour. There's, buy two, get one free, whatever drinks. So again, it's part of that. There used to be a time, I don't know if it's as prevalent now, but back in the day, where they would have choir practice and you would meet behind the station, and when everyone got off their shift, they would be, having their drinks, and that was kind of just a sanctioned thing, right? And obviously nowadays it's a little bit different. We have cell phones, we have cameras, there's a little bit more accountability in that regard. But again, that was part of the culture. But when we pair substances like alcohol with cumulative traumatic events, years and years worth of trauma, that combination, just according to our research, shows that that's a perfect combination and recipe for problematic drinking, alcoholism, or even other kinds of substance use. And we see that very prevalent in all domains of public safety. Substance abuse and alcohol abuse is a major issue when it comes to working in this field. So that's why if you're involved in a critical incident, one of the things I'm going to say to you, the first thing is, do not have a drink when you go home. Don't unwind by having that cocktail or that beer or what have you, because we're pairing alcohol with a traumatic event. And that's the last thing we want to do in an incident like that. So stress, it's subjective, right? What could be very stressful and overwhelming to me could be a walk in the park for you, right? And what influences our stress tolerance? Why is it for some people, you can go into a burning building, cool as a cucumber, calm, your heart rate even maybe slows down, and other people lose, their ability to kind of control their behavior? Is it perhaps maybe the experiences you've had in life? Maybe your resilience? Do you think that that influences your stress tolerance? Right? So again, stress is subjective and it's based on your perception, but regardless, stress can impact you in many, many ways, and it can interfere with your ability to perform on the job. It can interfere in your relationships. Sometimes we get overwhelmed and stressed out at work, and we come home, and who do we end up taking it out on? Our loved ones, right? Not intentionally. We're not coming home being like, I can't wait to scream at my spouse for no reason, but it just comes out. Or sometimes some of us, we have stress at home, and then we go to work, and what happens? We ended up taking it out, perhaps maybe on a subject, maybe on an inmate, you know. So again, it manifests in different ways. Let's talk about work itself. What about the fact that you work shift work? Is shift work an added stressor? What about when you have to go into Alpha Bravo, when there's like major emergencies, right? Does that add another layer of stress when it comes to your family and your ability to parent or live, right? Do you guys ever get mandatory for, like, you have to stay for overtime if you're short-staffed or anything like that? Okay, does that add a whole other curveball to things, right? What if you don't have childcare? You know, again, there's all these other layers to things. How many of you have missed Christmas because there's no time in the books, right? How many of you have had to reschedule? Maybe we're celebrating someone's birthday a week later because that's the only time that everyone can accommodate to your schedule, right? So, and does that put also undue stress or additional stress on your relationships outside of work? You have to, those of you that have relationships or significant others, it takes a special person to be with somebody that is at the mercy of operational need and demands, right? Because they kind of always kind of get second place of importance when it comes to their needs, right? So again, we have all those kinds of stressors. What about the fact of, you know, again, you're running from call to call, you're responding, you're working in the jails, you're doing your checks, then there's a medical emergency, then there's a attempted suicide, back to back to back, RTRs, right? All those kinds of things happen. And you don't have 1 second to take a breath. Ever have those days? What happens to all of the things that you're still dealing with from the first call when you're already on the fourth call? Does that stuff just magically go away? No, your mind is still on the first call, but you're chronologically, time-wise, maybe you're 4 calls into it, but that doesn't mean that you've been able to wrap everything up in a nice little package from the first call. So again, no ability to have that downtime can add to additional layers of stress. What about lack of support from your command staff? Anyone relate to that? Maybe some of the command staff's in here, so you don't want to say anything. Blink once if you're in distress, okay? I got you. Okay, so, but again, that's something, again, that I hear a lot in sessions, you know, when I'm working with employees, with officers, you know, again, the feeling of, well, I know what to do, I know how to handle this situation, but I know if I do this, I'm going to get jammed up, or the liability factor, or how is it going to be perceived, you know? So we've got, again, all those unique kind of dynamics about working in this field. Trauma. I know we've talked a lot about trauma today. Everyone in this room, from the day that you started working in this field till the day you retire, are going to be exposed to repeated events of trauma. And some are going to be less significant than others. I think of it, I visualize it as almost like your mind is a file cabinet. And some files, some days, some incidents, it's just a tiny little thin file. And then there's other things that are volumes, big, thick files. And those files, they don't go anywhere. And every so often, you have to declutter that file cabinet. You know, you have to go in there and clean that out because it doesn't go anywhere. And that's what really therapy is designed to do. It's designed to help you declutter your mind. It's designed to help you find a place to maybe condense some of those files into more manageable ways of keeping them into your psyche. Captain Vernon talked about this. I forget how he referred to it, but what he was talking about is being able to take the emotion out of a situation and just deal with things from a logical perspective. You have to be emotionally neutral in high crisis events. I'm sure all of you, all of the first responders in this room have seen things. As I'm talking, you're probably visualizing perhaps one particular scene or incident that you were directly or maybe indirectly involved that's like a snapshot in your mind. And that doesn't necessarily go anywhere. But when you were on that scene, you had to find a way to take the emotion, the normal emotion that you would experience, and you had to set that aside to be able to react and respond, correct? That's how you do your job. Not everyone has that skill set. There's a reason why everyone in this room is doing what they're doing. It's because you have that skill set, and that is a very sophisticated skill set. I would lose my shit in 2 seconds. I wouldn't be able to do it. You know, I have the utmost respect for everyone in this room because of that. But that ability to be emotionally neutral or be detached to get the job done is important, because that's how you do your job. The problem is that when you do that so much, it's like a switch. And sometimes we forget to switch that switch back off when we go home or when we're back in our regular lives. You know, so over time, that switch, it gets rusty. We don't use it as much. And if anyone can relate, you don't have to self-disclose, but some of you might feel in your personal relationships that maybe you've been told you're really restricted, or you're kind of withdrawn, or you're not as connected to someone in your life. And that's to no fault of anyone's, okay? It's an occupational hazard, if you will. But it's important to recognize that that is a very common thing that can occur, and we have to figure out how we can learn how to use that switch again. Because this is your job, it is your career, but it shouldn't define your life, and it certainly shouldn't take over from your ability to connect and relate to other people and feel, you know, and feel emotion. So we've talked a lot about like trauma and stress, so I'm not going to necessarily beat a dead horse here. But everyone here is subject to cumulative stress. It comes from heavy workload, multiple frustrations, coping with situations that you feel powerless. These are things that kind of are the day-to-day occurrences of working in the field, and these are things that we're all kind of victim to getting exposure to. Critical incident stress is something specific to emergency service personnel. Has anyone, just out of curiosity, by show of hands, been involved in a critical incident where you had someone come and actually do a formal debriefing? Okay? So in that, it's not therapy. It's not designed to be therapy. It's really just education. It's information exchanging, where we're kind of talking about the normal reactions to a critical incident and acute trauma. Okay, so the biggest takeaway from a critical incident is that if you're going to have a reaction to it, the good news, I always say, the good news is that you're not crazy. The good news is that you're feeling something. You're having an emotional response to something that you should have an emotional response. I'm more worried about the guys that I respond to that are like, I feel great. I'm going to sleep like a baby tonight. That's a problem when you're pulling a dead infant out of a canal and it's not impacting you. That I would be more concerned with. It's when you're having an emotional response to something that's not a common occurring incident, that's okay. That means you're human, okay? But you're gonna have a reaction. You're gonna have a response to it. And the biggest thing that you can do is, number one, take care of yourself and talk about it, process it, not stuff it down into that file cabinet, because it doesn't go anywhere, okay? Vicarious trauma, again, we can be traumatized by things, not necessarily because something directly happened to you, but being just even by proxy, being exposed to something. So it's not that you have to be directly involved in an incident to be traumatized by it. People who are naturally empathic. Anyone ever, you feel kind of the pain for other people? I'll use an example. We all have varying degrees of empathy. Okay, some of us are a little bit more, we feel it more than others, but that doesn't mean one is right versus wrong. When there was a school shooting in Texas involving, I think, elementary age children, I don't think you had to be a parent. I don't think you necessarily had to have lived in Texas or been directly impacted. But would you agree that perhaps most of us had a reaction to hearing about something like that? The loss of life, the loss of children, innocent victims, something like that. You're going to feel something. And that's really just empathy coming out. So being vicariously traumatized by something because you're working perhaps with a victim, or perhaps you're on a scene dealing with somebody that was a rape victim or a victim of violence, and feeling that, it definitely, it leaves an imprint on you. We've talked about PTSD. Everyone in this room, by sheer definition of what you do for a job with that uniform that you put on, makes you at higher risk for developing PTSD. That doesn't mean, I don't want you walking out of here going, say, Dr. Munson says I have PTSD now, because that's not what I'm trying to imply. But just, you're not all working at the perfume counter at Macy's, right? You have an inherently dangerous job. There are risks involved, and you're dealing with a lot of things that are abnormal or atypical. And so because of that, by sheer definition of what you do for a living, you're at higher risk than others for exposure to that. And Captain Vernon went through the actual criteria. I'm not going to bore you to death with that information, but the important thing to take away is that what the research is showing is somewhere between 6 and 32%. I think it's closer to around 25% more accurately. Percent of first responders will experience some PTSD-related symptoms at some point in their career. And there's a lot of stressors that come with that, and the ability to balance kind of work, life, and occupation becomes more challenging when you're dealing with underlying anxiety and trauma that aren't being resolved. Everyone here has experienced stress. Does anyone feel like they're burnt out? Okay, honest answer. I appreciate that. So being stressed out is one thing. Stress sometimes helps us to be productive. It is a natural, common occurring thing that happens in life. But when we get to the burnout phase, that's where you're just kind of done. I see a lot of burnout usually in our more tenured, seasoned employees. People that have been there and done that, they're a little bit more salty. They've kind of been they just want to kind of like ride the time out until it's time to just, retire. And maybe some people are relating to that personally or know somebody like that. But when you're in the burnout stage, that's where you become very disengaged. You're just detached. You're emotionally just very flat. There's not too many peaks of excitement. You don't really get worked up over much. You're just kind of meh, for lack of a better term. Okay? And we want to try to avoid getting to that point because it leads to a lot of emotional harm, a lot of depression. We see a lot of feeling as though life isn't worth living, a lot of hopelessness, a lot of depression in that state. Stress, we can manage a little bit easier. Burnout's a little bit more challenging. So what are some causes of burnout? Well, feeling like when it comes to work, feeling like you have little control over the things that directly impact you. Does anyone ever relate to that? Yeah. Decisions are being made that directly influence the way that you work or who you work with or what have you. A big thing I see in departments, a lack of recognition or reward for a job well done. We are it's almost human nature, second nature, to be quick to identify what's wrong, to be punitive. Oh, I'm going to write this person up. We're going to do progressive discipline, verbal counseling. But we don't take time to highlight the positives, right? And when we look at research to increase morale and productivity in organizations, so much of it is based in recognizing positive behaviors. Think about it with children. Anyone here parents? Okay. So I always use this example because it's very clear cut. Remember when your children were potty training? Okay. So when the first time they successfully go pee-pee on the potty, what did you do? You made a big deal of it, right? You wanted to reinforce that positive behavior. You didn't say, hey, great job, and pat them on the back and keep it moving, right? You made a big deal. So you wanted to reinforce those behaviors. Anyone have a dog or a cat? Okay. When your dog when you get home, your dog's the happiest person to see you. It's as if they've never seen you before, right? They're so excited. And what do? Your tone of your voice changes. You give them a lot of love and praise. And that's how they operate, based on that positive reinforcement. That's how we are. We're like puppies and babies, okay? So we just need that positive reinforcement. So when we receive that recognition, we are more inclined to work harder. We're more inclined to go above and beyond and go the extra mile. Working in a chaotic or high pressure environment, well, that's kind of everybody, right? We can't change that. We can't control for that. But we can certainly incentivize positive things to make that time, to make that shift more enjoyable, right? Lifestyle causes of burnout. So working too much. Anyone here like one of those overtime people that just burn it at both ends, work 24/7? No, nobody does? Everyone works just one shift, that's it? Okay. So again, if you're always working and you're not creating that balance and that harmony in your life to have a little bit more recreation time or time for yourself, again, the scales are going to be tipped unevenly, and it's going to impact you on some level. Taking on too many responsibilities without enough help from others. Any of you have a hard time delegating to people in your life? I do. I have a hard time. It's easier for me to do it because I want it done the way I want it done. Anyone relate to that? Right? So you might walk around muttering and complaining about how nobody helps you, but at the same time, you're not willing to get the help that you probably could have if you asked for it. Show of hands, who here gets enough sleep every night and quality sleep? Not one person, okay. Sleep is the first thing to go when it comes to stress, when it comes to changes in your mood or difficulty controlling your emotions. Sleep is the first symptom to go. So if you're having difficulties with sleep, it's clearly universal, but nonetheless, it is something to pay attention to. And another cause of burnout, lack of close and supportive relationships. Sometimes, especially in the first responder community, we tend to build relationships, sometimes closer with our peers, our coworkers, than even outside with our family members. And so and probably that has something to do with the nature of the job itself. You're in situations that can be very stressful, very dangerous, very unique. So you have this shared experience, which then bonds you to that person. But sometimes if we're not balancing that by having some equal division of your attention and your time with the other people outside of the work arena, you become kind of one-dimensional person. That person that's like the 24/7 cop, got a fanny pack on, always, on high alert. And all they do is talk about being a police officer or, all of their glory stories from being on the road. You don't want to be that one-dimensional person. It's good to diversify your friendships, your interests. That's all about promoting some balance and harmony in your life. Burnout is not a symbol of how hardworking, nice, or productive you are. Running yourself to the ground is not a way to show people how much you care. Burnout is a sign of unhealthy perimeters with yourself and others. Overextending myself is not healthy for me. It's beneficial for me to have limits with myself and others. Does anyone relate to that? We've all been in varying points in our life, perhaps overextended, spread a little too thin. And it's important to take a look in the mirror, do a little bit of a self-check to kind of see where am I at, what am I feeling, and what are my needs right now. And I encourage you to do that daily, to evaluate and assess what it is that you need so that you don't get to the point of burnout. Because burnout, again, as I said before, it's harder to turn that ship around. It's not impossible, but it's more challenging. I talked about this a little bit earlier about vegging out and just kind of disconnecting. And again, what happens at work can make it more difficult to connect with the people in your lives. How many of you, out of curiosity, don't come home and share what happens at work as a means of maybe wanting to protect or not worry your loved ones? Does anyone do that? Some people? Not all at once, guys. Okay. Some of us have that need because you are that kind of natural protector by definition, by personality, that you don't want to worry the people in your life. You know, or any of you, just by show of hands, just don't want to talk about work because you just don't want to bring that home. Okay, that's more universal here. And fair enough. But if there's ever a day that you know that something's sitting heavy on your heart or that you're having a difficult time, do you feel that you can go home and share that information or confide in somebody in your life, at least one person in your life? Okay. And that's important. We all should at least have that one person that we can connect with. Oh. Okay, that's good. For those of you that didn't hear, so what you had shared is a really good aspect of it, that some people's spouses have kind of said, when you come home, I don't want to hear about it. Turn that off, leave work at work, right? And that's it. And also fix the dishwasher and the smoke alarm detector went out, so fix that too, right? So the problem with that is, so you're sending a message as the significant other that this is not a safe space for you to come home to talk about things that are bothering you. And by definition, our significant other should be that person, the first person that we want to run to share our innermost thoughts and feelings. It should be the safe space that you can do that. I know we don't always, have that at home, and that's not ideal. But I think that could be a very damaging message to receive. If I came home and had a really, really rough day and I was just feeling very drained and I was met with that message at my door, I wouldn't want to come home very often, if that makes sense, So we talked a little bit about alcohol. Obviously, hereditary plays a role in it. If there is definitely a genetic component to alcohol misuse and abuse. The biggest thing, as I said, we don't want to pair alcohol use. I'm not here to tell you to not drink, okay? But I am saying being mindful of the slippery slope that can happen, especially when we're pairing that with negative emotions. If we're drinking because we're sad, we're angry, we don't know how to deal with the emotions that we're feeling, again, we're pairing something with an unhealthy way to cope. And we don't want to do that. We want to use a healthy mechanism to cope with the negative emotions. Yes, is it easier to come home and have a drink and sit on your couch? Yes, absolutely. But can you see over time how you've kind of taught your brain a lesson that when I feel something that creates emotional pain, I drink this substance to numb that feeling? That could be very reinforcing, and it can certainly spiral out of control for some individuals. What we do see is that the drinking rates and also the treatment rates and the DUI rates are certainly higher amongst first responder populations compared to the general population. And the days of the hall pass are no longer. Back in the day, it would be something where, if you were, you're a first responder, you get pulled over, the municipality would, quote, take care of you. Those days are long gone, okay? So you're jeopardizing, obviously, your safety, most importantly, other people's safety, but then also potentially your livelihood by making poor decisions when it comes to drinking, driving, things of that nature. So self-care, we're going to talk a little bit about that. I know that you guys have probably heard the term self-care a million times over, but what does that really look like for each and every one of you? That could be something different for all of us. We all deal with stress differently. Learning how to deal with it in a healthy way can help you to be more effective all around. So what are some ways, if you don't mind sharing, what are some ways that some of you de-stress? Does anyone, what? Awesome. So going to the gym, working out, that's the #1 recommendation, okay? So most of you, I would imagine, have some sort of physical outlet or release for stress, and if you don't, you should really invest in it. Your body releases chemicals in the brain when you exercise, when you move, that act the same as a natural antidepressant. So if you're against medication, which I'm not a big fan of, go for a walk, okay? You're gonna actually do wonders for yourself emotionally, physically. It's good for the soul, So, okay, going to the gym. Anything else? Any other outlets or things that you guys do? Shopping. Now that's a slippery slope. That could be a double-edged, because it could lead to other kinds of problems. But yes, for some people, shopping. What about some artistic outlets? Music. Listening, playing, a little bit of everything. Listening? Okay, I love that. Music is universal. It's transformative. Music, you ever hear a song and it brings you back to 20 years ago? A particular memory, a feeling, an experience that you had. So music can influence your mood just like that. You could have your sad playlist. You can have your angry, mad workout, I'm going to go lift some heavy stuff playlist, right? And you can have your upbeat, I want to feel good playlist, right? So music is really phenomenal. Somebody over there said something? Sewing, crafting, excellent. So those artistic outlets, it's a cool thing what it does. It actually influences both sides of your brain simultaneously. So you're engaging your brain in the cognitive skills, the executive functioning. It's almost a form of meditation, believe it or not, if you've ever been in the zone for whatever you're doing. So again, keeping your hands busy, keeping your mind alert and busy, and then also it evokes a feeling of euphoria with a finished product or whatever it is that you're doing. Anyone a fisherman? Anyone like to do any outdoor activities? I cannot hear anybody. I heard something over here. Mountain biking. Okay, excellent. Also dangerous, but but fun. So you're more of a thrill seeker kind of personality. But again, so everyone, if you don't have something, perhaps you used to have something that you did that you should get back to. But that's how you create some of that balance, okay? So here's some tips. Again, not everything works for everybody. Trying to, kind of prioritize things in your life. Sometimes we get a little overwhelmed. Any of you here, doing the balancing act of life where you have a full-time occupation, you also maybe have a family that you're responsible for. You have perhaps anyone here, like I joke sometimes with my coworkers, I feel like I'm an Uber driver and a short order cook and, a dry cleaner and, a maid, all of those other hats that we wear in life. So it's not just work that's demanding, it's all the other things that go with it. And sometimes there's so much information that that are being thrown at us and we have to remember everything. And that can get very overwhelming for some of us, certainly for myself included. So again, being able to break things down into more manageable steps, staying organized. Tension. We all tend to manifest and hold tension in our body. Any of you ever recognize when you're driving, if you're holding onto the steering wheel and it's like your white knuckles because you don't realize how much tension you're holding into your body or perhaps even your shoulders? Ever get neck pain or headaches? Sometimes it's just a reflection of tension that you're holding inside of your body or your jaw. Maybe you're clenching your jaw and you don't even realize. So again, these are just quick little fun ways to kind of do a self-check in your body to recognize, hey, I'm holding some tension. I need to do something to release that. If you don't make time for your wellness, you will be forced to make time for your illness. What do you guys think about that? It's true. So that's the whole point of this, is that instead of being reactive, we're talking about proactive. We're talking about prevention. You know, it's much easier to reverse stress. It's much easier to reverse some of these minor medical issues that some of us might be experiencing by incorporating more healthy lifestyle choices into our day-to-day functioning versus when it's too late, you know. So again, being mindful of that. How are you prioritizing your mental health? How many of you do something every single day for yourself? Even if it's 5 minutes, okay? A couple hands. Okay. And again, that it could be something as simple as you checking in with yourself to go, what do I need right now? Maybe what you need is to go lay on your couch for 5 minutes and just have a timeout, you know? Maybe what you need is to go for a walk outside to get some fresh air, some vitamin D from the sun to help change your mood. Maybe you need a mental health day, where you just take a day to do nothing or do whatever it is that you feel like you've neglected in yourself. So again, carving out time for yourself, doing things to recharge yourself before helping others. I think we're naturally conditioned to want to take care of others before ourselves. We've been kind of raised and socialized to always prioritize certainly our children and our family's needs before our own. And I'm asking you to kind of reverse that mentality a little bit. I'm asking you to prioritize yourself first. Almost like when you're flying on a plane and they talk about the oxygen mask dropping down. What do they always say? They tell the parent to put the oxygen mask on first and then put it on the child. The reasoning behind that is so that you can be alive to take care of the child, right? So the same kind of idea. I'm asking you to take time to put your own oxygen mask on. And that can be defined in a lot of different ways. Maybe it's getting up a little bit earlier to go work out, even though there's a sacrifice that comes with that if you need your sleep. But again, maybe you need to reinvest in yourself in different ways, but prioritizing that as number one, and then everyone else's needs can come secondary. You'll be surprised how much better of a person you will be when you take care of yourself first. When you get your needs first, met first, you tend to take care of other people much better. So how do we achieve balance? Again, these are some tips. These are some suggestions. It doesn't work for everybody. You kind of can cherry pick what makes sense to you. I'm a big fan of laughter and maintaining a sense of humor. I do truly believe it is the best medicine. Sometimes, something as simple as being mindful of what you're watching on TV. How many of you watch true crime and special victims, CSI, things like that, or dramas? Try to switch that up a little bit. Laugh, watch some comedy, watch something, even if you've seen a movie 15 times, perhaps it's the one movie that you laugh at every single time. Again, you're actually creating a change physiologically in your brain when you are laughing. Have you ever laughed so hard you can't breathe and your face hurts, your stomach hurts? Do you feel a little euphoric when you're laughing like that? It's producing kind of the same endorphins that you would from running. Give yourself permission to honor your own needs for rest, exercise, and recreation or recreation. Setting boundaries. How many of you have a hard time saying no? And that can be challenging. It's hard because we maybe set certain expectations for ourselves, or we've established certain ways of having a relationship with somebody where we always bend over backwards. There's a saying, you're cutting your nose off to spite your face. You end up taking and kind of depleting your own tank. And then that leads to sometimes resentment and frustration in those relationships. So being able to set some healthy boundaries can be certainly beneficial. This is a big one. Be mindful of who you spend your time with. Sometimes we have relationships in our life that can be very toxic and unhealthy. Maybe we have people in our life just because they've been there for a long time that we keep them there. But if they, every time they come into your life, it makes you feel something negative, or you get a negative reaction to that person being present in your life, I would say that's your mind, that's, you know, kind of your body trying to tell you this person is not healthy for you. So again, being mindful of who you're spending your time with, associate with people that are doing things that are positive, that are shifting you in the direction that you want your life to go into. So perhaps you were the kind of person that got away from your faith or your spirituality. Maybe associating with people that are more inclined to do those things so that you'll be more inclined to do that. So one thing that I find very useful with one of these strategies is waking up a little bit earlier to dedicate that time to yourself. And that can be doing whatever it is that you want to do, just something to make it your time. I use the example, I like to get up about 30 minutes earlier than I need to because I enjoy a cup of coffee in a quiet house. I don't want to talk, I just want to kind of be, if that makes sense. And it helps you to kind of get your head in the game, get ready for the day. So again, it's something simple. It doesn't have to be something huge. You might want to get up and do some yoga stretching or some breathing that we learned about earlier today. Or you may want to maybe read a devotional or meditate. You know, all of those things can help you to kind of get your head in the game and get ready for the day. Develop healthy interests and hobbies that give your mind a rest from the things that you have to deal with day to day. So doing things that have some sort of a healthy outlet that gets you moving, that gets you doing something positive for yourself is a way to create that balance. Some different self-soothing methods, which we talked about breathing earlier. You know, the breathing that we were practicing with the earlier presenters is a lot of what I use in treatment for anxiety reduction. We call it diaphragmatic breathing, belly breathing, box breathing. We've got all the different kinds of breathing, but it really does, it works. It not only effectively works in treating problematic levels of anxiety, but it helps just with mindfulness practices and maintaining a sense of balance and peace and tranquility internally. So all of that kind of stuff is, if that worked for you this morning or you felt the positive impact to that, continue doing that. Take that card and read that and practice those techniques because they are effective. Journaling. For some people, writing down your thoughts can be really, really cathartic and healing. That's something that I use often in therapy. And again, it's not for everybody. Not everyone wants to take the time to write in a book, but for some people it's very healing, and it's a way to kind of purge what you have in here, and actually do something with it in a productive way. Sometimes crying. Sometimes we cry and we're not crying out of sadness. We're crying maybe out of anger. We're crying out of frustration. We're crying sometimes for joy, right? But it is a release. It is a way to release emotion. So sometimes we cry, sometimes some of us only cry in the shower, sometimes we cry whenever we need to cry, but that can be a very healthy release. Listening to music, positive self-talk. You know, sometimes we tend to be our own worst critic, right? And we kind of say some negative things to ourselves. And that feeds into depression and sadness and feeling overwhelmed. So trying to reframe that, almost like, you know, something I say to my clients often is that, what would you say to your best friend if they were sitting here? What guidance or what kind of a mantra would you say to this person? And so it's a very different attitude when we switch it up and we're talking to other people, right? But we tend to kind of reflect and use a lot of negativity when we're talking to ourselves. So takeaways from this, obviously not about just mental wellness. We're talking also about physical wellness. You want to be mindful of what you're eating, what you're putting inside of your body, the fuel. You know, again, this is so many layers to it. But part of achieving balance and living a better quality life is being mindful of everything that you're doing, mind, body, and soul. So taking time to not only meet your physical needs, but also eliminating unhealthy habits and also feeding perhaps your spiritual needs. All of that helps to kind of keep that balance and that alignment so that you feel more fulfilled in your life. And that being said, if you ever feel that you're doing all these things, you're firing on all cylinders, you're doing all of the great techniques and strategies that we're talking about, and you still feel this sense of unhappiness or being overwhelmed, there's certainly no shame in being able to talk to somebody about that. I know that there has been historically a lot of stigma about talking to a mental health professional, but the truth is that we're really there's good and bad in every field, right? But we're here to try to support you guys and support not only the dynamics and the demands of what you have to deal with professionally, but also the things that you deal with outside of work. We've seen, unfortunately, a lot of loss of life in our community. We've had officers in MDCR that have taken their lives. We've had, in fire, we've had a lot of loss of life or even attempts. And I think that we can combat that through awareness and talking about these things and taking away some of the stigma about it. I just don't want to see anyone suffering in silence unnecessarily. So with that said, that's all I got. Does anyone have any questions, comments? I've answered all your questions, right? Okay. Yes, oh, sir, sorry. Just kidding, yeah. I'm so sorry. Moral injury? Sure, like what specific aspect of that would you? Sure. So what he was asking is to kind of expand upon the concept of moral injury. And I think I'm speaking just anecdotally from my experience working with, on the police side and the corrections side. I think that the concept of, I think the biggest challenge that I have seen is that I'm dealing with a lot of individuals that are dealing with more of their primary needs not being met, and dealing with the layers of trauma and repeated exposure to things, personal and professional, that their foundation of the world, their view of the world and the world, their view of themselves and the world around them is very fractured. And so it's like peeling layers of an onion back, and it takes a long time to kind of get to that space. But I've dealt with a lot of officers that have really been, their foundational beliefs of the world being a just world are very skewed. That cynicism, that high level of hypervigilance, and seeing the world as a very inherently unsafe, dangerous place, and that plays into relationships and how they interact with people. Is that a little bit of kind of what you're talking about? Okay, nailed it. So, and so I think that ties into that dark humor and the also into the aversion to seeking out services and wanting to talk to people, because we don't talk about those kinds of problems because the world sucks. It's dangerous, and what's the point? And I think that can be a cancer to a department, and it can be a cancer to a squad or a unit. And so if you have one person that has those kind of attitudes and beliefs, then it can kind of poison the way that everyone else sees it. So I think it's a matter of challenging those things, but that can be very hard because it's also part of kind of public safety. It's hard when you're dealing with bad guys constantly, or seeing the things that the dark side of humanity or the lack of humanity. And so you become kind of indoctrinated to that a little bit. I'll use corrections because I'm newer to the field of corrections. And it's hard. I feel the officers, when you're walking into those facilities and the things that you're exposed to, the language, the verbal abuse, just the dynamics of that. Sometimes the officers become so hardened because you have to be, right? It's part of survival. You wear that mask. And it's hard to, like when you walk out, to change that. Does that make sense? I don't know, for those in corrections, you know? And so I think it's hard too, because I've heard this from a lot, and maybe some of the corrections officers can speak to it, that sometimes certain supervisors talk to their subordinates like as if you're an inmate. You feel that way, or you've seen that, or maybe, right.
We come from that era, like, do as you're told, say, do as I say, not as I do, kind of situation.
Right.
But the dynamics has changed, so now it's like, wait, hold up, stop.
Right.
You know, trying to get some type of dialect going so that we can all be on the same page as opposed to being taught to and
Right, right. It's hard, I think, in that environment when you're dealing with, you know, individuals that are being so aggressive towards you, meaning the inmates, and the way that they speak to you, and then having to then turn that off to know how to interact interpersonally with your coworkers and your peers, or maybe seeing the world a little differently. When you leave the facilities, you're kind of looking at people like, well, that person could have been in the facility yesterday, you know, and kind of seeing the world a little bit more jaded, you know. So I think it's something that is very unique to working in this population, that you see a different side of people. And sometimes it's hard to understand that that's a small sliver of our population. It's not the masses. But we could go on for days about moral injury. Any other questions? Does anyone feel like they're going to maybe take at least one thing from this and maybe try to incorporate a little bit more self-care into their lives? And those of you that, you know, in your respective departments, hopefully you have resources, whether it's, you know, kind of like an employee wellness unit, psych services. But if you don't, just know that there are providers in the community that are specialized, that work with, you know, that are culturally competent, if that makes sense, that know the culture of working with first responders. And I do think that that's very important when you're working with somebody, if you have, you know, the need to talk to somebody. So thank you guys for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Dr. Munson. Okay, so we're a little bit ahead of time, so we'll reconvene at 2:45 for our final presentation, which will be the Miami-Dade Police Department Psychological and Wellness Bureau. All right, guys, we're gonna continue with our last presentation of the day. This is going to be presented by Miami-Dade Police Department's Mental Health and Wellness Bureau. They will be talking about family dynamics in the first responder communities. So our first presenter is, actually they're going to be co-presenting, Ms. Brianna Rippert.
Yes.
Ms. Brianna Rippert is a licensed mental health counselor that currently works as a police counselor for the Miami-Dade Police Department's Psychological Services section. She also works as a therapist for Mindful Directions Counseling Center. Brianna graduated with her Bachelor's of Science degree in Health Science from the University of Florida and has a Master's of Science degree in Mental Health Counseling from Nova Southeastern University. Brianna is the co-founder of Every Day is the 14th, a nonprofit that provides food and necessities to the underprivileged, reminding them that they are loved and have purpose. Brianna's overall goal is to shift the perspective of mental health within her community as well as within the culture of first responders, creating a safe place for people to be okay with not being okay sometimes. She is joined by Ms. Shabba Burroughs Stanley, who is a licensed clinical social worker currently employed with Miami-Dade Police Department Psychological Services section. She has been a clinician for over 9 years. Her previous assignment was with my MDPD as a victim advocate within the Homicide Bureau. She holds a Master's of Social Work degree from Barry University. Shaba provides mental health support for a youth awareness community nonprofit program in the Miami Gardens area. Shaba believes that a positive perspective changes everything. Ladies, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. You gotta get in the box. Get in the box. Good afternoon, everyone. Can everybody hear me? Okay. So again, my name is Brianna Ripper. I am a licensed mental health counselor. I've been on with the department for 3 going on 4 years now. I am a wife of a firefighter and a daughter of a police officer.
Hi, my name is Shabazz Stanley. I am also a police counselor with Miami-Dade Police Department. I am a licensed clinical social worker. As he said, I've been a clinician for 9 years. Prior to this assignment, I worked closely with the guys in the Homicide Bureau as a victim advocate. Okay, so today we want to talk to you about stressors within the family of first responders. So we want to talk about what is family. So family is defined as a group of 2 or more people who define themselves as related by blood, marriage, or some other bond, okay? Marriage, of course, husband, wives, and then you have children, you have your aunts and your uncles. All of those are relatives to you by blood, okay? Unless you're adopted, then they're related to you by love. But we want to talk about not only those families related to you by blood, we want to talk about other people, other individuals that you also consider as family. We're talking about your squad members. You spend most of the time, a lot of time with your squad. So yes, they become like family to you because you spend birthdays with them, you spend holidays with them, you spend a lot of special occasions with them. So they become your family as well. You have your pets. Pets are like family. They give you unconditional love when you come home. They give you licks. They do all of those things. They make you feel all warm and fuzzy. They provide comfort. So those are also your family members. You have your church members. Those are the people that pray for you, the people that comfort you in your time of grief or sorrow, or just when you're just feeling perplexed or going through things. So your church members are also a part of your family as well. You have your friends, your neighbors, you have all of those people. But what about the other people that you work with that's not up here? What about the secretaries that you talk to every single day? What about the payroll people, that you talk to about your finances? What about those people who are not listed up here? They are also your family because they care about you. And after working so many years with those individuals, you form special bonds. So although they're not related to you by blood, they are indeed your family. So when we talk about family, we don't want to just look at the family that you created or the family that you were born into. We want to look at your entire family network, those related by blood, those that you love, those friends that have in turn become family. We want to look at all of those because this job affects those individuals as well, because those are the ones that are considered family.
Right. So first responders and family stressors, right? So you have your conventional and traditional, and then we'll talk about stressors also in first responders. I know Dr. Munson also covered a lot of those stressors as well. So you might hear a repeat, just bear with us. We'll probably go a little bit more into depth into it. So we think about conventional or traditional, right? Maybe admin, office work, teachers, different jobs like that. Most of the time it's 8-hour shifts. You're not getting called in. You don't have to respond to emergency calls. You're not getting woken up throughout the night. As for like firefighters, 24-hour shifts, right? And if you work overtime, 48-hour shifts. So like I said, my husband is a firefighter. He works for the city of Miami. Please don't boo, I got that before. He works for the city of Miami. And so I had firsthand experience to his tired, right? So like for me, I work this job, and right after, I also work at a private practice. So I'm also tired as well. But actually, with living with him and seeing what that looks like, being at the fire station with him, and also about 2 years ago, we did an experience with firefighters and police where we got to put on the suits. We have to go through their day and kind of see what that looks like. So I had a different understanding, right? One of the things that affects him is loud noises, right? So in the middle of the night, if they get the calls and that alarm is going off, he might jump up and he has to respond. So it makes it hard for him to sleep. So in my mind, before, I'm like, I've seen you. You're not on call. You're not getting calls every hour on the hour. Sometimes you might be playing video games. Sometimes you might be playing basketball, until like I realized, I'm like, but you don't know when you're getting a call, right? You don't always get to eat. You don't know when you're going to eat if you have back-to-back calls or if it's a busy day and that happens. And your mind is always racing, thinking that, oh, when is this next call coming? So honestly, even if you don't get calls back-to-back, your sleep is still messed up. Even if you try to nap, like that stuff is still affected, right? As for me, well, we're also on call, but it's not to the same extent. But just looking at somebody in a more traditional sense, like we know that we work from 8 to 4, 9 to 5, and then after, like we're done to a certain extent. We know that we can go to sleep and we don't have to worry about calls or being called out. Right? Looking at police officers, shift work, whether they work mids, more days, or afternoon, right? Getting adjusted to that and what that looks like. They might have their set amount of time, but if they are understaffed, they get mandated to stay after, right? Or if they do overtime or off duty after for whatever reason, and then the shift work period. Just imagine if you work midnights, right? Yeah, you got time during the day, but then that's also time where you're sleeping. How can that affect your family? If you have kids or loved ones that are doing things and you have certain days that maybe your off days are Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. So then you work on the weekends. What does that look like? And what stress can that bring? And for your family, but also for you, because there are things that like you might be missing too, right? And going into, I know Dr. Munson mentioned it before too, like holidays, important events. We get days off, right? So if it's a holiday, Memorial Day just passed, we had a choice to work or not, right? I chose not to work. If my husband has to work on Monday, he doesn't have that choice. That's just a regular day. It's not a holiday, right? So that's stressful as well. And I can say, even from my aspect, just thinking about the times that he's going to miss. So I just had my first son. I have 2 stepsons as well. And I'm just thinking about like, what if he has to work on our son's birthday or on Christmas, and like that's his first Christmas or that's his first holiday, and what does that look like? And for me, like, I'm okay, we'll adjust, but just thinking about people that are not in this field, or that maybe they just got married, or maybe their family member just joined into that, what does that look like for them, right? That could be taxing. You can find yourself being kind of upset that they're missing out on certain things, or the fact that maybe they can't help you as much as you would like them to. And it's kind of hard to understand because you still want them to be there and to be present, but with the job or the capacity that they're working, that might be hard, right? So we kind of want to just bring just that understanding of what this job looks like so that we're able to empathize as well. And you work with your family members and your friends to try to figure that out. Like what is going to work best for you. It might not look like what it looks like for traditional people. So it's kind of meeting yourselves and your family member or loved ones where they are or where you both are.
In addition to what Brianna said, my husband is not a police officer. So when I am on call, he is also on call, because sometimes I am in a deep sleep because I am tired. He has to be the backup. So when my phone rings, he has to be the one to wake me up and say, hey, you're getting a call. And he has to be to work at 4 a.m. So if a call comes in at 1 or 12:30 and I don't hear it. He is the person that wakes me up. So this job not only stressful for us, but this is another stressor on, you know, your family members that they may have to deal with, is being on call when you're on call, even though they don't have to physically get up and get out of the bed, they still have to wake up to wake you up, you know?
Right. Going into the sense of duty, making it hard to say no. I'm not gonna put that on everybody because some people might be at a point where they're burnt out and they just going to work their shift. But on the other hand, like if you're used to helping people, you're in a helping profession, you're used to helping people, you wanna make sure everybody's good, or you wanna support your coworkers, maybe they have an event coming up, or a birthday or holiday, want to take it off and you want to work for them, and like you find it hard to say no, right? Or maybe financially you're in a bind and you need to work that back-to-back shift. Those things can also be very taxing again. And on one side, like your family can be understanding, right? But they might feel some kind of way too. And trying to figure out what that looks like as far as like balancing your emotions, balancing what life looks like physically, spiritually. The work is also taxing in that sense too. You're dealing with different people's emotions, whether you're in corrections, fire, police. You're taking on people's emotions on a daily basis. Yes, you might disconnect because you have to. That doesn't mean it's not affecting you, right? At the end of the day, we're human and we get used to things, we get desensitized by things, but all that stuff that you see, that you experience, it doesn't go anywhere. So at one point or another, it can come out, and in different ways, right? So just taking that in consideration too, emotionally, it's finding that balance of how can, you know, I feel the way I feel and also recognize that my family may be affected too, and trying to meet each other halfway in whatever form that might look like. Because just like this job might be emotionally and physically taxing, on the other side, just thinking about if as a first responder, you're not able to be home and you have kids and your significant other is the one that's taking care of the kids and the house and doing all those things, they might be physically tired. Which when you get home and y'all both tired, somebody might be a little bit more upset and you start comparing jobs, right? And so in that sense, this is why I think this aspect is so important to be educated about. So this way, again, doesn't mean that you're not going to feel frustrated or anything like that, but it can bring in that empathetic side and bring in some more understanding. So agency and departments demands and deadlines, just going on to, aside from home, how are we being affected at work, right? Because aside from doing your job, like going into dealing with inmates, or if you're going on different calls, dealing with the community and things like that, you got things that's happening at work as well. If you have a boss that's on your back for a reason or no reason at all, and they're constantly just on you, whether you do good or bad, you can't, I'm gonna say you can, but you probably shouldn't take it out on them, and you might not be able to respond to them in the way you want to. Who can you do that to? Right? People at home, right? And sometimes we take those things out on the people at home because of all these frustrations that you might have at work. And it doesn't necessarily have to be a person that's frustrated. Maybe you're overwhelmed at work. Maybe you're getting case after case or call after call. Maybe you have a lot of paperwork that you have to do. Maybe you have a deadline that's coming up and you just don't feel like you have enough time, or you're pressed for time, or you have a deadline and nobody else cares, right? And you still keep getting work. It's hard to find that work-life and family balance. Does anybody in here have specific things that they do to try to balance that helps them? Yeah. Okay. Yoga? Okay. Good, okay. I didn't hear the last part. Well, I'm gonna laugh, but I didn't hear it. I heard you say yoga helps you keep focused and not hurt your family. Got it. No, it's okay. It's okay. And it's finding that thing for you. What balance? my balance so that I don't go off on anybody in my household or completely isolate is before I go in the house, I sit in the car. Like I sit in the car for maybe 5 or 10 minutes. Like once I usually text my husband when I'm coming home. And one day I was just like over it. I had a long day and I didn't text him. And I was actually sitting outside. I had made it home and he's like, "You okay?" I was like, "Yep, I'm outside. I'm good. I'll be in a second." So it's finding those spaces, right? What else? What else do you guys do? Or do y'all just unleash everything when you go home? How do you detach? Yes. Exercise?
Arts and crafts.
Okay, awesome. Anything else?
How about therapy?
Oh, yeah.
Other than me, anybody do therapy? Okay.
Okay, awesome. Which is good, right? You take on everybody else's stuff. Like we need space too. I'm also in therapy. I need space to unload as well. And not about the people that I'm talking to, but my personal life. Because just like you guys, you got to place that stuff aside. Society doesn't care about that. The people that you deal with don't care about that. They're thinking about themselves in that moment. And that can seem like something that is personal for you because you're experiencing, you're getting, they're projecting on you, you're taking in all their emotions and things like that. You have to create space or find space for yourselves too, in order to be able to be available and present for family members as well. I know Dr. Munson was talking about just recharging that battery, right, and what that looks like. Having that solving mentality. How many people in here like to be out of control?
Likes to be what?
Out of control. Like not have control over anything, right? See a lot of notes. Right? How many people want to problem solve? Right. What happens when you can't? How does that make you feel? Right. Frustrated. I got that. Anything else? Right. Huh?
Annoyed.
Annoyed. Right. It's hard, especially when on a day-to-day basis, your job is to solve other people's problems, right? The other side of that too is sometimes you don't want to solve problems, right? Sometimes you get home and I don't want to. What do you want for dinner? I don't know, and I'm never gonna know. I've been making decisions all day. Please stop asking me, all right? So it's two sides. It's different ways of thinking about it. But again, the job that you work affects you in all these different ways. Mm-hmm. All these different factors play a part in, again, like how we interact, how we feel, how we don't interact, how we respond to different situations. Some people are emotionally unavailable, which again, going back to that burnout, being burnt out, not feeling like you have space to really be present emotionally because you might be exhausted from dealing with all the other people and all the other things or all the things that you've seen that may have been traumatic as well. Working more intentionally to avoid home. People do that a lot. If I know I'm gonna come home to drama or something that maybe wasn't done or that was supposed to be done, then you work more because at least then I can avoid it. And maybe by the time you get home, your significant other, your family, they're all asleep. So, and that night you were able to avoid it, right?
Yes.
On the other end of that, it's not healthy because the problem that you're trying to avoid didn't go anywhere. Your family is still there. Mm-hmm. And sometimes that can fester. Compassion fatigue, still going on with that emotional unavailability and being disconnected. Again, you're giving, we get tired, right? Sometimes it's a lot and it's not something, it's not abnormal, right? We might feel bad about it, but it happens. And that's why it's so important to have those spaces for yourself. The suck it up mentality. I'm pretty sure we've all heard that at some point, especially in the fields that you work in. So in a sense, we also know and realize reality is that while you're on the job, you do have to, right? So I'm not going to discredit that. However, you don't want to carry that. Maybe in that moment, you're not able to cry or break down with the people that you're helping, but you can, for sure, afterwards you can, right? You breaking down or crying it doesn't mean that you're not going to be able to function, right? I look at it as you're pouring out these things so that you have more space for what you're going to encounter the next day, because that work is still going to be the same, right? It's not like you're dealing with all these calls and then the next day you don't have anything and your whole job changes, right? So it's creating that space, allowing yourself to feel, shifting that perspective of feeling being weak. Because honestly, if you think about it, is it easier for you to suppress your feelings or talk about it? Suppress, right? Because then I don't have to, if I suppress it, I don't have to worry about how people are going to receive it, what they're going to say, how they're going to look at it, right? I don't have to worry about being looked at as weak. It's easier for me to suppress it. So if it's easier for me to suppress it and it takes more strength for me to emote and to actually feel, that means that you're a strong individual if you allow yourself to do those things. So kind of shifting that perspective and trying to look at it a different way. And then again, that's going along with the compassion fatigue. And fatigue in general is that repeated exposure to critical incidents. Again, we get desensitized because you see it over and over again, or you feel like you do, until you have space. And just thinking about retirement, when you have that space to actually think, like right now you might be on the go, but when you have that space to sit and you don't have anything, and you don't have anything, one thing after another, all that stuff that you've tucked away and that you successfully suppressed is going to come out one way or another. So that's why it's so important now, again, making that space for yourself now and emoting and feeling and talking about these things so that you're not building up a pressure cooker to explode on a later time when you do have the time to actually enjoy. You have something? You have something?
Okay. Okay. Continuing on with the stressors, first responders stressors, handling stressful emergencies 24 hours a day. When does it stop? As first responders, you don't have the luxury of saying, I don't want to take this call. I'll take the next one. No, if you're up, you're up. If your squad is up for whatever case it is, or if your battalion or whatever it is up for the next fire, you have to go. You cannot postpone the emergencies because they're not going to wait. Okay. And that takes a toll on you. That takes a toll on your body. That takes a toll on your mental, emotional health. And doing that 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, in some cases, if there is an extreme emergency, there's no way your body can handle that much without some sort of relief. You have to find some sort of release, whether it be through therapy or whatever other modality you choose, yoga, massages or whatever. You have to release those things, because if you don't release them, then you will take those things out on your family. They will be the ones that gets hurt in the end. And as we all know, a lot of families suffer, a lot of first responders families suffer because they have that added stress that others don't have, like the holidays and all of that stuff. But not only that, when you're talking about first responders compartmentalizing, the day that all of those things start to unravel, they really unravel and you spiral out of control. Or the small drinking here and there turns into drinking all the time. And then when you're drinking, you're angry, there's fighting, and those things escalate, which causes more problems for the family. So, those stressors, you want to make sure you find a way to get a positive outlet to release those things. Also, first responders and their families, we have to move quickly, or you guys have to move quickly. There's no, okay, let me just finish this and I'll go. No, if you're in the grocery store, you know what? Put that back. We have to go. Or if you're shopping, with your daughter, you have to say, you know what? We'll have to come back because the line is long and we can't wait. We have to mobilize quickly. We have to get up, we have to get dressed, and we have to be there in a certain amount of time. They said, statistics says that, fire rescue responds in about 6 to 8 minutes. So If they're laying down, they have to get up, they have to gear up, and they have to get out the door. There's no sitting back, relaxing, and fumbling around with your shoes. No, you have to have on the ready to go 2000s and hop in them and go. There's no waiting. You have to be ready. Police officers, you have to be patrol officers. When the call comes in and they're dispatched, they have to go. Even those in the specialized bureaus, they have to go. If there is an emergency, you have to go and you have to take care of the problem. So, you want to make sure that you're always, since you're on high alert all the time, you want to make sure you find a way to just decompress. Brianna drives home in silence and she sits in front of her house. Those are some things that you can do to assist your families. I send my husband a text and I tell him, listen, rough day. I'll talk to you when I get home. I don't want to talk. I'm a therapist. I've been listening and talking all day. I don't want to talk, and now he understands that. Initially, he did not understand that, but I had to be an adult and explain to him, which is what some of us, other people need to do. Some of you guys have to explain to them, listen, I am not shutting you out. I've just had a long day. And we'll talk about communication, but that is a key element to not bringing these stressful situations home and affecting your family. So we'll talk about communication a little bit later. Dealing with catastrophic events. We dealt with Surfside. That was hard for a lot of us. And that was hard on our families. We worked as a victim advocate at that time. I worked 13 days straight without a day off. And my breaking point came when I couldn't take my nephew for ice cream. That doesn't seem like a big deal. But when you have a 5-year-old asking why we can't go get ice cream, that does something to you. When you have to do death notifications repeatedly, you're handing them out like the Grim Reaper, that does something to you. So I can't even stand here and say that was easy for anyone, not the officers, not the firefighters. That wasn't an easy situation. So how do you deal with that type of emotions and still show up for the families every day and then still go home and be good for your families? How would you, for those of you that were not there, how would you deal with it? Anybody, how would you deal with that situation? Anyone? Absolutely. You do not know unless you're there. And some people, you want to put on this tough, everybody wants to put on this tough suit and we can handle it until you cannot. As first responders, you guys are thrown into some difficult situations and you don't know how you're going to deal with them. And you know what? So many times death notifications have been given out. So many times, families have been spoken to about the possibilities of family members not being, found or whatever when they go missing and stuff like that, but not to this capacity. So imagine telling someone that over and over for however many days. It took a toll on the first responders and it took a toll on their families. So we have to learn to deal with the stressors when you can deal with them. Again, if you have to put it aside momentarily, that's fine, but please go back and deal with those emotions that you've tucked inside. Dangerous situations, active shooters, explosions, crimes, medical emergencies, and accidents. You guys do that all the time. You deal with that all the time. So again, another need for you guys to take care of yourselves. And these are things that your family worry about. They worry about, are you okay? When they hear on the news that an officer has been shot or a firefighter injured and, when putting out a fire, they're worried. And I can assure that most of you receive calls, if you're on duty, most of you receive calls from multiple family members asking, hey, are you okay? Or, hey, where are you? Even if they hear that it's an officer, they want to know if your team is okay, if your squad is okay. That's a part of your family, your family dynamic is that concern. When something happens with one officer or one firefighter, your family, as in your fire family, your police family, they all show up. So when you go through something, it's not just you, it's your biological family, and then it's your extended work family as well.
I was just gonna add, just when we're talking about looking at the natural disasters, and I'm just thinking about from like when I was younger, remembering like me and my mom putting up shutters, right? Because my dad got called out on Alpha Bravo, and we had to. So just the thought of that, the family having to do those things and figure those things out, and on the other side, the concern of the first responder and that I can't do these things, you know, for my family. I'm not able to take care of the things that I normally do or would, and the emotions that might come with that as well. Or even when Shabbat was talking about Surfside, just thinking about people with kids and what that looks like. And what if both of the parents are first responders? What does that look like? Who has to get up in the middle of the night, or who's taking care of the kids and like being on call, having to do 13 days in a row, not having rest, but still having to take care of household things. Like all those things are very stressful, and it humanizes you, right? Again, from outside looking in, if I can say before I worked at a police department prior to this, I actually worked with my dad. Before then, I was like, man, he's so overprotective. He was waiting up. If I come back at 3 a.m, he's like cooking. He's up outside waiting for me. I'm like, are you serious? And it wasn't until like I actually worked with police officers and worked in that setting that then I understood why, right? Because of like all the things that he sees, that he saw, dealing with all these things, catastrophic things that are beyond his control, that now I can see like why he would be so worried, why he was so protective, you know, whether it's police or fire, the same thing. I may or may not have almost burnt something at the house.
Right.
And just my husband, of course, being a firefighter, he's like, you know, super concerned and saying like, why you do that, or educating me rather, thankfully, to where, and showing that kind of patience as well, even in your profession, because you know it, right? And sometimes because you know it, you expect other people to know it. And when they don't, you get frustrated and maybe upset and angry. So sometimes taking a step back, and also on the other side, having an understanding that like we civilians are not doing the same thing, and they don't have that understanding. So sometimes we got to take a step back to really explain like, hey, this is what I'm experiencing. And knowing sometimes you don't, because you don't want to bring home that stuff. You don't want to put those things on other people. But it's figuring out a way of, you don't always have to talk about the details necessarily, but it's still talk about the emotion of being tired, or hey, like watch out for these things. Like I know you did this, but like these are some things to pay attention, and because, you know, this is something that I saw. And you can keep it light or heavy, just depending on your significant other or your family member. Okay. Good.
So, how do we create a healthy balance between work and family life? Are there any things that you guys do right now that help you balance? Yes.
Oh, nice.
Family dinners every Friday? Okay. Anyone else? No? Okay. So these are different tips that you can do to help create work-life balance. Okay. Not in any order of preference or anything like that. But one thing is setting boundaries. What does setting boundaries look like? Setting boundaries is simply what will be tolerated, what will not be tolerated, what is allowed, what is not. Okay. So when you start setting boundaries, that's when you make a commitment with your family and say, okay, this is what we're going to do. We can talk about certain situations during certain times. If we're at dinner, we will not talk about things that are too heavy. We'll keep dinner lighthearted. You know, we won't talk about work. We'll just talk about maybe family stuff. You know, setting boundaries is also knowing when to say, I can't do this today, to your family or to your coworkers, your supervisor. You know, that's when you have to say, okay, you know what? Yes, I am a helper. I want to help you. However, I cannot do that today. May I do that tomorrow? Okay? Or I have a family, if you're able to, I have a family obligation that I need to attend to, and it is important to me, so I can't do that today. Okay, can we do that tomorrow? So you have to learn to set boundaries, separating those things and put them in their respective places. When you're at work, you know, you work, you want to focus on work. When you're home, you want to try to put that cell phone to the side as much as you can, because again, where's the boundary? Some employers, they don't have respect for your home time, and they will call you constantly about things that can wait tomorrow. So guess what? If you constantly answer those calls, then there are no boundaries. You're not saying to them, listen, today is my day off. I am with my family. Some of those things can wait until tomorrow. However, if you have that type of supervisor that does not have boundaries, even in their own lives, they're not going to respect yours. So it's very important that you have, and sometimes it requires you to have those hard conversations with your supervisor to say, hey, it's my day off. You know, when I am available, I don't mind helping out. But if it is my day off, I am not available. There are people that will go on vacation and still call you while they're on vacation to handle things that they can do when they get back from vacation. But because you're always the happy helper, they're going to call you. They're not going to respect your time. Even when you're on vacation, you have some supervisors, some employees, you know, some friends who don't respect the fact that you're on vacation, and they will call you with their problem while you're on vacation. So you have to learn to start implementing boundaries.
Before you move on, just to go off of that, so we talk about, a lot of times when we talk about setting boundaries, we focus on setting boundaries with other people, but we also have to set boundaries with ourselves.
Yes.
What things do you need to tell yourself no to that you're continuously doing? Just like Ashabah was mentioning, always saying yes. Sometimes we got to tell ourselves no. No, I can't do that. No, I'm not going to do that.
Mm-hmm.
No, this is not the healthiest thing for me to do, even though it might feel good. Maybe I shouldn't do those things, because when you create those boundaries with yourself, the more comfortable you're going to be creating boundaries with other people.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Establish a routine if possible, but you want to be flexible, okay? So if you know you have a certain number of days off, you want to establish a routine with your family. You want to get in the habit of maybe having those dinners on Fridays, or establishing a game night once a month just to keep that unity. You want to establish different things that you can do together. If you can go to the gym with your partner in the morning or in the afternoon, but also, you know, you want to be flexible, not only because of your needs, but you want to consider their needs as well. So just because you're off on Thursday, Friday, that does not mean that they have to make themselves available Thursday, Fridays, because sometimes that is not possible. So you want to establish a routine with your family. You know, if you're able to, help your partner out. Maybe you do breakfast if possible. You have kids, maybe you do breakfast and your partner does dinner. But be flexible. If your partner can't do dinner one day and you're able to, do that, you know, and let them do breakfast. So you want to try to establish a routine, but you want to be flexible, because again, it's about keeping the family together and reducing the stress. And the last thing you want to argue over is something as simple as switching an obligation, if you're able to do so. Be productive. Okay. So some of the things that you can do is little things around the house to relieve the stress. You guys do have a stressful job. However, sometimes there are things that you can do around the house to help your partner out. It can be as simple as fixing something that needs to be, repaired. But also it could be you guys getting up, exercising. A lot of times we put off exercising because we just don't have the time. We worked so many hours, we don't have the time. Do something productive. Do a little light yoga. Do a light walk with your family. Do something productive. Do arts and crafts with the kids if you have time to do so. Because remember, you've devoted a lot of your time to helping others outside of your family, what are you going to do to make sure that your family that you've created is intact? So you want to try to spend time with your kids if you can. Do something productive with them, and not you're home from work, so you want to sit over here and play video games and they're in the room. No, if you have that relationship, or at least try to establish that relationship, if they're playing video games, invite them to play with you. You want to do something productive, something together with your family. Get organized at work and at home. A lot of us, including me, are just very unorganized. And what that translates to is us doing work at home, not finishing what we need to finish at work. So now we're trying to finish it up when we're at home. So if we get a little bit more organized at work, then we don't have to deal with our work when we're at home. Okay, so you want to try to get a little bit organized. You want to try to organize your things, and the kids, if you have them, you want to organize those things at home, so you're not at work stressing about all of the things that you have to do when you get home. Especially if you're a single parent and you're a first responder, that's a lot of responsibilities. You know, you're at work and you have these calls, but yet you're wondering, what am I going to do about this long list of things that I have not done? So you want to try to get organized. Maybe set a schedule. Again, back to routine. You may want to set a schedule for when you're able to do things such as the laundry, maybe a certain day, or, you know, whatever day you do a thorough cleaning. You want to do those things, but you want to make sure you stay productive. You want to stay organized. You want to add to that?
Yeah. It also creates a lot of chaos.
Yes.
And stress. All right. So I can say, so with my husband, he's on 1 and off 2 days, right? So I give him 1 day, and then the next day I'm like, okay, I need you to do something for me. And it's not anything big, right? Just because like I have a 10-month or 11-month now baby, and so just doing like simple things for me because I'm working, so I'm trying to be understanding, right? Mm-hmm. But when my house is like unorganized, or it's as simple as if he goes to get my son, his name is Noah, and the bottles are there and he hasn't cleaned them and he had time to do it, it causes, because I have stress, right? Because if my desk is unorganized and like other stuff isn't done, and I come home and the house isn't, or like the boys' socks are in places they shouldn't be. And my biggest pet peeve now is freaking Capri Sun straws and the little plastic bin. It drives me insane. And it's because it's those little things, again, because of the chaos of everything else. It's the little things that start to bother you, right? So it's like, for him now, he's caught onto it. I'm a very nice person. I'm such a nicer person when you do like those little things, because I'm also very mindful that he's worked, right? He's had long day, 24-hour shifts and whatever. Now he's studying for his lieutenant's exam. So I leave space, but I always ask too, and that goes in when we talk about that communication aspect, like just doing those little things, you don't know how helpful it is, because at least I'm not coming into another chaotic environment, right?
And it relieves the coworkers from hearing about how her life is in shambles and all of this stuff. You know, it comes back to work of how chaotic and it's in shambles and nothing is right when there's, you know, Capri Suns. My daughter is 23, so I don't have that issue. So Capri Suns on the floor, that's minor to me, you know, but that's her stressor and I listen to it. Okay. So you want to plan and set goals, but avoid making promises that you cannot keep. Okay. So again, she will speak on it in the communication part. You want to make plans with your family. You want to set goals with them. What do you want to achieve as a family? What can we do as a family? What would you all like to do as a family? You know, husband and wives, I'm sure you guys set financial goals all the time, or at least you should be setting financial goals. But what about the children? What goals are you setting with the children? So you want to include them in your goal setting as well. What would you like for this family unit to look like? How would you like for us to be functioning in 6 months or in 6 weeks or whatever it is? Because sometimes we live in just total chaos because we're constantly on the go. So what would we like for this family unit to look like in 6 weeks or 6 months or in a year? What dynamic do we want to create? You want to make plans. Let them know, listen, my schedule is this. I cannot take you to wherever you want to go, or we can't do whatever it is that you want to do on this day. However, we can do it on that day. So again, you're not just saying no, you're giving them something to look forward to. But you also want to be realistic in your goal setting. So if you know you're on call, please try not to make plans with your family when you're on call. Because in some bureaus and districts and things like that, you know when you're going to be on call. You have a list, you know when you're going to be on call. So if possible, when you make plans with your family, try not to do that on the weeks that you're on call, because then that avoids the disappointment that your family feels, especially the children, when you're unable to do those things, okay? Definitely avoid making promises that you know you can't keep. You know, sometimes we say things to kids just to appease them. Sometimes husbands, wives, we say things to each other just to get you off of our back. But don't make false promises. That's the worst thing you can do, because then you look, you're unreliable and your credibility goes kaput, okay? Set up a schedule. Time management is definitely important. With your children, with your spouses, make time to go out. Make time to go out with your wife. Make time to go out with your children. Make time for story time. If you know you get off at a certain time, create a routine with your kids where you incorporate story time if you're able to do so. And if you come home early one day, do the story time with them unexpectedly. They're not expecting you home anyway, so give them that special treat now that you're home and do story time with them. Do game night as a family. You want to manage the time that you have with your family as best as you can, because you never know when you're going to get that next call to go out. So you want to manage that time. You want to be productive, and you want to create some routine with your family. Prioritize your health. That should have been number one. If you are not good for yourself, you are not good for your family. You cannot pour from an empty cup. You cannot. So make sure you guys, please go to your physicals, go to the doctor. When you feel something is not right, go to the doctor. Make sure you take care of yourself. Sometimes it's not even go to the doctor. When you are able to rest, get some rest. Even if that means you just laying there and you're watching television, let your body rest. Do not use your only day off. If possible, do not use your only day off to run a million errands. Some of that stuff can wait. Cut it in half if you can. Do and prioritize. Put the important things first. Take care of those things and then let your body rest. Because again, you don't know when that next call is going to come in. Okay? Take vacations. So many people, I am not one of them. They want to accumulate their vacation time. I am not one of those people. I get it, I use it. I'm sorry, I just do. Vacation is so important because you need to rejuvenate yourself. That gives you that time to just kind of decompress, relax for a little bit, because you're coming back to who knows what. You're coming back to the calls. You're coming back to the victims. You're coming back to the supervisors. You're coming back, to the injustices of the department or whatever the case it may be. You're coming back to that stuff. So if you have the time, please make sure you take vacation. Simplify your life. Again, get organized. Make things as simple as possible. Don't overcomplicate things. And then seek help when you're in need. Avoid the victim mentality. Does anybody know what that means? The victim mentality. Something is always happening to me. Woe is me. you know, this, you had no part in it. It's always happening to you. You don't look at the fact that you didn't spend time with the kids. You don't look at the fact you didn't go to the doctor when you should have. You don't look at the fact that you're not organized at work, so it's spilling over and now you're stressed and overwhelmed. You're the victim in all of this. You had no contribution to any of the stuff, although you didn't prioritize, your family. So then when they're gone, you're stuck. You didn't prioritize your health. So now you're sick. This didn't happen to me. I don't know why it happened to me. So you want to avoid the victim mentality. Okay. So make sure you get help, whether it be therapy for your mental health, whether it be going to the doctor again for your physical health, whether it be working out. You guys, sometimes you're working midnights and your eating habits are just thrown completely off. So sometimes that means paying attention to what you're eating. Sometimes that means cutting back on the junk food. Sometimes that means going a little bit extra, to get off those calories, a little bit of work, a little bit of workout. So again, you want to make sure you guys take care of yourselves and get whatever help it is if you need it.
Just one other thing with the avoidant victim mentality. Another aspect of that is, I know we mentioned it before, and when Shabal was talking about like scheduling and routines and things like that. Sometimes, if you know that you're short-staffed or you're mandated to do things, like sometimes you have to, right? Unless you call out sick, then it's a whole nother thing. But like if you are mandated frequently, sometimes that'll stop you from making plans, right? Plan anyway, make routines anyway. That's where that flexibility aspect comes in. You be flexible, but it doesn't mean that you just don't do it, right? Because when we get so used to things constantly happening, we look at it as like, well, why would I keep doing the same thing if I'm never able to really do it? Why would I keep planning or trying to do these things if I'm always getting caught out? And it might not be always, but it might feel that way because it's happened back to back, or it seems like it's so frequent and it's piled on top of each other. So keep doing it anyway, regardless. Just keep planning. Like you keep trying and you figure it out.
Okay. Healthy family outlets. These are a few, or a list. This is a list of things you can do, but you can add to this. You can take away, you can add, you can create something that works for you. But we just wanted to give you some ideas of some healthy family outlets. We talked about exercising. So you can walk, of course, with your family, go for a quick walk. You can play sports in the yard with the children or at the park. So you can do those things. Even if you have little kids, you can do yoga with them, because again, that teaches them, how to control their breathing. It teaches them how to de-stress and how to reduce anxiety. So some of the exercises that you guys do, it's also good for the children because it helps them as well. And not only that, it's a good bonding time for you as a family. So you want to exercise together. Try different restaurants. Random routine check-ins, talking to your family. What does that look like? What does this look like? How do you feel about whatever situation is going on? So you want to talk to your family and see what is going on within the family. So those are healthy outlets. Explore new places or new activities. Spend more face-to-face time with them, avoiding distractions, avoiding that cell phone and avoiding the laptop sometimes working. Even sometimes playing the video games. Some people get into playing the video games and they don't pay attention to the kids. It's a video game. If the kids are there and they enjoy it, play it with them as well. Don't be so distracted by it that you forget the little ones that are there, or even you're so distracted by it, you're not paying attention to your wife, or you're not paying attention to your husband. Sometimes you get on Facebook and Instagram and all of those things, and you're laughing and you're strolling, and you're not even paying attention to your partner who's sitting, not even 2 feet away from you. So you want to avoid distractions and spend more face-to-face time with your families. Again, the game night, that's always a great idea, and different types of games, indoor games or outdoor games. Well, it's too hot right now, but indoor games, when it's a little bit cooler, then games outdoors, always nice. You want to show gratitude. You want to show gratitude to your family because they're there with you guys. They're enduring all of what you guys are going through. And although you may not come home and say how bad your day was, if your partner is in tune with you, they will see it. They will know it. They can tell by the hello in your voice. They can tell when you walk in the door. So, you want to make sure you show gratitude. Tell them thank you every now and then for putting up. And I know this job creates a certain lifestyle for them, but you also want to tell them thank you because in all honesty, they don't have to put up with it. So many times families fall apart because of this line of work. So if you have a family that's there and they're supportive, you want to tell them thank you sometimes. And if you have children that are understanding that you've missed Christmas and you've missed birthdays and things like that, you want to tell them thank you as well. Because a lot of times kids, they don't understand that. But if you have kids that understand that and they respect it and they tell you it's okay, mommy, or it's okay, daddy, and they understand, you want to make sure that they understand that you are grateful for them and for them being understanding. So you want to show gratitude to your family. You wanted to add something?
Yeah.
Okay.
Also making sure you show gratitude to yourself. Again, going back to, we show gratitude to other people, but we have to do it for ourselves, right? A lot of times you're in a thankless job. Not many people are going to tell you thank you for doing this or taking on my problems or my emotions or helping me out. And then you go home and you're deflated, right? And again, that Shabbat, it shows when you're at home, right? So sometimes we have to be our own, a lot of times, because we're with ourselves 24/7. Sometimes it's being our own cheerleader and acknowledging the things that we do, even if that's just getting up. Even if that is communicating our feelings, is doing something that was difficult for us that might look really small and insignificant to everybody else, right? Again, that self-care and taking care of ourselves is important, and showing ourselves and the way that we speak to ourselves is super important. So really paying attention to that as well.
She just mentioned the way that you speak to yourself, positive self-talk. That's encouraging yourself. That's saying something good to yourself about yourself, okay? We're so quick to beat ourselves up when things go wrong. But how many times do we speak nicely to ourselves and say, you know what? You did a good job today. Or, you know what? I am so proud of you for showing up for yourselves. How many times do we encourage ourselves and talk nicely to ourselves? How many times do we do that? It's not often. So get in the habit of speaking gently to yourself and speaking positive to yourself. If you start your day on a positive note and speaking positively to yourself, that can change everything. That can change your entire day. So you don't need someone else to tell you something good because you've already said it to yourself. Okay. Self-care and being selfish. Self-care is not selfish. However, sometimes you have to be selfish and engage in self-care. So sometimes you have to say no because you just need that break to take care of yourself. Okay? It's all about perspective. Self-care, you want to take care of yourself. You want to go and get a massage if you need it. You want to go get that pedicure. You want to speak positively to yourself. You want to do those things that make you happy. And sometimes you have to say no to other people. No to your job, no to your family, no to whatever else is stopping you from taking care of you. Okay? So don't look at it as, if I go take care of myself, I'm being selfish. It's not that. However, if you're only prioritizing yourself and not your family, then that becomes selfish. Being flexible and avoiding rigidity. Family pictures and schedule. So again, you want to be flexible. You want to make schedules, even though they may change. Be okay with changing things around, because just because you change the date or the time, that does not mean you have to change the mission or the goal. Okay.
So going into communication with family and friends, be aware of your audience. It helps with effective communication. Know who you're talking to. We can't talk to everybody in the same way. A lot of times we expect people to understand it just because that's how we see it and that's how we understand it. And unfortunately, realistically, that's not how it works. Right? It's you can, if you know your audience, you can avoid the defensiveness. You can avoid some arguments, maybe not disagreements, but the way you communicate, it makes a difference, right? So active listening. When you guys are upset, right, or somebody says something, you're in a heated discussion, and somebody says something that you don't agree with, or they says something about you that you feel like you didn't do, or it wasn't intentional. What happens as they keep talking? When you hear that one thing, what happens after that? What do you hear? Right, nothing. Because at that point, immediately you're probably listening to respond. Because I need to grasp on, you said this thing, and I need to get back to that.
Right.
So I don't know what else you're saying, and that doesn't matter because I got to get back to this point, right? When we talk about active listening, you're listening without listening to respond. You're paying attention to your body. You're paying attention to body language. You're actually taking time to step back and to hear them out, because sometimes what comes after is the explanation that we really needed and not the thing that we're actually focusing on. Because a lot of times when we focus on that one thing, we miss it. We miss why the person might have felt that way, or what led them to look at something that way. Because you take it personally. Instead of looking at it like that's how they feel is beyond my control, but I can listen and to see is it the way that I said something? Maybe I did something, but it wasn't intentional, and that's the way that they perceived it. And it leaves space when you actively listen, one, so that person feels heard, right? They feel heard. That way you're also creating space for you to feel heard, because if you're not listening to me 9 times out of 10, then that other person's coming right back at you because you didn't hear me, so I'm going to do the same thing that you're doing to me, all right? Trying to be present. One thing that like I used to do is I had the like the mantra bracelets with the beads, and if I find myself like kind of spacing out, or like they're saying something that I don't think is true or whatever the case, I finger through those beads so that like this is something that's grounding me, right? It's bringing me back to the present moment so I can refocus, right? Because sometimes whether it's we get caught up in our thoughts if we're overwhelmed, or if we get caught up in our emotions, then it's hard for us to be present. And sometimes we have to take a moment and bring ourselves back. And it's not that you're not paying attention, you're just doing something to bring yourself back to that present moment. Showing interest, make eye contact. Try not to look away when people are listening. Like I know I can say for myself, and again, I've seen it in my dad and like my husband, they're used to hearing people all the time, and that's just, they don't make a lot of eye contact, or they're tired or whatever. And I'm like, all right, I'm gonna wait. Because I need you to look at me, because that helps me feel like you're trying to understand, right? So that eye contact is important. Or like sometimes, and I'll do this in therapy, and it pours out into personal life as well, paying attention to how people are sitting. If they're uncomfortable, like their facial expressions, because sometimes we make faces and we don't even realize it, where like, are you really tense? Are you angry and you smiling like this and you don't realize it? Pay attention to that. Point it out, because when you point those things out, it also reassures people that, oh, they're paying attention to me, right? I didn't notice it, but they did, right? Asking open-ended questions, right? It also shows that you care and that you want to know more. Like if you think about something as simple as when you tell people good morning, how you doing? And you just say the exact same thing back to them and you never answer the question because it's something that's routine, instead of, well, not how you doing, but asking like, oh, how are you doing? Or I noticed that this is happening, or like just doing something that evokes more detail, right? Because it's easy. If you just ask me something like how I'm doing, I can tell you I'm fine. And then that's it. And inside I can be falling apart. Everything could be chaos, but that's easy. And that's what we do on a regular basis. We surpass people. We say the same things over and over again instead of actually stopping and paying attention and asking questions that allow people space to talk to you, to open up possibly, right? Or even if they don't, it still plants that seed like, oh, somebody's paying attention to me, right? Paraphrasing and reflecting back what has been said, again, just another way to show that like I'm listening. Also, it creates this opportunity for you to see what that person's understanding. Going back to that knowing your audience. So I can say something, and then I'll ask you like, what did I say? I'm not looking for you to say it exactly the same way, but I want an understanding of what you heard. So that way it gives me the opportunity to say, that wasn't my intention. That's not what I meant when I said that, right? Because I may say something that makes you angry or upset, and that's because you interpret it as me attacking you, right? And I'll come back with, what did you hear, right? What is making you upset in what I said? And then again, it gives that opportunity for conversation. It gives me opportunity to understand you and for you to understand me as well. All right, so listening to understand rather than respond. Withholding judgment and advice. Not everybody wants advice, right? I know we want to give it. We like you in a helping profession. You want to problem solve. Not everybody wants their problem solved. Even if you can see it a completely different way, because sometimes it can upset people. It can lead to disagreements or arguments. It can lead people to shut down. You get a lot of people to say, this is why I don't tell people anything, because they constantly just keep trying to tell me what to do, and that's not what I'm looking for, right? Ask people, how can I support you? Do you want advice, or do you want me to just listen? On the other side, as a person who might want to share something, tell people what it is that you want. Ask people like, hey, do you have space just to listen? I don't want you to solve my problems. Like, do you have space just to listen? Or, hey, I need advice. Are you in a space to give that? I like to try to practice that, asking people are they in space, because you never know what people might be going through, and they might not be in a space to be present. And it might not mean that they don't care necessarily, but a lot of times people might be overwhelmed, right? And sometimes it just feels good because nobody else might ask. It feels good to be asked that question. Okay. Did you have something?
No. Okay. Continuing on with the communication, we're going to talk about gentle startups. Try using I statements versus you statements when you're communicating your emotions, okay? A lot of times we feel a certain way because of whatever. That's our feelings. And it's okay. You have a right to feel however you want to feel about what happened. The other person, they don't have to like it. However, they should respect it. But we have to be careful, because sometimes how we feel is just that. It's just how we feel. It's not that the other person actually meant to do something to us, or even that they did something to us, because whatever happened was left up to our interpretation, right? So if you feel a certain way, you want to say, I feel, or you want to use I statements because you're talking about yourself and how you feel. If you want to start an argument, start by saying, you did this to me, you did that to me. Okay? Because the person is going to immediately say, I didn't do that. Or why would you say that? I didn't mean it that way. So you're saying you did this, you made me feel. No, I did not. I did not make you feel that way. You felt that way for whatever reason. For whatever reason, you were triggered and you felt a certain kind of way. You were upset, you were hurt. Sometimes people say things and they don't mean it how you interpret. So you can say, I was hurt when this happened, and you state whatever it was that happened. And it's okay that you were hurt by it. And then that gives the other person an opportunity to clarify what they meant, what they were trying to do, or repair the situation. By saying, you always leave your mess lying everywhere. That's not true. I don't always leave it around. Sometimes I do, but not all the time. You don't care about me or my feelings. Well, that's not true either. I do care about your feelings, and I wasn't trying to hurt your feelings. How did I even hurt your feelings? Sometimes simple statements can hurt us, but not because of the statement. It was because something that may have happened to us previously. So maybe that statement or that incident triggered something in you that you previously dealt with that had absolutely nothing to do with the current situation. Okay? You didn't text me like you said you would. Okay, and I apologize for that. You know, I said I would text you. I got busy or whatever, I was busy or I wasn't able to do so. I lost my phone. I broke my phone. But you're saying you didn't, as if it was, as if it was meant to be that way. Maybe something happened and they just couldn't. So you want to avoid the you statements because they're all blaming, and who wants to be blamed for things? So you want to use more appropriate statements like, I feel frustrated when I come home and the house is messy. I feel frustrated when my feelings aren't heard or acknowledged. I feel worried when I don't hear from you, and I just want to know you're okay and you're safe. That adds a lot more value than you didn't text me. Sometimes we have clingy people and you don't text them because they're clingy. So you saying, I was worried, so I would like for you to text me when you get there, when you get to work. Or I would like for you to text me. It makes me feel better when you let me know you made it there okay. That's very different from you didn't text me. You're giving them information that they can then process, so that way you don't have to feel however you felt because they didn't text you. Now they know, you know what? I know me letting her know that I made it there safely is important to her. I am going to make every effort to do that. Okay, so it is very different when you're blaming as opposed to you're using I statements to say how you feel. Speaking directly, clear communication, and be specific in your statements. Say exactly what you mean about whatever it is. Don't beat around the bush because then, again, you leave things up for other people's interpretation. So you want to have clear communication. This ensures that the messages are understood without any confusion or misinterpretation. You want to give an example, Bree, or no?
Yeah, no more that time.
Okay. Use concise communication. It eliminates unnecessary words and gets straight to the point. You want to be consistent in your communication. You don't want to be wishy-washy, say one thing this week and then what you say next week is totally different. Okay. You want to take responsibility. So you want to take responsibility for your own wrongdoings, and you want to accept your partner's perspective. That's why the use of I statements is so important, because you want to take responsibility for your feelings, and then it gives your partner an opportunity, or whoever it is, an opportunity to kind of explain their situation. And then, of course, you want to be honest in your communication. Okay. People respect you more when you're honest and you're truthful. So you make sure your communication is honest.
So identifying support systems. So you have family members, clergy, peer advocates. I know you guys, Fire has peer advocates as well, as does NDPD, which is the good thing about peer advocates to me is like they have the experience. They've also been through it. So it's, to me, sometimes we need people that we feel like we can relate to, right? And that has the experience, so we know like they really understand, right? Outside looking in, we can be there, but it's different. It's different when you have and you know, like, okay, like this person is credible because I know for sure, like they get it, right? So reaching out to your peer advocates, use them. That's what they're there for. If it becomes something that is on another level, you have us. You have mental health professionals. Sometimes we need a little bit more help, right? Sometimes we need somebody that's outside of the profession to hear us. So you get that different perspective, right? You have the EAP, Employee Assistance Program. They're open 24/7. They give you referrals to outside agencies just in case, like we have in-service psychological services, but sometimes people don't feel comfortable. Sometimes you want somebody outside of the job, so making sure you take advantage of that. Squad members and friends. Know your audience. Most of the time we know why we're going to certain people for certain things, right? So if that person is somebody who is going to help you numb, or do something that is probably not going to help your situation? Maybe not, right? And being honest with yourself, because, you know, sometimes we just want to blow off steam, which is understandable, but like know when like we need to speak to somebody else because this person is not going to help me in this situation, or this person is going through the same thing and they're still going through it because they're not changing behaviors, and you don't want to get stuck in that same loop, right? Right. Any questions, any remarks, anything for us? All right. Good. You guys have been amazing.
Yes.
Thank you so much. So this is our information, just in case if anybody, well, for police, for our department. Again, thank you guys for interacting. Really appreciate all the comments and responses. It's highly appreciated. You guys be safe. Thank you for all that you do, and all that you will do.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, lady. So these guys hold a very special place in our hearts because they see our people. So right after Surfside, they open their doors to see our guys, and that means a lot to us. So seriously, guys, thank you for everything you do for our people. I want to say thank you to everyone that stuck around. You guys started this morning by making a decision to be here, and you guys stayed here to the end. Everything we talked about today, right? You heard a lot of different things today. These are all things that we need to put into practice. These are things that we need to think about. They don't just happen to us, right? So we can't just come to a class one time and expect to be well and say that we're mentally well, right? These things take practice. They take time. They take a lot of effort, and it's a daily commitment to ourselves to be better. All right. Last thing I'll say is right around the rooms, I have a QR code for a survey. Please, on your way out, click on the survey. Let us know what you thought about the class today. We're hoping to do this every single year and bring different topics. So go ahead and leave us a review. If you didn't like something, please tell us why you didn't like it. Please tell us what we can do differently. All right. And tell everyone about this. All right. Chief Willie, you want to say a few words?
I'll keep it quick. First of all, thank you all for showing up again. I can't stress enough how much I appreciate you being here. Of everyone that came up, there was a repeating theme, right? And that's mental health's an issue. We need to be aware, and you all have to be mindful of the way you treat others and the way you treat yourselves. Everyone in this room, depending on, no matter what walk of life you come from, you're here because in some capacity or another, you help people. And for that, I thank you. Have a good day. Be well. Fred, this was definitely your moment. You have to give credit to where it is, right? So you praise, good leaders praise in public, criticize in private. And this is definitely an opportunity to praise. And Lieutenant Fred DeFries worked really hard at making this happen. So let's give him a round of applause. Anyone could do a task, anyone, but you can't do the task without support. So Chief Raid Jadala and his executive staff and director staff, I would like to thank them as well for helping us with this endeavor. Like I said, I can't stress this enough. A lot of people made this happen. And for you to come out here and show your support, it's a big thing. Hopefully you'll take one thing, right? We had a lot of dynamic speakers come up here and do a lot of talking and share a lot of insight about how the mind works, how the body works, and how you process life. But hopefully, through all of the information that you received, if you could just take one thing and submit that to the universe, that's a good thing. You've done the work of God. So once again, thank you. Have a good day.